Preface to the present edition, with some account of the translator. The first edition of this translation of La Fontaine's Fables appeared in Boston, U.S., in 1841. It achieved a considerable success, and 6 editions were printed in 3 years. Since then, it has been allowed to pass out of print, except in the shape of a small type edition produced in London immediately after the first publication in Boston, and the present publishers have thought that a reprint in a readable yet popular form would be generally acceptable. The translator has remarked, in the advertisement to his original edition, which follows these pages, on the singular neglect of La Fontaine by English translators up to the time of his own work. 40 years have elapsed since those remarks were penned, yet translations into English of the complete Fables of the Chief among modern fabulists are almost as few in number as they were then. Mr. George Ticknor, the author of the History of Spanish Literature, N.C., in praising Mr. Wright's translation when it first appeared, said La Fontaine's was a book till now untranslated. And since Mr. Wright so happily accomplished his self-imposed task, there has been but one other complete translation, viz., that of the late Mr. Walter Thornbury. This latter, however, seems to have been undertaken chiefly with a view to supplying the necessary accompaniment to the English issue of M. Dore's well-known designs for the Fables, first published as illustrations to a Paris edition, and existing as it does only in the large quarto form given to those illustrations. It cannot make any claim to be a handy volume edition. Mr. Wright's translation, however, still holds its place as the best English version, and the present reprint, besides having undergone careful revision, embodies the corrections, but not the expurgations of the 6th edition, which differed from those preceding it. The notes, too, have, for the most part, been added by the reviser. Some account of the translator, who is still one of the living notables of his nation, may not be out of place here. Elizur Wright, Jr., is the son of Elizur Wright, who published some papers in mathematics, but was principally engaged in agricultural pursuits at Canaan, Litchfield Co., Connecticut, U.S. The younger Elizur Wright was born at Canaan in 1804. He graduated at Yale College in 1826 and afterwards taught in a school at Groton. In 1829, he became professor of mathematics in Hudson College, from which post he went to New York in 1833, on being appointed secretary to the American Anti-Slavery Society. In 1838, he removed to the Literary Center of the United States, Boston, where he edited several papers successively, and where he published his La Fontaine, which thus, whilst it still remains his most considerable work, was also one of his earliest. How he was led to undertake it, he has himself narrated in the advertisement to his first edition. But previously to 1841, the date of the first publication of the complete Fables, he tried the effect of a partial publication. In 1839, he published, anonymously, a little 12mo volume, La Fontaine, A Present for the Young. This, as appears from the title, was a book for children, and though the substance of these few and simpler fables may be traced in the later and complete edition, the latter shows a considerable improvement upon the work of his prentice hand. The complete work was published, as we have said, in 1841. It appeared in an expensive and sumptuous form, and was adorned with the French artist Granville's illustrations which had first appeared only 2 years previously in the Paris edition of La Fontaine's Fables, published by Fournier Aine. The book was well received both in America and England, and 4 other editions were speedily called for. The 6th edition, published in 1843, was a slightly expurgated one, designed for schools. The expurgation, however, almost wholly consisted of the omission bodily of 5 of the fables, whose places were, as Mr. Wright stated in his preface, filled by 6 original fables of his own. From his notice affixed to the 6th edition, it seems evident that he by no means relished the task, usually a hateful one, of expurgating his author. Having, however, been urged to the task by criticisms both friendly and unfriendly, as he says, he did it, and did it wisely because sparingly. But in his prefatory words, he in a measure protests. He says, "In this age, distinguished for almost everything more than sincerity, there are some people who would seem too delicate and refined to read their Bibles." And he concludes with the appeal, "But the unsophisticated lovers of nature, who have not had the opportunity to acquaint themselves with the French language, I have no doubt will thank me for interpreting to them these honest and truthful fictions of the frank old Jean, and will beg me to proceed no farther in the work of expurgation. The first of the substituted fables of the 6th edition, The Fly and the Game, given below may also be viewed as a protest to the same purpose. As a specimen of Mr. Wright's powers at once as an original poet and an original fabulist, we here print, for the first time in England, we believe the substituted fables of his 6th edition. We may add that they appeared in lieu of the following 5 fables as given in Mr. Wright's complete edition and in the present edition: The Bitch and Her Friend, The Mountain in Labor, The Young Widow, The Women and the Secret, and The Husband, the Wife, and the Thief. It should also be borne in mind that these original fables were inserted in an edition professedly meant for schools rather than for the general public. The Fly and the Game. A knight of powderhorn and shot once filled his bag as I would not, unless the feelings of my breast by poverty were sorely pressed with birds and squirrels for the spits of certain gormandizing cits. With merry heart the fellow went direct to Mr. Cent, who loved, as well was understood, whatever game was nice and good. This gentleman, with knowing air, surveyed the dainty lot with care, pronounced it racy, rich, and rare, and called his wife to know her wishes about its purchase for their dishes. The lady thought the creatures prime, and for their dinner just in time, so sweet they were and delicate, for dinner she could hardly wait. But now there came could luck be worse, just as the buyer drew his purse a bulky fly, with solemn buzz, and smelt, as an inspector does this bird and that, and said the meat, but here his words I won't repeat, was anything but fit to eat. Ah! Cried the lady, there's a fly I never knew to tell a lie, his coat, you see, is bottle green, he knows a thing or two I ween, my dear, I beg you do not buy such game as this may suit the dogs. So, on our peddling sportsman jogs, his soul possessed of this surmise, about some men as well as flies, a filthy taint they soonest find who are to relish filth inclined. The Dog and Cat. A dog and cat, messmates for life, were often falling into strife, which came to scratching, growls, and snaps, and spitting in the face, perhaps. A neighbor dog once chanced to call just at the outset of their brawl, and thinking Tray was cross and cruel, to snarl so sharp at Mrs. Mewell, growled rather roughly in his ear. "And who are you to interfere?" exclaimed the cat, while in his face she flew, and, as was wise, he suddenly withdrew. It seems, in spite of all his snarling, and hers, that Tray was still her darling. The Golden Pitcher. A father once, whose sons were 2, for each a gift had much ado. At last upon this course he fell. "My sons," said he, "within our well 2 treasures lodge, as I am told, the one a sunken piece of gold, a bowl it may be, or a pitcher. The other is a thing far richer. These treasures, if you can but find, each may be suited to his mind, for both are precious in their kind. To gain the one you'll need a hook, the other will but cost a look. But oh, of this, I pray, beware. You who may choose the tempting share, too eager fishing for the pitcher may ruin that which is far richer." Outran the boys their gifts to draw, but eagerness was checked with awe. How could there be a richer prize than solid gold beneath the skies? Or, if there could, how could it dwell within their own old, mossy well? Were questions which excited wonder, and kept their headlong avarice under. The golden cup each feared to choose, lest he the better gift should lose, and so resolved our prudent pair, the gifts in common they would share. The well was open to the sky. As o'er its curb they keenly pry, it seems a tunnel piercing through, from sky to sky, from blue to blue, and, at its nether mouth, each sees a brace of their antipodes with earnest faces peering up, as if themselves might seek the cup. "Ha!" said the elder with a laugh, "we need not share it by the half. The mystery is clear to me, that richer gift to all is free. Be only as that water true, and then the whole belongs to you." That truth itself was worth so much, it cannot be supposed that such a pair of lads were satisfied, and yet they were before they died. But whether they fished up the gold I'm sure I never have been told. Thus much they learned, I take for granted, and that was what their father wanted. If truth for wealth we sacrifice, we throw away the richer prize. Party strife. 'Mong the beasts a feud arose. The lion, as the story goes, once on a time laid down his scepter and his crown, and in his stead the beasts elected as often as it suited them a sort of king pro tem. Some animal they much respected. At first they all concurred. The horse, the stag, the unicorn were chosen each in turn, and then the noble bird that looks undazzled at the sun. But party strife began to run through burrow, den, and herd. Some beasts proposed the patient ox, and others named the cunning fox. The quarrel came to bites and knocks, nor was it duly settled till many a beast high-mettled had bought an aching head, or possibly had bled. The fox, as one might well suppose, at last above his rival rose, but truth to say, his reign was bootless, of honor being rather fruitless. All prudent beasts began to see the throne a certain charm had lost, and won by strife, as it must be, was hardly worth the pains it cost. So when his majesty retired, few worthy beasts his seat desired. Especially now stood aloof the wise of head, the swift of hoof, the beasts whose breasts were battle-proof. It consequently came to pass, not first, but, as we say, in fine, for king the creatures chose the ass he, for prime minister the swine. 'Tis thus that party spirit is prone to banish merit. The cat and the thrush. A thrush that sang one rustic ode once made a garden his abode, and gave the owner such delight, he grew a special favorite. Indeed, his landlord did his best to make him safe from every foe. The ground about his lowly nest was undisturbed by spade or hoe. And yet his song was still the same, it even grew somewhat more tame. At length Grimalkin spied the pet, resolved that he should suffer yet, and laid his plan of devastation so as to save his reputation, for, in the house from looks demure, he passed for honest, kind, and pure. Professing search of mice and moles, he through the garden daily strolls, and never seeks our thrush to catch, but when his consort comes to hatch, just eats the young ones in a batch. The sadness of the pair bereaved their generous guardian sorely grieved. But yet it could not be believed his faithful cat was in the wrong, though so the thrush said in his song. The cat was therefore favored still to walk the garden at his will, and hence the birds, to shun the pest, upon a pear tree built their nest. Though there it cost them vastly more, 'twas vastly better than before. And Gaffer Thrush directly found his throat, when raised above the ground, gave forth a softer, sweeter sound. New tunes, moreover, he had caught, by perils and afflictions taught, and found new things to sing about. New scenes had brought new talents out. So, while improved beyond a doubt, his own old song more clearly rang, far better than themselves, he sang the chants and trills of other birds. He even mocked Grimalkin's words with such delightful humor that he gained the Christian name of cat. Let genius tell in verse and prose how much to praise and friends it owes. Good sense may be, as I suppose, as much indebted to its foes. In 1844, Mr. Wright wrote the preface to the first collected edition of the works of the poet J.G. Whittier. And soon after he seems to have become completely absorbed in politics, and in the mighty anti-slavery struggle, which constituted the greater part of the politics of the United States in those and many succeeding years. He became a journalist in the anti-slavery cause, and in 1850 he wrote a trenchant answer to Mr. Carlyle's then just published latter-day pamphlets. Later on, slavery having been at length abolished, he appeared as a writer in yet another field, publishing several works, one as lately as 1877 on life assurance. London, 1881. Advertisement. To the first edition of this translation. 4 years ago, I dropped into Charles de Bayer's repository of foreign books in Broadway, New York, and there, for the first time, saw La Fontaine's Fables. It was a cheap copy, adorned with some 200 woodcuts, which, by their worn appearance, betokened an extensive manufacture. I became a purchaser, and gave the book to my little boy, then just beginning to feel the intellectual magnetism of pictures. In the course of the next year, he frequently tasked my imperfect knowledge of French for the story which belonged to some favorite vignette. This led me to inquire whether any English version existed, and not finding any, I resolved, though quite unused to literary exercises of the sort, to cheat sleep of an hour every morning till there should be one. The result is before you. If in this I have wronged La Fontaine, I hope the best-natured of poets, as well as yourselves, will forgive me and lay the blame on the better qualified, who have so long neglected the task. Cowper should have done it. The author of John Gilpin and the Retired Cat would have put La Fontaine into every chimney corner which resounds with the Anglo-Saxon tongue. To you who have so generously enabled me to publish this work with so great advantages, and without selling the copyright for the promise of a song, I return my heartfelt thanks. A hatchet-faced, spectacled, threadbare stranger knocked at your doors with a prospectus, unbacked by the trade, soliciting your subscription to a costly edition of a mere translation. It is a most inglorious, unsatisfactory species of literature. The slightest preponderance of that worldly wisdom which never buys a pig in a poke would have sent him and his translation packing. But a kind faith in your species got the better in your case. You not only gave the hungry-looking stranger your good wishes, but your good names. A list of those names it would delight me to insert, and I should certainly do it if I felt authorized. As it is, I hope to be pardoned for mentioning some of the individuals who have not only given their names, but expressed an interest in my enterprise which has assisted me in its accomplishment. Rev. John Pierpont, Prof. George Ticknor, Prof. Henry W. Longfellow, William H. Prescott, Esquire Hun, Theodore Lyman, Prof. Silliman, Prof. Denison Olmsted, Chancellor Kent William C. Bryant, Esquire Dr. J. W. Francis Hun, Peter A. J. Hun, Luther Bradish, and Prof. J. Molinard have special claims to my gratitude. The work as it is, not as it ought to be, I commit to your kindness. I do not claim to have succeeded in translating the inimitable La Fontaine. Perhaps I have not even a right to say in his own language. J.I. du moins ouvert le chemin. However this may be, I am gratefully your obedient servant, Elizur Wright, Jr. Dorchester, September, 1841. A preface on Fable, the Fabulists, and La Fontaine by the translator. Human nature, when fresh from the hand of God, was full of poetry. Its sociality could not be pent within the bounds of the actual. To the lower inhabitants of air, earth, and water, and even to those elements themselves, in all their parts and forms it gave speech and reason. The skies it peopled with beings, on the noblest model of which it could have any conception, to wit, its own. The intercourse of these beings, thus created and endowed from the deity kindled into immortality by the imagination, to the clod personified for the moment, gratified one of its strongest propensities, for man may well enough be defined as the historical animal. The faculty which, in after ages, was to chronicle the realities developed by time, had at first no employment but to place on record the productions of the imagination. Hence, fable blossomed and ripened in the remotest antiquity. We see it mingling itself with the primeval history of all nations. it is not improbable that many of the narratives which have been preserved for us, by the bark or parchment of the first rude histories, as serious matters of fact, were originally apologues or parables invented to give power and wings to moral lessons, and afterwards modified, in their passage from mouth to mouth, by the well-known magic of credulity. The most ancient poets grace their productions with apologues. Hesiod's Fable of the Hawk and the Nightingale is an instance. The fable or parable was anciently, as it is even now, a favorite weapon of the most successful orators. When Jotham would show the Shechemites the folly of their ingratitude, he uttered the fable of the fig tree, the olive, the vine, and the bramble. When the prophet Nathan would oblige David to pass a sentence of condemnation upon himself in the matter of Uriah, he brought before him the apologue of the rich man who, having many sheep, took away that of the poor man who had but one. When Joash, the king of Israel, would rebuke the vanity of Amaziah, the king of Judah, he referred him to the fable of the thistle and the cedar. Our blessed Savior, the best of all teachers, was remarkable for his constant use of parables, which are but fables we speak it with reverence adapted to the gravity of the subjects on which he discoursed. And, in profane history, we read that Stesichorus put the Himerians on their guard against the tyranny of Phalaris by the fable of the horse and the stag. Cyrus, for the instruction of kings, told the story of the fisher obliged to use his nets to take the fish that turned a deaf ear to the sound of his flute. Menenius Agrippa, wishing to bring back the mutinous Roman people from Mount Caesar, ended his harangue with the fable of the belly and the members. A Ligurian, in order to dissuade King Comnenus from yielding to the Phocians a portion of his territory as the site of Marseille, introduced into his discourse the story of the bitch that borrowed a kennel in which to bring forth her young, but when they were sufficiently grown, refused to give it up. In all these instances, we see that fable was a mere auxiliary of discourse and implement of the orator. Such, probably, was the origin of the apologues which now form the bulk of the most popular collections. Aesop, who lived about 600 years before Christ, so far as we can reach the reality of his life, was an orator who wielded the apologue with remarkable skill. From a servile condition, he rose, by the force of his genius, to be the counselor of kings and states. His wisdom was in demand far and wide, and on the most important occasions. The pithy apologues which fell from his lips, which, like the rules of arithmetic, solved the difficult problems of human conduct constantly presented to him, were remembered when the speeches that contained them were forgotten. He seems to have written nothing himself, but it was not long before the gems which he scattered began to be gathered up in collections as a distinct species of literature. The great and good Socrates employed himself, while in prison, in turning the fables of Aesop into verse. Though but a few fragments of his composition have come down to us, he may perhaps be regarded as the father of fable, considered as a distinct art. Induced by his example, many Greek poets and philosophers tried their hands in it. Archilochus, Alcaeus, Aristotle, Plato, Diodorus, Plutarch, and Lucian have left us specimens. Collections of fables bearing the name of Aesop became current in the Greek language. It was not, however, till the year 1447 that the large collection which now bears his name was put forth in Greek prose by Planudes, a monk of Constantinople. This man turned the life of Aesop itself into a fable, and La Fontaine did it the honor to translate it as a preface to his own collection. Though burdened with insufferable puerilities, it is not without the moral that a rude and deformed exterior may conceal both wit and worth. The collection of fables in Greek verse by Babrias was exceedingly popular among the Romans. It was the favorite book of the Emperor Julian. Only 6 of these fables, and a few fragments, remain, but they are sufficient to show that their author possessed all the graces of style which befit the apologue. Some critics place him in the Augustan age, others make him contemporary with Moschus. His work was versified in Latin at the instance of Seneca, and Quintilian refers to it as a reading book for boys. Thus, at all times, these playful fictions have been considered fit lessons for children, as well as for men, who are often but grown-up children. So popular were the fables of Babrias and their Latin translation during the Roman Empire that the work of Phaedrus was hardly noticed. The latter was a freedman of Augustus and wrote in the reign of Tiberius. His verse stands almost unrivaled for its exquisite elegance and compactness, and posterity has abundantly avenged him for the neglect of contemporaries. La Fontaine is perhaps more indebted to Phaedrus than to any other of his predecessors, and especially in the first 6 books, his style has much of the same curious condensation. When the seat of the empire was transferred to Byzantium, the Greek language took precedence of the Latin, and the rhetorician Euphonius wrote 40 fables in Greek prose, which became popular. Besides these collections among the Romans, we find apologues scattered through the writings of their best poets and historians, and embalmed in those specimens of their oratory which have come down to us. The apologues of the Greeks and Romans were brief, pithy, and epigrammatic, and their collections were without any principle of connection. But at the same time, though probably unknown to them, the same species of literature was flourishing elsewhere under a somewhat different form. It is made a question whether Aesop, through the Assyrians, with whom the Phrygians had commercial relations, did not either borrow his art from the Orientals or lend it to them. This disputed subject must be left to those who have a taste for such inquiries. Certain it is, however, that fable flourished very anciently with the people whose faith embraces the doctrine of metempsychosis. Among the Hindus, there are 2 very ancient collections of fables, which differ from those which we have already mentioned in having a principle of connection throughout. They are, in fact, extended romances or dramas in which all sorts of creatures are introduced as actors, and in which there is a development of sentiment and passion as well as of moral truth, the whole being wrought into a system of morals particularly adapted to the use of those called to govern. One of these works is called the Panchatantra, which signifies 5 books, or Pentateuch. It is written in prose. The other is called the Hitapatesa, or friendly instruction, and is written in verse. Both are in the ancient Sanskrit language and bear the name of a Brahmin, Vishnu Sarma, as the author. Sir William Jones, who is inclined to make this author the true Aesop of the world, and to doubt the existence of the Phrygian, gives him the preference to all other fabulists, both in regard to matter and manner. He has left a prose translation of the Hitapatesa, which, though it may not fully sustain his enthusiastic preference, shows it not to be entirely groundless. We give a sample of it, and select a fable which La Fontaine has served up as the 27th of his 8th book. It should be understood that the fable, with the moral reflections which accompany it, is taken from the speech of one animal to another. Vishnu Sarma, Sir William Jones has the name Vishnu Sarman. He says, further, that the word Hitapatesa comes from Hita, signifying fortune, prosperity, utility, and Upatesa, signifying advice, the entire word meaning salutary or amicable instruction. Ed. Frugality should ever be practiced, but not excessive parsimony. For see how a miser was killed by a bow drawn by himself. How was that? Said Hiranyaksha. In the country of Kalyanakataka, said Manthara, lived a mighty hunter named Baraza or Terrible. One day he went in search of game into a forest on the mountains Vindhya. When, having slain a fawn and taken it up, he perceived a boar of tremendous size. He therefore threw the fawn on the ground and wounded the boar with an arrow. The beast, horribly roaring, rushed upon him and wounded him desperately so that he fell, like a tree stricken with an axe. In the meanwhile, a jackal named Lougeri was roving in search of food and, having perceived the fawn, the hunter, and the boar all 3 dead, he said to himself, "What a noble provision is here made for me." As the pains of men assail them unexpectedly, so their pleasures come in the same manner. A divine power strongly operates in both. Be it so, the flesh of these 3 animals will sustain me a whole month, or longer. A man suffices for 1 month, a fawn and a boar for 2, a snake for a whole day, and then I will devour the bowstring. When the first impulse of his hunger was allayed, he said, "This flesh is not yet tender. Let me taste the twisted string with which the horns of this bow are joined." So saying, he began to gnaw it, but in the instant when he had cut the string, the severed bow leaped forcibly up and wounded him in the breast, so that he departed in the agonies of death. This I meant, when I cited the verse, "Frugality should ever be practiced," and see. What thou givest to distinguished men, and what thou eatest every day that, in my opinion, is thine own wealth. Whose is the remainder which thou hoardest? Works of Sir William Jones, Volume Roman 6, pp. 35-37. Edition 1799, 6 vols, 4-2 ed. It was one of these books which Chosroes, the king of Persia, caused to be translated from the Sanskrit into the ancient language of his country, in the 6th century of the Christian era, sending an embassy into Hindustan expressly for that purpose. Of the Persian book, a translation was made in the time of the Caliph Mansur, in the 8th century, into Arabic. This Arabic translation it is which became famous under the title of the Book of Kalila and Dimna, or the Fables of Bidpai. An English translation from the Arabic appeared in 1819, done by the Rev. Wyndham Knatchbull. Sir William Jones says that the word Bidpai signifies beloved or favorite physician, and he adds that the word Pilpai, which has taken the place of Bidpai in some editions of these fables, is the result simply of a blunder in copying the word Bidpai from the original. La Fontaine himself uses the word Pilpai twice in his fables, viz., in Fables Roman 12 and Roman 15, Book 12, ed. Kalila and Dimna are the names of two jackals that figure in the history, and Bidpai is one of the principal human interlocutors, who came to be mistaken for the author. This remarkable book was turned into verse by several of the Arabic poets, was translated into Greek, Hebrew, Latin, modern Persian, and, in the course of a few centuries, either directly or indirectly, into most of the languages of modern Europe. 41 of the unadorned and disconnected fables of Aesop were also translated into Arabic at a period somewhat more recent than the Hegira, and passed by the name of the Fables of La Fontaine. Their want of poetical ornament prevented them from acquiring much popularity with the Arabians, but they became well known in Europe, as furnishing a convenient textbook in the study of Arabic. The Hittapetza, the fountain of poetic fables, with its innumerable translations and modifications, seems to have had the greatest charms for the Orientals. As it passed down the stream of time, version after version, the ornament and machinery outgrew the moral instruction, till it gave birth, at last, to such works of mere amusement as the 1001 Nights. Fable slept, with other things, in the dark ages of Europe. Abridgments took the place of the large collections and probably occasioned the entire loss of some of them. As literature revived, fable was resuscitated. The Crusades had brought European mind in contact with the Indian works which we have already described in their Arabic dress. Translations and imitations in the European tongues were speedily multiplied. The Romance of the Fox, the work of Parrot de Saint Cloud, one of the most successful of these imitations, dates back to the 13th century. It found its way into most of the northern languages and became a household book. It undoubtedly had great influence over the taste of succeeding ages, shedding upon the severe and satirical wit of the Greek and Roman literature the rich, mellow light of Asiatic poetry. The poets of that age were not confined, however, to fables from the Hindu source. Marie de France, also in the 13th century, versified 100 of the fables of Aesop, translating from an English collection which does not now appear to be extant. Her work is entitled the Aesopit, or Little Aesop. Other versions with the same title were subsequently written. It was in 1447 that Planudes, already referred to, wrote in Greek prose a collection of fables, prefacing it with a life of Aesop, which for a long time passed for the veritable work of that ancient. In the next century, Abstemius wrote 200 fables in Latin prose, partly of modern, but chiefly of ancient invention. At this time, the vulgar languages had undergone so great changes that works in them of 2 or 3 centuries old could not be understood, and consequently, the Latin became the favorite language of authors. Many collections of fables were written in it, both in prose and verse. By the art of printing, these works were greatly multiplied, and again the poets undertook the task of translating them into the language of the people. The French led the way in this species of literature, their language seeming to present some great advantages for it. 100 years before La Fontaine, Carazet, Guillaume Gerault, and Philibert Hegeman had written beautiful fables in verse, which it is supposed La Fontaine must have read and profited by, although they had become nearly obsolete in his time. It is a remarkable fact that these poetical fables should so soon have been forgotten. It was soon after their appearance that the languages of Europe attained their full development, and, at this epoch, prose seems to have been universally preferred to poetry. So strong was this preference that Ogleby, the Scotch fabulist, who had written a collection of fables in English verse, reduced them to prose on the occasion of publishing a more splendid edition in 1668. It seems to have been the settled opinion of the critics of that age, as it has, indeed, been stoutly maintained since, that the ornaments of poetry only impair the force of the fable that the Muses, by becoming the handmaids of old Aesop, part with their own dignity without conferring any on him. La Fontaine has made such an opinion almost heretical. In his manner there is a perfect originality, and an immortality every way equal to that of the matter, which he gathered up from all parts of the great storehouse of human experience. His fables are like pure gold enveloped in solid rock crystal. In English, a few of the fables of Gay, of Moore, and of Cowper may be compared with them in some respects, but we have nothing resembling them as a whole. Gay, who has done more than any other, though he has displayed great power of invention, and has given his verse a flow worthy of his master, Pope, has yet fallen far behind La Fontaine in the general management of his materials. His fables are all beautiful poems, but few of them are beautiful fables. His animal speakers do not sufficiently preserve their animal characters. It is quite otherwise with La Fontaine. His beasts are made most nicely to observe all the proprieties not only of the scene in which they are called to speak, but of the great drama into which they are from time to time introduced. His work constitutes an harmonious whole. To those who read it in the original, it is one of the few which never cloy the appetite. As in the poetry of Burns, you are apt to think the last verse you read of him the best. But the main object of this preface was to give a few traces of the life and literary career of our poet. A remarkable poet cannot but have been a remarkable man. Suppose we take a man with native benevolence amounting almost to folly, but little cunning, caution, or veneration, good perceptive, but better reflective faculties, and a dominant love of the beautiful, and toss him into the focus of civilization in the age of Louis Roman XIV. It is an interesting problem to find out what will become of him. Such is the problem worked out in the life of Jean de La Fontaine, born on the 8th of July, 1621, at Château-d'Yeri. His father, a man of some substance and station, committed two blunders in disposing of his son. First, he encouraged him to seek an education for ecclesiastical life, which was evidently unsuited to his disposition. Second, he brought about his marriage with a woman who was unfitted to secure his affections or to manage his domestic affairs. In one other point he was not so much mistaken. He labored unremittingly to make his son a poet. Jean was a backward boy and showed not the least spark of poetical genius till his 22nd year. His poetical genius did not ripen till long after that time. But his father lived to see him all, and more than all, that he had ever hoped. The translator in his 6th edition replaced the next paragraph by the following remarks. The case is apparently, and only apparently, an exception to the old rule poet and nascitur, orator fit the poet is born, the orator is made. The truth is, without exception, that every poet is born such, and many are born such of whose poetry the world knows nothing. Every known poet is also somewhat an orator, and as to this part of his character, he is made. And many are known as poets who are altogether made. They are mere second-hand, or orator poets, and are quite intolerable unless exceedingly well made, which is, unfortunately, seldom the case. It would be wise in them to busy themselves as mere translators. Everyone who is born with propensities to love and wonder too strong and deep to be worn off by repetition or continuance, in other words, who is born to be always young is born a poet. The other requisites he has, of course. Upon him the making will never be lost. The richest gems do most honor to their polishing, but they are gems without any. So there are men who pass through the world with their souls full of poetry who would not believe you if you were to tell them so. Happy for them is their ignorance, perhaps. La Fontaine came near being one of them. All that is artificial in poetry to him came late and with difficulty. Yet it resulted from his keen relish of nature that he was never satisfied with his art of verse till he had brought it to the confines of perfection. He did not philosophize over the animals, he sympathized with them. A philosopher would not have lost a fashionable dinner in his admiration of a common ant-hill. La Fontaine did so once, because the well-known little community was engaged in what he took to be a funeral. He could not in decency leave them till it was over. Verse-making out of the question, this was to be a genuine poet, though, with commonplace mortals, it was also to be a fool. But we will first, in few words, dispatch the worst, for there is a very bad part of his life. It was not specially his life. It was the life of the age in which he lived. The man of strong amorous propensities, in that age and country, who was, nevertheless, faithful to vows of either marriage or celibacy, the latter vows, then proved sadly dangerous to the former, may be regarded as a miracle. La Fontaine, without any agency of his own affections, found himself married at the age of 26, while yet as immature as most men are at 16. The upshot was that his patrimony dwindled, and though he lived many years with his wife and had a son, he neglected her more and more, till at last he forgot that he had been married, though he unfortunately did not forget that there were other women in the world besides his wife. His genius and benevolence gained him friends everywhere with both sexes, who never suffered him to want, and who had never cause to complain of his ingratitude. But he was always the special favorite of the Aspasias who ruled France and her kings. To please them, he wrote a great deal of fine poetry, much of which deserves to be everlastingly forgotten. It must be said for him that his vice became conspicuous only in the light of one of his virtues. His frankness would never allow concealment. He scandalized his friends Boileau and Racine. Still, it is matter of doubt whether they did not excel him rather in prudence than in purity. But, whatever may be said in palliation, it is lamentable to think that a heaven-lighted genius should have been made, in any way, to minister to a hell-envenomed vice, which has caused unutterable woes to France and the world. Some time before he died, he repented bitterly of this part of his course, and labored, no doubt sincerely, to repair the mischiefs he had done. As we have already said, Jean was a backward boy. But under a dull exterior, the mental machinery was working splendidly within. He lacked all that outside care and prudence, that constant looking out for breakers, which obstruct the growth and ripening of the reflective faculties. The vulgar, by a queer mistake, call a man absent-minded, when his mind shuts the door, pulls in the latch string, and is wholly at home. La Fontaine's mind was exceedingly domestic. It was nowhere but at home when, riding from Paris to Château-Thierry, a bundle of papers fell from his saddlebow without his perceiving it. The mail carrier, coming behind him, picked it up, and overtaking La Fontaine, asked him if he had lost anything. "Certainly not," he replied, looking about him with great surprise. "Well, I have just picked up these papers," rejoined the other. "Ah, they are mine," cried La Fontaine. "They involve my whole estate." And he eagerly reached to take them. On another occasion, he was equally at home. Stopping on a journey, he ordered dinner at an hotel, and then took a ramble about the town. On his return, he entered another hotel, and, passing through into the garden, took from his pocket a copy of Livy, in which he quietly set himself to read till his dinner should be ready. The book made him forget his appetite, till a servant informed him of his mistake, and he returned to his hotel just in time to pay his bill and proceed on his journey. It will be perceived that he took the world quietly, and his doing so undoubtedly had important bearings on his style. We give another anecdote, which illustrates this peculiarity of his mind as well as the superlative folly of dueling. Not long after his marriage, with all his indifference to his wife, he was persuaded into a fit of singular jealousy. He was intimate with an ex-captain of dragoons, by name Poignant, who had retired to Château-Thierry, a frank, open-hearted man, but of extremely little gallantry. Whenever Poignant was not at his inn, he was at La Fontaine's, and consequently with his wife when he himself was not at home. Some person took it in his head to ask La Fontaine why he suffered these constant visits. "And why," said La Fontaine, "should I not? He is my best friend." "The public think otherwise," was the reply. "They say that he comes for the sake of Madame La Fontaine." "The public is mistaken, but what must I do in the case?" said the poet. "You must demand satisfaction, sword in hand, of one who has dishonored you." "Very well," said La Fontaine, "I will demand it." The next day he called on Poignant at 4 o'clock in the morning and found him in bed. "Rise," said he, "and come out with me." His friend asked him what was the matter, and what pressing business had brought him so early in the morning. "I shall let you know," replied La Fontaine, "when we get abroad." Poignant, in great astonishment, rose, followed him out, and asked whither he was leading. "You shall know by and by," replied La Fontaine, and at last, when they had reached a retired place, he said, "My friend, we must fight." Poignant, still more surprised, sought to know in what he had offended him, and moreover represented to him that they were not on equal terms. "I am a man of war," said he, "while, as for you, you have never drawn a sword." "No matter," said La Fontaine, "the public requires that I should fight you." Poignant, after having resisted in vain, at last drew his sword, and having easily made himself master of La Fontaine's, demanded the cause of the quarrel. "The public maintains," said La Fontaine, "that you come to my house daily, not for my sake but my wife's." "Ah, my friend," replied the other, "I should never have suspected that was the cause of your displeasure, and I protest I will never again put a foot within your doors." "On the contrary," replied La Fontaine, seizing him by the hand, "I have satisfied the public, and now you must come to my house every day or I will fight you again." The two antagonists returned, and breakfasted together in good humor. It was not, as we have said, till his 22nd year that La Fontaine showed any taste for poetry. The occasion was this: an officer, in winter quarters at Château d'Yeri, one day read to him, with great spirit, an ode of Malherbe beginning thus: Que dires vous, races futures, si quelquefois un vrai discours, vous recite les aventures de nos abominables jours. Or, as we might paraphrase it, what will ye say, ye future days, if I, for once, in honest rhymes, recount to you the deeds and ways of our abominable times? La Fontaine listened with involuntary transports of joy, admiration, and astonishment, as if a man born with a genius for music, but brought up in a desert, had for the first time heard a well-played instrument. He set himself immediately to reading Malherbe, passed his nights in learning his verses by heart, and his days in declaiming them in solitary places. He also read Voiture, and began to write verses in imitation. Happily, at this period, a relative named Pintrel directed his attention to ancient literature, and advised him to make himself familiar with Horace, Homer, Virgil, Terence, and Quintilian. He accepted this counsel. M. de Montcroix, another of his friends, who cultivated poetry with success, also contributed to confirm his taste for the ancient models. His great delight, however, was to read Plato and Plutarch, which he did only through translations. The copies which he used are said to bear his manuscript notes on almost every page, and these notes are the maxims which are to be found in his fables. Returning from this study of the ancients, he read the moderns with more discrimination. His favorites besides Malherbe were Corneille, Rabelais, and Marat. In Italian, he read Ariosto, Boccaccio, and Machiavel. In 1654 he published his first work, a translation of the Eunuch of Terence. It met with no success. But this does not seem at all to have disturbed its author. He cultivated verse-making with as much ardor and good humor as ever, and his verses soon began to be admired in the circle of his friends. No man had ever more devoted friends. Verses that have cost thought are not relished without thought. When a genius appears, it takes some little time for the world to educate itself to a knowledge of the fact. By one of his friends, La Fontaine was introduced to Fouquet, the Minister of Finance, a man of great power, and who rivaled his sovereign in wealth and luxury. It was his pride to be the patron of literary men, and he was pleased to make La Fontaine his poet, settling on him a pension of 1,000 francs per annum, on condition that he should produce a piece in verse each quartere condition, which was exactly complied with till the fall of the minister. Fouquet was a most splendid villain, and positively, though perhaps not comparatively, deserved to fall. But it was enough for La Fontaine that Fouquet had done him a kindness. He took the part of the disgraced minister, without counting the cost. His elegy to the nymphs of Vaux was a shield to the fallen man, and turned popular hatred into sympathy. The good-hearted poet rejoiced exceedingly in its success. Bonhomme was the appellation which his friends pleasantly gave him, and by which he became known everywhere, and never did a man better deserve it in its best sense. He was good by nature, not by the calculation of consequences. Indeed, it does not seem ever to have occurred to him that kindness, gratitude, and truth could have any other than good consequences. He was truly a Frenchman without guile, and possessed to perfection that comfortable trait in which French character is commonly allowed to excel the English good humor with the whole world. La Fontaine was the intimate friend of Molière, Boileau, and Racine. Molière had already established a reputation, but the others became known to the world at the same time. Boileau hired a small chamber in the Faubourg Saint-Germain, where they all met several times a week. For La Fontaine, at the age of 44, had left Château d'Yeri and become a citizen of Paris. Here they discussed all sorts of topics, admitting to their society chapelle a man of less genius but of greater conversational powers, than either of them a sort of connecting link between them and the world. 4 poets or 4 men could hardly have been more unlike. Boileau was blustering, blunt, peremptory, but honest and frank. Racine, of a pleasant and tranquil gaiety, but mischievous and sarcastic. Molière was naturally considerate, pensive, and melancholy. La Fontaine was often absent-minded, but sometimes exceedingly jovial, delighting with his sallies, his witty naivetes, and his arch simplicity. These meetings, which no doubt had a great influence upon French literature, La Fontaine, in one of his prefaces, thus describes: 4 friends, whose acquaintance had begun at the foot of Parnassus, held a sort of society, which I should call an academy, if their number had been sufficiently great, and if they had had as much regard for the muses as for pleasure. The first thing which they did was to banish from among them all rules of conversation, and everything which savors of the academic conference. When they met, and had sufficiently discussed their amusements, if chance threw them upon any point of science or belles lettres, they profited by the occasion. It was, however, without dwelling too long on the same subject, flitting from one thing to another like the bees that meet divers sorts of flowers on their way. Neither envy, malice, nor cabal had any voice among them. They adored the works of the ancients, never refused due praise to those of the moderns, spoke modestly of their own, and gave each other sincere counsel, when any one of them which rarely happened fell into the malady of the age, and published a book. The absent-mindedness of our fabulist not unfrequently created much amusement on these occasions, and made him the object of mirthful conspiracies. So keenly was the game pursued by Boileau and Racine, that the more considerate Molière felt obliged sometimes to expose and rebuke them. Once, after having done so, he privately told a stranger, who was present with them, the wits would have worried themselves in vain, they could not have obliterated the bonhomme. La Fontaine, as we have said, was an admirer of Rabelais, to what a pitch the following anecdote may show. At one of the meetings at Boileau's were present Racine, Vaillancourt, and a brother of Boileau's, a doctor of the Sorbonne. The latter took it upon him to set forth the merits of St. Augustine in a pompous eulogium. La Fontaine, plunged in one of his habitual reveries, listened without hearing. At last, rousing himself as if from a profound sleep, to prove that the conversation had not been lost upon him, he asked the doctor, with a very serious air, whether he thought St. Augustine had as much wit as Rabelais. The divine, surprised, looked at him from head to foot, and only replied, "Take care, Monsieur La Fontaine, you have put one of your stockings on wrong side outwards," which was the fact. It was in 1668 that La Fontaine published his first collection of fables, under the modest title Fables Choisies, Misses en Vers, in a quarto volume, with figures designed and engraved by Chauveau. It contained 6 books, and was dedicated to the Dauphin. Many of the fables had already been published in a separate form. The success of this collection was so great that it was reprinted the same year in a smaller size. Fables had come to be regarded as beneath poetry. La Fontaine established them at once on the top of Parnassus. The ablest poets of his age did not think it beneath them to enter the lists with him, and it is needless to say they came off second best. One of the fables of the first book is addressed to the Duc de la Rochefoucauld, and was the consequence of a friendship between La Fontaine and the author of the celebrated Maxims. Connected with the Duke was Madame Lafayette, one of the most learned and ingenious women of her age, who consequently became the admirer and friend of the fabulist. To her, he wrote verses abundantly, as he did to all who made him the object of their kind regard. Indeed, notwithstanding his avowed indolence, or rather passion for quiet and sleep, his pen was very productive. In 1669 he published Psyche, a romance in prose and verse, which he dedicated to the Duchess de Bouillon, in gratitude for many kindnesses. The prose is said to be better than the verse, but this can hardly be true in respect to the following lines, in which the poet, under the apt name of Polyphile in a hymn addressed to pleasure, undoubtedly sketches himself. Velupt, velupt, qui fus jadis maîtresse du plus bel esprit de la Grèce nimi de déni pas. Vinstien loger chez moi tu en I ciras passans employ, j'aime le jeu, l'amour, les livres, la musique, la ville et la campagne, and fin tout. Il en est rien qui nimi soit souverain bien, jusqu'au sombre plaisir d'un cœur mélancolique vins donc. The characteristic grace and playfulness of this seem to defy translation. To the mere English reader, the sense may be roughly given thus. Delight, delight, who didst as mistress hold the finest wit of Grecian mould, disdain not me. But come and make my house thy home. Thou shalt not be without employ, in play, love, music, books, I joy in town and country. And indeed there's not end to the luxury of sober thought, the sombre, melancholy mood, but brings to me the sovereign good. Come then and see. The same Polyphile, in recounting his adventures on a visit to the infernal regions, tells us that he saw, in the hands of the cruel Eumenides, les auteurs de maint hymen force elamant chich, et la dame cur interesse, la troupe des censeurs, pupil et l'amour rebelle, su en fin don't les vers ont noirce quelque belle. Artificers of many a loveless match, and lovers who but sought the pence to catch, the crew censorious, rebels against love, and those whose verses soiled the fair above. To be rebels against love was quite unpardonable with La Fontaine, and to bring about a hymen force was a crime, of which he probably spoke with some personal feeling. The great popularity of Psyche encouraged the author to publish 2 volumes of poems and tales in 1671 in which were contained several new fables. The celebrated Madame de Sévigné thus speaks of these fables in one of her letters to her daughter. But have you not admired the beauty of the 5 or 6 fables of La Fontaine contained in one of the volumes which I sent you? We were charmed with them the other day at M. de la Rochefoucauld's. We got by art that of the monkey and the cat. Then, quoting some lines, she adds, "This is painting, and the pumpkin and the nightingale they are worthy of the first volume." It was in his stories that La Fontaine excelled, and Madame de Sévigné expresses a wish to invent a fable which would impress upon him the folly of leaving his peculiar province. He seemed himself not insensible where his strength lay, and seldom ventured upon any other ground, except at the instance of his friends. With all his lightness, he felt a deep veneration for religion the most spiritual and rigid which came within the circle of his immediate acquaintance. He admired Jansenius and the Port Royalists, and heartily loved Racine, who was of their faith. Count Henry Louis de Lomne of Brienne, who, after being Secretary of State, had retired to the Oratoire, was engaged in bringing out a better collection of Christian lyrics. To this work he pressed La Fontaine, whom he called his particular friend, to lend his name and contributions. Thus the author of Psyche, Adonis, and Joconde was led to the composition of pious hymns and versifications of the Psalms of David. Gifted by nature with the utmost frankness of disposition, he sympathized fully with Arnauld and Pascal in the war against the Jesuits, and it would seem, from his Ballade sur Escobar, that he had read and relished the provincial letters. This ballad, as it may be a curiosity to many, shall be given entire. Ballade sur Escobar. Si a bon droit que elan condamni a Rome eleverk dieper, auteur de vains debats, ses sectateurs nous defendant en somptueux les plaisirs que elan gaut ici basse. En parodies allant au petit pas en y parvient, quoiqu'Arnauld nous en die, levelupt sans cause illibani. Vuton monter sur les celestes tour, kemen piru est grand rerverie, Escobar sate un kemen de valeurs. Il n'y dit pas quan put tour en ham cuisans, racen nous teint, en altercas pour un ferdu au bien pour une pomme mais quan le put pour 4 ou 5 ducats. Merm il sauchant quan put en certains, cas faire un serment plein de supercherie. Es abandoner aux douceurs de la vie. Es il est besoin conserver ses amours. Ni faut-il pas après cela quan cry, Escobar sate un kemen de valeurs. Au nom de Dieu, laissez-moi quelques sommes de ces écrits, dont chez lui elan fait casse. Questil besoin qua present je les nom, Roman tu en est tant quan ni les canoit pas, de leurs avis serves vous pour compaz en admettes que en votre library brûles Arnauld avec sa coterie, prise d'Escobar sini sont quesprits lords. Je vous le dis. Si en est point raillerie, Escobar sate un kemen de valeurs. Envoy. Toi, que allegorical pausa dans la voirie, quitines la base noire conciergerie. Lucifer, chef des infernals curs, pour éviter les traits de ta furie, Escobar sate un kemen de valeurs. Corneille Jansenius, the originator of the sect called Jansenists. Though he was Bishop of Ypres, his chief work, Augustinus, and his doctrines generally, were condemned by Popes Urban Roman VIII, and Innocent X as heretical 1641 and 1653. Ed. Arnauld. This was Antoine Arnauld, doctor of the Sorbonne, and one of the Arnaulds famous among the Port Royalists, who were Jansenists in opposition to the Jesuits. He was born in 1612 and died of voluntary exile in Belgium, 1694. Boileau wrote his epitaph, Ed Escobar, a Spanish Jesuit who flourished mostly in France and wrote against the Jansenists. Pascal, as well as La Fontaine, ridiculed his convenient principles of morality, he kemen de valeurs, as La Fontaine puts it. His chief work in moral theology was published in 7 vols, folio at Lyon, 1652-1663. He died in, ed. Thus does the Bonhomme treat the subtle Escobar, the prince and prototype of the moralists of expediency. To translate his artless and delicate irony is hardly possible. The writer of this hasty preface offers the following only as an attempted imitation. Ballad upon Escobar. Good cause has Rome to reprobate the bishop who disputes her, so His followers reject and hate all pleasures that we taste below. To heaven an easy pace may go, whatever crazy Arnold saith. Who aims at pleasure causeless wrath? Seek we the better world afar? We're fools to choose the rugged path. A velvet road hath Escobar. Although he does not say you can, should one with you for nothing strive, or for a trifle, kill the man you can for ducats 4 or 5. Indeed, if circumstances drive, defraud, or take false oaths you may, or to the charms of life give way, when love must needs the door unbar. Henceforth must not the pilgrim say, a velvet road hath Escobar. Now, would to God that one would state the pith of all his works to me. What boots it to enumerate, as well attempt to drain the sea? Your chart and compass let them be, all other books put under ban, burn Arnold and his rigid clan their blockheads if we but compare. It is no joke I tell you, man, a velvet road hath Escobar. Address. Thou warden of the prison black, who didst on heaven turn thy back, the chieftain of infernal war, to shun thy arrows and thy rack, a velvet road hath Escobar. The verses of La Fontaine did more for his reputation than for his purse. His paternal estate wasted away under his carelessness. For, when the ends of the year refused to meet, he sold a piece of land sufficient to make them do so. His wife, no better qualified to manage worldly gear than himself, probably lived on her family friends who were able to support her, and who seemed to have done so without blaming him. She had lived with him in Paris for some time after that city became his abode, but tiring at length of the city life, she had returned at Chedaudière and occupied the family mansion. At the earnest expostulation of Boileau and Racine, who wished to make him a better husband, he returned to Chedaudière himself in 1666 for the purpose of becoming reconciled to his wife. But his purpose strangely vanished. He called at his own house, learned from the domestic, who did not know him, that Madame La Fontaine was in good health, and passed on to the house of a friend, where he tarried 2 days, and then returned to Paris without having seen his wife. When his friends inquired of him his success with some confusion, he replied, I have been to see her, but I did not find her. She was well. 20 years after that, Racine prevailed on him to visit his patrimonial estate, to take some care of what remained. Racine, not hearing from him, sent to know what he was about, when La Fontaine wrote as follows. Poignant, on his return from Paris, told me that you took my silence in very bad part. The worse, because you had been told that I have been incessantly at work since my arrival at Chedaudière, and that, instead of applying myself to my affairs, I have had nothing in my head but verses. All this is no more than half true. My affairs occupy me as much as they deserve, to that is to say not at all, but the leisure which they leave me it is not poetry, but idleness which makes away with it. On a certain occasion, in the earlier part of his life, when pressed in regard to his improvidence, he gaily produced the following epigram, which has commonly been appended to his fables as the Epitaph of La Fontaine, written by himself. Jean SN à la comme il était venu, manger le fons avec le revenu tint les tresseurs chose plus nécessaire. Quant à son temps, bien sut le dispenser, du parts en fit, dont il sauloit passer Elizur dormir, et l'autre a ni rien faire. This confession, the immortality of which was so little foreseen by its author, liberally rendered, amounts to the following. John went as he came ate his farm with its fruits, held treasure to be but the cause of disputes, and, as to his time, be it frankly confessed, divided it daily as suited him best, gave a part to his sleep, and to nothing the rest. It is clear that a man who provided so little for himself needed good friends to do it, and heaven kindly furnished them. When his affairs began to be straightened, he was invited by the celebrated Madame de la Sablière to make her house his home, and there, in fact, he was thoroughly domiciliated for 20 years. I have sent away all my domestics, said that lady, one day. I have kept only my dog, my cat, and La Fontaine. She was, perhaps, the best educated woman in France, was the mistress of several languages, knew Horace and Virgil by heart, and had been thoroughly indoctrinated in all the sciences by the ablest masters. Her husband, M. Rambouillet de la Sablière, was secretary to the king and register of domains, and to immense wealth united considerable poetical talents, with a thorough knowledge of the world. It was the will of Madame de la Sablière that her favorite poet should have no further care for his external wants, and never was a mortal more perfectly resigned. He did all honor to the sincerity of his amiable hostess, and if he ever showed a want of independence, he certainly did not of gratitude. Compliments of more touching tenderness we nowhere meet than those which La Fontaine has paid to his benefactress. He published nothing which was not first submitted to her eye, and entered into her affairs and friendships with all his heart. Her unbounded confidence in his integrity she expressed by saying, "La Fontaine never lies in prose." By her death, in 1693, our fabulist was left without a home, but his many friends vied with each other which should next furnish one. He was then 72 years of age, had turned his attention to personal religion, and received the seal of conversion at the hands of the Roman Catholic Church. In his conversion, as in the rest of his life, his frankness left no room to doubt his sincerity. The writings which had justly given offense to the good were made the subject of a public confession, and everything in his power was done to prevent their circulation. The death of one who had done so much for him, and whose last days, devoted with the most self-denying benevolence to the welfare of her species, had taught him a most salutary lesson, could not but be deeply felt. He had just left the house of his deceased benefactress, never again to enter it, when he met M. de Hervart in the street, who eagerly said to him, "My dear La Fontaine, I was looking for you, to beg you to come and take lodgings in my house." "I was going thither," replied La Fontaine. A reply could not have more characteristic. The fabulist had not in him sufficient hypocrisy of which to manufacture the commonplace politeness of society. His was the politeness of a warm and unsuspecting heart. He never concealed his confidence in the fear that it might turn out to be misplaced. His second collection of fables, containing 5 books, La Fontaine published in 1678-9 with a dedication to Madame De Montespan. The previous 6 books were republished at the same time, revised and enlarged. The 12th book was not added till many years after, and proved, in fact, the Song of the Dying Swan. It was written for the special use of the young Duc de Bourgogne, the royal pupil of Fenelon, to whom it contains frequent allusions. The 11 books now published sealed the reputation of La Fontaine, and were received with distinguished regard by the king, who appended to the ordinary protocol, or imprimatur for publication, the following reasons. In order to testify to the author the esteem we have for his person and his merit, and because youth have received great advantage in their education from the fables selected and put in verse, which he has heretofore published. The author was, moreover, permitted to present his book in person to the sovereign. For this purpose he repaired to Versailles, and after having well delivered himself of his compliment to royalty, perceived that he had forgotten to bring the book which he was to present. He was, nevertheless, favorably received and loaded with presents. But it is added that, on his return, he also lost, by his absence of mind, the purse full of gold which the king had given him, which was happily found under a cushion of the carriage in which he rode. In his advertisement to the second part of his fables, La Fontaine informs the reader that he had treated his subjects in a somewhat different style. In fact, in his first collection, he had timidly confined himself to the brevity of Aesop and Phaedrus. But having observed that those fables were most popular in which he had given most scope to his own genius, he threw off the trammels in the second collection, and, in the opinion of the writer, much for the better. His subjects, too, in the second part, are frequently derived from the Indian fabulists, and bring with them the richness and dramatic interest of the Hittepatesa. Of all his fables, the oak and the reed is said to have been the favorite of La Fontaine, but his critics have almost unanimously given the palm of excellence to the animals sick of the plague, the first of the 7th book. Its exquisite poetry, the perfection of its dialogue, and the weight of its moral well entitle it to the place. That must have been a soul replete with honesty, which could read such a lesson in the ears of a proud and oppressive court. Indeed, we may look in vain through this encyclopedia of fable for a sentiment which goes to justify the strong in their oppression of the weak. Even in the midst of the fulsome compliments which it was the fashion of his age to pay to royalty, La Fontaine maintains a reserve and decency peculiar to himself. By an examination of his fables, we think, we might fairly establish for him the character of an honest and disinterested lover and respecter of his species. In his fable entitled Death and the Dying, he unites the genius of Pascal and Molière. In that of the two doves is a tenderness quite peculiar to himself, and an insight into the heart worthy of Shakespeare. In his Mogul's Dream are sentiments worthy of the very high priest of nature, and expressed in his own native tongue with a felicity which makes the translator feel that all his labors are but vanity and vexation of spirit. But it is not the purpose of this brief preface to criticize the Fables. It is sufficient to say that the work occupies a position in French literature, which, after all has been said that can be for Gay, Moore, and other English versifiers of fables, is left quite vacant in ours. Our author was elected a member of the French Academy in 1684 and received with the honor of a public session. He read on this occasion a poem of exquisite beauty addressed to his benefactress, Madame de la Sablière. In that distinguished body of men, he was a universal favorite, and none, perhaps, did more to promote its prime object, the improvement of the French language. We have already seen how he was regarded by some of the greatest minds of his age. Voltaire, who never did more than justice to merit other than his own, said of the Fables, "I hardly know a book which more abounds with charms adapted to the people, and at the same time to persons of refined taste. I believe that, of all authors, La Fontaine is the most universally read. He is for all minds and all ages." La Bruyère, when admitted to the Academy in 1693, was warmly applauded for his Epilogue upon La Fontaine, which contained the following words: "More equal than Marat, and more poetical than Voiture, La Fontaine has the playfulness, felicity, and artlessness of both. He instructs while he sports, persuades men to virtue by means of beasts, and exalts trifling subjects to the sublime, a man unique in his species of composition, always original, whether he invents or translates, who has gone beyond his models, himself a model hard to imitate." La Fontaine, as we have said, devoted his latter days to religion. In this he was sustained and cheered by his old friends Racine and de Montcroix. Death overtook him while applying his poetical powers to the hymns of the Church. To de Montcroix he wrote, a little before his death, "I assure you that the best of your friends cannot count upon more than 15 days of life. For these 2 months I have not gone abroad, except occasionally to attend the Academy, for a little amusement. Yesterday, as I was returning from it, in the middle of the Rue du Chantre, I was taken with such a faintness that I really thought myself dying. Oh, my friend, to die is nothing. But think you how I am going to appear before God? You know how I have lived. Before you receive this billet, the gates of eternity will perhaps have been opened upon me." To this, a few days after, his friend replied, "If God, in his kindness, restores you to health, I hope you will come and spend the rest of your life with me, and we shall often talk together of the mercies of God. If, however, you have not strength to write, beg M. Racine to do me that kindness, the greatest he can ever do for me. Adieu, my good, my old, and my true friend. May God, in his infinite goodness, take care of the health of your body and that of your soul." He died the 13th of April, 1695, at the age of 73, and was buried in the cemetery of the Saints Innocents. When Fenelon heard of his death, he wrote a Latin eulogium, which he gave to his royal pupil to translate. "La Fontaine is no more," said Fenelon, in this composition. "He is no more, and with him have gone the playful jokes, the merry laugh, the artless graces, and the sweet muses." The Fables of La Fontaine. To Monseigneur the Dauphin. I sing the heroes of old Aesop's line, whose tale, though false when strictly we define, containeth truths it were not ill to teach. With me all natures use the gift of speech, yea, in my work the very fishes preach, and to our human selves their sermons suit. 'Tis thus, to come at man, I use the brute. Son of a prince, the favourite of the skies, on whom the world entire hath fixed its eyes, who hence shall count his conquests by his days, and gather from the proudest lips his praise, a louder voice than mine must tell in song what virtues to thy kingly line belong. I seek thine ear to gain by lighter themes, slight pictures, decked in magic nature's beams, and if to please thee shall not be my pride, I'll gain at least the praise of having tried. This dedication prefaced La Fontaine's first collection of his fables, which comprised books I to Roman 6, published in 1668. The Dauphin was Louis, the only son of Louis Roman XIV, and Marita Ries of Austria. He was born at Fontainebleau in 1661 and died at Meudon Inn before his father, the Grand Monarch, had ceased to reign. The Dauphin being but a child, between 6 and 7 years old at the time of this dedication, La Fontaine's act may be viewed rather as an offering to the king than to the child himself. See the translator's preface. Book 1. I the Grasshopper and the Ant. A grasshopper gay sang the summer away, and found herself poor by the winter's first roar of meat or of bread, not a morsel she had, so a-begging she went to her neighbour the ant for the loan of some wheat which would serve her to eat till the season came round. I will pay you, she saith, on an animal's faith double weight in the pound ere the harvest be bound. The ant is a friend, and here she might mend, little given to lend. How spent you the summer? Quoth she, looking shame at the borrowing dame. Night and day to each comer I sang, if you please. You sang, I'm at ease, for 'tis plain at a glance, now ma'am, you must dance. For the story of this fable, as for the stories of so many of the fables which follow, especially in the first 6 books, La Fontaine is indebted to the father of fable, Aesop the Phrygian. See account of Aesop in the translator's preface. Roman 2, The Raven and the Fox. Perched on a lofty oak, Sir Raven held a lunch of cheese. Sir Fox, who smelt it in the breeze, thus to the holder spoke. "Ha, how do you do, Sir Raven? Well, your coat, sir, is a brave one, so black and glossy, on my word, sir, with voice to match, you are a bird, sir, well fit to be the phoenix of these days." Sir Raven, overset with praise, must show how musical his croak. Down fell the luncheon from the oak, which, snatching up, Sir Fox thus spoke. "The flatterer, my good sir, I lived on his listener, which lesson, if you please, is doubtless worth the cheese." A bit too late, Sir Raven swore the rogue should never cheat him more. Both Aesop and Phaedrus have a version of this fable. Roman 3, the frog that wished to be as big as the ox. The tenant of a bog, an envious little frog, not bigger than an egg a stately bullock spies, and smitten with his size, attempts to be as big. With earnestness and pains, she stretches, swells, and strains, and says, "Sis frog, look here, see me, is this enough?" "No, no." "Well then, is this?" "Po, po, enough, you don't begin to be." And thus the reptile sits, enlarging till she splits. The world is full of folks of just such wisdom. The lordly dome provokes the cit to build his dome. And, really, there is no telling how much great men set little ones a-swelling. The story of this fable is given in Horace, Satires, Roman 2. 3. Phaedrus and Carazet have also versions of it. For an account of Phaedrus and his fables, see the translator's preface. Gilles Carazet was one of the French fabulists immediately preceding La Fontaine. He was a Parisian bookseller author who lived between 1516 and 1568. Roman 4, the two mules. Two mules were bearing on their backs, one oats, the other silver of the tax. The latter, glorying in his load, marched proudly forward on the road, and from the jingle of his bell, 'twas plain he liked his burden well. But in a wildwood glen a band of robber men rushed forth upon the twain. Well with the silver pleased, they by the bridle seized the treasure mule so vain. Poor mule! In struggling to repel his ruthless foes, he fell stabbed through, and with a bitter sighing, he cried, "Is this the lot they promised me? My humble friend from danger free, while, weltering in my gore, I'm dying?" My friend, his fellow mule replied, it is not well to have one's work too high. If thou hadst been a miller's drudge, as I, thou wouldst not thus have died. The silver of the taxon allusion to the French gay bell, or old salt tax, which, like all taxes levied upon the mass of the people, was a very productive one. Its collection caused several peasants' insurrections. V. The Wolf and the Dog. A prowling wolf whose shaggy skin, so strict the watch of dogs had been, hid little but his bones, once met a mastiff dog astray. A prouder, fatter, sleeker tray no human mortal owns, Sir Wolf in famished plight, would fain have made a ration upon his fat relation. But then he first must fight, and well the dog seemed able to save from wolfish table his carcass snug and tight. So then, in civil conversation, the wolf expressed his admiration of Tray's fine case. Said Tray politely, yourself, good sir, may be as sightly quit, but the woods, advised by me, for all your fellows here, I see, are shabby wretches, lean and gaunt, belike to die of haggard want. With such a pack, of course it follows, one fights for every bit he swallows. Come then with me, and share on equal terms our princely fare. But what with you has one to do? Inquires the wolf. Light work indeed, replies the dog. You only need to bark a little now and then to chase off duns and beggar men, to fawn on friends that come or go forth, your master please, and so forth, for which you have to eat all sorts of well-cooked meat, cold pullets, pigeons, savory messes, besides unnumbered fond caresses. The wolf, by force of appetite, accepts the terms outright, tears glistening in his eyes, but faring on, he spies a galled spot on the mastiff's neck. What's that? He cries. Oh, nothing but a speck. A speck. Aye, 'tis not enough to pain me, perhaps the collar's mark by which they chain me. Chain you, what, run you not then just where you please, and when? Not always, sir, but what of that? Enough for me to spoil your fat, it ought to be a precious price, which could to servile chains entice, for me, I'll shun them while I've wit. So ran Sir Wolf, and runneth yet. Phaedrus, Roman 3. 7. The references to the Fables of Phaedrus are to Bohn's edition, which is from the critical edition of Aurelius, 1831. Romans 6, the heifer, the goat, and the sheep, in company with the lion. The heifer, the goat, and their sister the sheep, compacted their earnings in common to keep. Tease said, in time past, with a lion who swayed full lordship o'er neighbors of whatever grade. The goat, as it happened, a stag having snared, sent off to the rest, that the beast might be shared. All gathered. The lion first counts on his claws and says, "We'll proceed to divide with our paws the stag into pieces, as fixed by our laws." This done, he announces part first as his own. "'Tis mine," he says, "truly as lion alone. To such a decision there's naught to be said, as he who has made it is doubtless the head. Well also the second to me should belong. 'Tis mine, be it known, by the right of the strong. Again, as the bravest, the third must be mine. To touch but the fourth whoso maketh a sign, I'll choke him to death in the space of a breath." Phaedrus I5. From this fable come the French proverbial expression, la part du lion, and its English equivalent, the lion's share. Romans 7, the wallet. From heaven one day did Jupiter proclaim, "Let all that live before my throne appear. And there if anyone hath aught to blame, in matter, form, or texture of his frame, he may bring forth his grievance without fear. Redress shall instantly be given to each. Come, monkey, now, first let us have your speech. You see these quadrupeds, your brothers, comparing then yourself with others, are you well satisfied?" "And wherefore not?" says Jock. "Haven't I 4 trotters with the rest? Is not my visage comely as the best? But this, my brother Bruin, is a blot on thy creation fair, and sooner than be painted I'd be shot, were I, great sire, a bear." The bear approaching, doth he make complaint, not he himself he lauds without restraint. The elephant he needs must criticize, to crop his ears and stretch his tail were wise, a creature he of huge misshapen size. The elephant, though famed as beast judicious, while on his own account he had no wishes, pronounced Dame Whale too big to suit his taste, of flesh and fat she was a perfect waste. The little ant again pronounced the gnat too wee, to such a speck, a vast colossus she, each censured by the rest, himself content. Back to their homes all living things were sent. Such folly lieth yet with human fools, for others lynxes, for ourselves but moles. Great blemishes in other men we spy, which in ourselves we pass most kindly by, as in this world we're but wayfarers, kind heaven has made us wallet bearers. The pouch behind our own defects must store, the faults of others lodge in that before. One of Aesop's, Phaedrus also gives it, Book 410. Roman 8, The Swallow and the Little Birds. By voyages in air with constant thought and care, much knowledge had a swallow gained, which she for public use retained. The slightest storms she well foreknew, and told the sailors ere they blew. A farmer sowing hemp, once having found, she gathered all the little birds around and said, "My friends, the freedom let me take to prophesy a little, for your sake, against this dangerous seed. Though such a bird as I knows how to hide or fly, you birds a caution need. See you that waving hand? It scatters on the land what well may cause alarm. 'Twill grow to nets and snares, to catch you unawares, and work you fatal harm. Great multitudes I fear, of you my birdies dear, that falling seed so little will bring to cage or kettle, but though so perilous the plot, you now may easily defeat it. All lighting on the seeded spot, just scratch up every seed and eat it." The little birds took little heed, so fed were they with other seed. Anon the field was seen bedecked in tender green. The swallow's warning voice was heard again. "My friends, the product of that deadly grain seize now, and pull it root by root, or surely you'll repent its fruit." "False, babbling prophetess," says one, "you'd set us at some pretty fun. To pull this field 1,000 birds are needed, while thousands more with hemp are seeded. The crop now quite mature," the swallow adds, "thus far I've failed of cure, I've prophesied in vain against this fatal grain, it's grown. And now, my bonny birds, though you have disbelieved my words thus far, take heed at last, when you shall see the seed time past, and men, no crops to labor for on birds shall wage their cruel war, with deadly net and noose, of flying then beware, unless you take the air, like woodcock, crane, or goose. But stop, you're not in plight for such adventurous flight, or desert waves and sands, in search of other lands. Hence then, to save your precious souls, remaineth but to say, 'twill be the safest way to chuck yourselves in holes." Before she had thus far gone, the birdlings, tired of hearing, and laughing more than fearing, set up a greater jargon than did before the Trojan slaughter. The Trojans round old Priam's daughter, and many a bird in prison great, lamented soon a Trojan fate. 'Tis thus we heed no instincts but our own, believe no evil till the evil's done. Aesop, Priam's daughter Cassandra, who predicted the fall of Troy, and was not heeded. Roman 9, The City Rat and the Country Rat. A city rat, one night, did, with a civil stoop, a country rat invite to end a turtle soup. Upon a turkey carpet, they found the table spread, and sure I need not harp it how well the fellows fed. The entertainment was a truly noble one, but some unlucky cause disturbed it when begun. It was a slight rat-tat, that put their joys to rout, outran the city rat, his guest, too, scampered out. Our rats but fairly quit, the fearful knocking ceased. "Return we," cried the cit, "to finish there our feast." "No," said the rustic rat, "tomorrow dine with me. I'm not offended at your feast so grand and free. For I've no fare resembling, but then I eat at leisure, and would not swap, for pleasure so mixed with fear and trembling." Horace, Satires, Roman 2, 6, also in Aesop. X the wolf and the lamb. That innocence is not a shield, a story teaches, not the longest. The strongest reasons always yield to reasons of the strongest. A lamb her thirst was slaking, once, at a mountain rill. A hungry wolf was taking his hunt for sheep to kill, when spying on the streamlet's brink this sheep of tender age, he howled in tones of rage. How dare you roil my drink, your impudence I shall chastise. Let not your majesty, the lamb replies, decide in haste or passion, for sure 'tis difficult to think in what respect or fashion my drinking here could roil your drink, since on the stream your majesty now faces I'm lower down, full 20 paces. You roil it, said the wolf, and more, I know you cursed and slandered me a year ago. Oh no, how could I such a thing have done, a lamb that has not seen a year a suckling of its mother dear, your brother then. But brother I have none. Well, well, what's all the same, 'twas some one of your name, sheep, men, and dogs of every nation are wont to stab my reputation, as I have truly heard. Without another word, he made his vengeance good bore off the lambkin to the wood, and there, without a jury, judged, slew, and ate her in his fury. Phaedrus I won, also in Aesop. So the man and his image. To M. the Duc de la Rochefoucauld. A man who had no rivals in the love which to himself he bore esteemed his own dear beauty far above what earth had seen before, more than contented in his error. He lived the foe of every mirror. Officious fate, resolved our lover from such an illness should recover, presented always to his eyes the mute advisers which the ladies prize, mirrors in parlors, inns, and shops, mirrors the pocket furniture of fops, mirrors on every lady's zone, from which his face reflected shone. What could our dear Narcissus do? From haunts of men he now withdrew on purpose that his precious shape from every mirror might escape. But in his forest glen alone apart from human trace, a watercourse of purest source, while with unconscious gaze he pierced its waveless face, reflected back his own. Incensed with mingled rage and fright, he seeks to shun the odious sight, but yet that mirror sheet, so clear and still, he cannot leave, do what he will. Ere this, my story's drift you plainly see. From such mistake there is no mortal free. That obstinate self-lover the human soul doth cover. The mirror's follies are of others, in which, as all are genuine brothers, each soul may see to life depicted itself with just such faults afflicted. And by that charming placid brook, needless to say, I mean your maxim book. This is one of La Fontaine's most admired fables, and is one of the few for which he did not go for the groundwork to some older fabulist. The Duc de la Rochefoucauld, to whom it was dedicated, was the author of the famous Reflections et Maximes Morales, which La Fontaine praises in the last lines of his fable. La Rochefoucauld was La Fontaine's friend and patron. The Maxims had achieved a second edition just prior to La Fontaine's publication of this first series of his fables in 1668. The Rabbits, Book 10, Fable 15, published in the second collection in 1678-9, is also dedicated to the Duke, who died the following year, 1680. See translator's preface. Ladies Zone 1 of La Fontaine's commentators remarks upon this passage that it is no exaggeration of the foppishness of the times in which the poet wrote, and cites the instance that the canons of Saint Martin of Tours wore mirrors on their shoes, even while officiating in church. Roman 12, the dragon with many heads, and the dragon with many tails. An envoy of the Porte Sublime, as history says, once on a time, before Imperial German court did rather boastfully report the troops commanded by his master's firman as being a stronger army than the German, to which replied a Dutch attendant, "Our prince has more than one dependent who keeps an army at his own expense." The Turk, a man of sense, rejoined, "I am aware what power your emperor's servants share." It brings to mind a tale both strange and true, a thing which once myself I chanced to view. I saw come darting through a hedge which fortified a rocky ledge a hydra's 100 heads, and in a trice my blood was turning into ice. But less the harm than terror, the body came no nearer, nor could, unless it had been sundered, to parts at least 100. While musing deeply on this sight, another dragon came to light, whose single head avails to lead 100 tails, and, seized with juster fright, I saw him pass the hedge, head, body, tails, a wedge of living and resistless powers. The other was your emperor's force, this ours. The original of this fable has been attributed to the chief who made himself Emperor of Tartary and called himself Genghis Khan, B 1164, D 1227. He is said to have applied the fable to the Great Mogul and his innumerable dependent potentates. German court, the court of the Holy Roman Empire, is here meant. Roman 13, the thieves and the ass. Two thieves, pursuing their profession, had of a donkey got possession, whereon a strife arose, which went from words to blows. The question was to sell or not to sell, but while our sturdy champions fought it well, another thief who chanced to pass with ready wit rode off the ass. This ass is, by interpretation, some province poor or prostrate nation. The thieves are princes this and that, on spoils and plunder prone to fat, as those of Austria, Turkey, Hungary. Instead of two, I've quoted three enough of such commodity. These powers engaged in war all, some fourth thief stops the quarrel, according all to one key, by riding off the donkey. Aesop. Roman 14, Simonides preserved by the gods. 3 sorts there are, as Malherbe says, which one can never overpraise. The gods, the ladies, and the king, and I, for one, endorse the thing. The heart, praise tickles and entices, a fair one's smile, it oft the price is. See how the gods sometimes repay it. Simonides the ancients say it once undertook, in poem lyric, to write a wrestler's panegyric, which, ere he had proceeded far in, he found his subject somewhat barren. No ancestors of great renown, his sire of some unnoted town, himself as little known to fame, the wrestler's praise was rather tame. The poet, having made the most of whate'er his hero had to boast of, digressed, by choice that was not all Lux, to Castor and his brother Pollux, whose bright career was subject ample for wrestlers, sure, a good example. Our poet fattened on their story, gave every fight its place and glory, till of his panegyric words these deities had got 2/3. All done, the poet's fee a talent was to be. But when he comes his bill to settle, the wrestler, with a spice of metal, pays down 1/3 and tells the poet, the balance they may pay who owe it. The gods than I are rather debtors to such a pious man of letters. But still, I shall be greatly pleased to have your presence at my feast, among a knot of guests select, my kin, and friends I most respect. More fond of character than coffer, Simonides accepts the offer. While at the feast the party sit, and wine provokes the flow of wit, it is announced that at the gate 2 men, in haste that cannot wait, would see the bard. He leaves the table, no loss at all to T.S. noisy gabble. The men were Leda's twins, who knew what to a poet's praise was due, and, thanking, paid him by foretelling the downfall of the wrestler's dwelling. From which ill-fated pile, indeed, no sooner was the poet freed, than props and pillars failing, which held aloft the ceiling so splendid o'er them, it downward loudly crashed, the plates and flagons dashed, and men who bore them, and what was worse, full vengeance for the man of verse, a timber broke the wrestler's thighs, and wounded many otherwise. The gossip fame, of course, took care abroad to publish this affair. Miracle! The public cried, delighted. No more could God-beloved bard be slighted. His verse now brought him more than double, with neither duns, nor care, nor trouble. Woer laid claim to noble birth must buy his ancestors a slice, resolved no nobleman on earth should overgo him in the price. From which these serious lessons flow, fail not your praises to bestow on gods and godlike men. Again, to sell the product of her pain is not degrading to the muse. Indeed, her art they do abuse, who think her wares to use, and yet a liberal pay refuse. Whate'er the great confer upon her, they are honored by it while they honor. Of old, Olympus and Parnassus in friendship heaved their sky-crowned masses. Phaedrus, Roman 4, 24, Malherbe, see note to Fable I, Book 3. Roman 15, Death and the Unfortunate. A poor unfortunate from day to day called Death to take him from this world away. O Death, he said, to me how fair thy form, come quick, and end for me life's cruel storm. Death heard, and with a ghastly grin knocked at his door, and entered in, take out this object from my sight. The poor man loudly cried, its dreadful looks I can't abide, oh stay him, let him come no nigher, O Death, I pray thee to retire. A gentleman of note in Rome, Maecenas, somewhere wrote, make me the poorest wretch that begs, sore, hungry, crippled, clothed in rags, in hopeless impotence of arms and legs, provided, after all, you give the one sweet liberty to live. I'll ask of death no greater favor than just to stay away forever. Aesop Maecenas, Seneca's Epistles ci. Romans 16, Death and the Woodman. A poor woodchopper with his faggot load, whom weight of years as well as load oppressed, sore groaning in his smoky hut to rest, trudged wearily along his homeward road. At last his wood upon the ground he throws, and sits him down to think o'er all his woes. To joy a stranger, since his hapless birth, what poorer wretch upon this rolling earth? No bread sometimes, and ne'er a moment's rest, wife, children, soldiers, landlords, public tax, all wait the swinging of his old, worn axe, and paint the veriest picture of a man unblessed. On death he calls. Forthwith that monarch grim appears, and asks what he should do for him. Not much, indeed, a little help I lack to put these faggots on my back. Death ready stands all ills to cure, but let us not his cure invite. Than die, 'tis better to endure, is both a manly maxim and a right. Aesop, it is also in Karazit's Fables. Romans 17, the man between two ages and his two mistresses. A man of middle age, whose hair was bordering on the gray, began to turn his thoughts and care the matrimonial way. By virtue of his ready, a store of choices had he of ladies bent to suit his taste, on which account he made no haste. To court well was no trifling art. 2 widows chiefly gained his heart, the one yet green, the other more mature, who found for nature's wane in art a cure. These dames, amidst their joking and caressing the man they longed to wed, would sometimes set themselves to dressing his party-colored head, each aiming to assimilate her lover to her own estate. The older piecemeal stole the black hair from his poll, while eke, with fingers light, the young one stole the white. Between them both, as if by scald, his head was changed from gray to bald. For these, he said, your gentle pranks, I owe you ladies many thanks. By being thus well shaved, I less have lost than saved. Of Hymen, yet no news at hand, I do assure ye. By what I've lost, I understand it is in your way, not mine, that I must pass on. Thanks, ladies, for the lesson. Phaedrus Roman 2, Aesop. Roman 18, The Fox and the Stork. Old Mr. Fox was at expense, one day to dine old Mistress Stork. The fare was light, was nothing, sooth to say, requiring knife and fork. That sly old gentleman, the dinner giver, was, you must understand, a frugal liver. This once, at least, the total matter was thinnish soup served on a platter, for Madame's slender beak a fruitless puzzle, till all had passed the fox's lapping muzzle. But little relishing his laughter, old Gossip Stork, some few days after, returned his foxship's invitation. Without a moment's hesitation, he said he'd go, for he must own he ne'er stood with friends for ceremony. And so, precisely at the hour, he hied him to the lady's bower, where, praising her politeness, he finds her dinner right nice. Its punctuality and plenty, its viands, cut in mouthfuls dainty, its fragrant smell, were powerful to excite, had there been need, his foxish appetite. But now the dame, to torture him, such wit was in her, served up her dinner in vases made so tall and slim, they let their owner's beak pass in and out. But not, by any means, the fox's snout, all arts without avail, with drooping head and tail. As ought a fox a fowl had cheated, the hungry guest at last retreated. Ye knaves, for you is this recital, you'll often meet Dame Stork's requital. Phaedrus I-26, also in Aesop. Roman 19, The Boy and the Schoolmaster. Wise counsel is not always wise, as this my tale exemplifies. A boy that frolicked on the banks of Seine fell in and would have found a watery grave, had not that hand that planteth ne'er in vain a willow planted there, his life to save. While hanging by its branches as he might, a certain sage preceptor came in sight, to whom the urchin cried, "Save, or I'm drowned." The master, turning gravely at the sound, thought proper for a while to stand aloof, and give the boy some seasonable reproof. You little wretch. This comes of foolish playing, commands and precepts disobeying. A naughty rogue, no doubt, you are who thus requite your parents' care. Alas, their lot I pity much, whom fate condemns to watch o'er such. This having coolly said, and more, he pulled the drowning lad ashore. This story hits more marks than you suppose. All critics, pedants, men of endless prose, three sorts, so richly blessed with progeny. The house is blessed that doth not lodge any, may in it see themselves from head to toes. No matter what the task, their precious tongues must teach their help in need you ask, you first must hear them preach. A fable telling this story is in the collection of Arabic fables which bear the name of Lockman, or Lockman, a personage some identify with Aesop himself. Lockman is said to have flourished about 1050 BC, and even as the Phrygian slave Aesop was said to have been very ugly, so Lockman is described as an ugly black slave. See translator's preface. Rabelais also has a version of the story of this fable, Vidi Gargantua, Book 1, ch. Roman 42. Roman 20, the cock and the pearl. A cock scratched up, one day, a pearl of purest ray, which to a jeweler he bore. I think it fine, he said, but yet a crumb of bread to me were worth a great deal more. So did a dunce inherit a manuscript of merit, which to a publisher he bore. "'Tis good," said he, "I'm told, yet any coin of gold to me were worth a great deal more." Phaedrus, Roman 3, 11. Roman 21, the hornets and the bees. The artist by his work is known. A piece of honeycomb, one day discovered as a waif and stray, the hornets treated as their own. Their title did the bees dispute and brought before a wasp the suit. The judge was puzzled to decide, for nothing could be testified save that around this honeycomb there had been seen, as if at home, some longish, brownish, buzzing creatures, much like the bees in wings and features. But what of that? For marks the same, the hornets, too, could truly claim. Between assertion and denial, the wasp in doubt proclaimed new trial and, hearing what an anthill swore, could see no clearer than before. "What use, I pray, of this expense?" at last exclaimed a bee of sense. "We've labored months in this affair, and now are only where we were, meanwhile the honey runs to waste. 'Tis time the judge should show some haste. The parties, sure, have had sufficient bleeding, without more fuss of scrawls and pleading. Let's set ourselves at work, these drones and we, and then all eyes the truth may plainly see, whose art it is that can produce the magic cells, the nectar juice." The hornets, flinching on their part, show that the work transcends their art. The wasp at length their title sees, and gives the honey to the bees. Would God that suits at laws with us might all be managed thus, that we might, in the Turkish mode, have simple common sense for code. They then were short and cheap affairs, instead of stretching on like ditches, engulfing in their course all riches, the parties leaving for their shares the shells and shells there might be moister, from which the court has sucked the oyster. Phaedrus, Roman 3, 12. The court has sucked the oyster. The humorous idea of the lawyers, the litigants, and the oyster is more fully treated in Fable, Roman 9. Book 9. Roman 22, the oak and the reed. The oak one day addressed the reed. To you ungenerous indeed has nature been, my humble friend, with weakness I obliged to bend. The smallest bird that flits in air is quite too much for you to bear, the slightest wind that wreathes the lake your ever-trembling head doth shake. The while, my towering form dares with the mountain top the solar blaze to stop, and wrestle with the storm. What seems to you the blast of death, to me is but a zephyr's breath. Beneath my branches had you grown, that spread far round their friendly bower, less suffering would your life have known, defended from the tempest's power. Unhappily you oftenest show in open air your slender form, along the marshes wet and low, that fringe the kingdom of the storm. To you, declare I must, Dame Nature seems unjust. Then modestly replied the reed. Your pity, sir, is kind indeed, but wholly needless for my sake. The wildest wind that ever blew is safe to me compared with you. I bend indeed, but never break. Thus far, I own, the hurricane has beat your sturdy back in vain, but wait the end. Just at the word, the tempest's hollow voice was heard. The north sent forth her fiercest child, dark, jagged, pitiless, and wild. The oak erect endured the blow, the reed bowed gracefully and low. But gathering up its strength once more, in greater fury than before, the savage blast o'erthrew, at last, that proud, old, sky-encircled head, whose feet entwine the empire of the dead. The groundwork of this fable is in Aesop, and also in the Fables of Avianus. Flavius Avianus lived in the 5th century. His Aesopian fables were written in Latin verse. Caxton printed the Fables of Avian, translated into English, at the end of his edition of Aesop. This fable and the animals sick of the plague, Fable I, Book 7, are generally deemed La Fontaine's 2 best fables. The Oak and the Reed is held to be the perfection of classical fable, while The Animals Sick of the Plague is esteemed for its fine poetic feeling conjoined with its excellent moral teaching. See translator's preface. Book 2. I Against the Hard to Suit. Were I a pet of fair Calliope, I would devote the gifts conferred on me to dress in verse old Aesop's lies divine for verse, and they, and truth, do well combine, but not a favorite on the Muses' hill, I dare not arrogate the magic skill to ornament these charming stories. A bard might brighten up their glories, no doubt. I try what one more wise must do. Thus much I have accomplished hitherto, by help of my translation. The beasts hold conversation, in French, as ne'er they did before. Indeed, to claim a little more, the plants and trees with smiling features are turned by me to talking creatures. Who says that this is not enchanting? Ah, says the critics, hear what vaunting from one whose work all told no more is than half a dozen baby stories. Would you a theme more credible, my censors, in graver tone, and style which now and then soars, then list? For 10 long years the men of Troy, by means that only heroes can employ, had held the allied hosts of Greece at bay, their minings, batterings, stormings day by day, their 100 battles on the crimson plain, their blood of 1,000 heroes, all in vain when, by Minerva's art, a horse of wood of lofty size before their city stood, whose flanks immense the sage Ulysses hold, brave Diomed, and Ajax fierce and bold, whom, with their myrmidons, the huge machine would bear within the fated town unseen. To wreak upon its very gods their rage unheard of stratagem in any age, which well its crafty authors did repay. Enough, enough, our critic folks will say. Your period excites alarm, lest you should do your lungs some harm, And then your monstrous wooden horse, with squadrons in it at their ease, is even harder to endorse than Renard cheating Raven of his cheese. And more than that, it fits you ill to wield the old heroic quill. Well then, a humbler tone, if such your will is. Long sighed and pined the jealous Amaryllis for her Alcippus, in the sad belief none save her sheep and dog would know her grief. Theseus, who knows, among the willow slips, and hears the gentle shepherdess's lips beseech the kind and gentle Zephyr to bear these accents to her lover. Stop, says my censor. To laws of rhyme quite irreducible, that couplet needs again the crucible. Poetic men, sir, must nicely shun the shocks of rhymes unorthodox. A curse on critics. Hold your tongue. Know I not how to end my song, of time and strength what greater waste than my attempt to suit your taste. Some men more nice than wise, there's naught that satisfies. Phaedrus, Book 4:7. The plants and trees. Aristotle's rule for pure fable is that its dramatis personae should be animals only, excluding man. Dr. Johnson, writing upon Gay's fables, agrees in this dictum, generally. But hardly any of the fabulists, from Aesop downwards, seem to have bound themselves by the rule. And in this fable we have La Fontaine rather exulting in his assignment of speech. And see, not only to the lower animals but to plants and trees, and see, as well as otherwise defying the hard to suit, i.e., the critics. Half a dozen baby stories here. La Fontaine exalts his muse as a fabulist. This is in reply to certain of his critics who pronounced his work puerile and pretended to wish him to adopt the higher forms of poetry. Some of the fables of the first 6 books were originally published in a semi-private way before 1668. See the translator's preface. La Fontaine defends his art as a writer of fables also in Book 3. Fable I, Book 5. Fable I, Book 6. Fable I, Book 7. Introduction, Book 8. Fable Roman 4, and Book 9. Fable I. Roman 2, the council held by the rats. Old Rodillard, a certain cat, such havoc of the rats had made. 'Twas difficult to find a rat with nature's debt unpaid. The few that did remain to leave their holes afraid from usual food abstain, not eating half their fill. And wonder no one will that one who made of rats his revel, with rats passed not for cat, but devil. Now on a day, this dread rat-eater, who had a wife, went out to meet her, and while he held his caterwauling, the unkilled rats, their chapter calling, discussed the point in grave debate, how they might shun impending fate. Their dean, a prudent rat, thought best, and better soon than late, to bell the fatal cat, that, when he took his hunting round, the rats, well cautioned by the sound, might hide in safety underground. Indeed, he knew no other means. And all the rest at once confessed their minds were with the dean's. No better plan, they all believed, could possibly have been conceived. No doubt the thing would work right well, if anyone would hang the bell. But one by one said every rat, "I'm not so big a fool as that." The plan, knocked up in this respect, the council closed without effect. And many a council I have seen, or reverend chapter with its dean that, thus resolving wisely, fell through like this precisely. To argue or refute wise counselors abound. The man to execute is harder to be found. Ferno and Abstemius both have fables upon this subject. Gabriel Ferno, 1500–1561, was an Italian writer who published fables in Latin. Perrault translated these into French verse and published them at Paris in 1699. Ferno was also a famous editor of Terence. Laurentius Abstemius, or Astemio, was an Italian fabulist of the 15th century. After their first publication, his fables often appeared in editions of Aesop. Rodilard, the name no doubt taken from the famous cat Rodilardus Bacon Nauer in Rabelais Pantagruel Roman 4, ch. Elexfa. Roman 3, the wolf accusing the fox before the monkey. A wolf, affirming his belief that he had suffered by a thief, brought up his neighbor fox, of whom it was by all confessed. His character was not the best to fill the prisoner's box. As judge between these vermin, a monkey graced the ermine, and truly other gifts of Themis did scarcely seem his, for while each party plead his cause, appealing boldly to the laws, and much the question vexed, our monkey sat perplexed. Their words and wrath expended, their strife at length was ended, when by their malice taught, the judge this judgment brought. Your characters, my friends, I long have known, as on this trial clearly shown, and hence I find you both the grounds at large to state would little profit you wolf, in short, as bringing groundless charge, you fox, as guilty of it. Come at it right or wrong, the judge opined no other than a villain could be fined. Phaedrus, I-10, Themis the goddess of justice. So Philip of Macedon is said to have decided a suit by condemning the defendant to banishment and the plaintiff to follow him. The wisdom of each decision lies in taking advantage of a doubtful case to convict two well-known rogues of previous bad character. Roman 4, the two bulls and the frog. Two bulls engaged in shocking battle, both for a certain heifer's sake and lordship over certain cattle. A frog began to groan and quake. "But what is this to you?" inquired another of the croaking crew. "Why, sister, don't you see the end of this will be that one of these big brutes will yield and then be exiled from the field, no more permitted on the grass to feed. He'll forage through our marsh on rush and reed, and while he eats or chews the cud, will trample on us in the mud. Alas! To think how frogs must suffer by means of this proud lady heifer. This fear was not without good sense. One bull was beat, and much to their expense, for, quick retreating to their reedy bower, he trod on 20 of them in an hour. Of little folks it oft has been the fate to suffer for the follies of the great. Phaedrus I-30. V. The Bat and the Two Weasels. A blundering bat once stuck her head into a wakeful weasel's bed, whereat the mistress of the house, a deadly foe of rats and mice, was making ready in a trice to eat the stranger as a mouse. "What, do you dare," she said, "to creep in the very bed I sometimes sleep in now, after all the provocation I've suffered from your thievish nation? Are you not really a mouse, that knowing pest of every house, your special aim to do the cheese ill? Aye, that you are, or I'm no weasel." "I beg your pardon," said the bat. "My kind is very far from that. What, I a mouse? Who told you such a lie? Why, ma'am, I am a bird, and, if you doubt my word, just see the wings with which I fly. Long live the mice that cleave the sky." These reasons had so fair a show, the weasel let the creature go. By some strange fancy led, the same wise blunderhead, but 2 or 3 days later, had chosen for her rest another weasel's nest, this last of birds a special hater. New peril brought this step absurd, without a moment's thought or puzzle, Dame Weasel oped her peaked muzzle to eat intruder as a bird. "Hold, do not wrong me," cried the bat. "I'm truly no such thing as that. Your eyesight strange conclusions gathers. What makes a bird, I pray? Its feathers. I'm cousin of the mice and rats. Great Jupiter confound the cats." The bat, by such adroit replying, twice saved herself from dying. And many a human stranger thus turns his coat in danger, and sings, as suits where'er he goes, "God save the king, or save his foes." Aesop, or save his foes. La Fontaine's last line is "Vive le roi, vive la ligue," conveying an allusion to the Holy League of the French Catholic party, which, under the guises, brought about the war with Henry Roman III, and the Huguenots, which ended, for a time, in the Edict of Nantes, promulgated by Henry Roman IV. in 1598. Roman 6, the bird wounded by an arrow. A bird with plumed arrow shot, in dying case deplored her lot. "Alas," she cried, "the anguish of the thought, This ruin partly by myself was brought, hard-hearted men, from us to borrow what wings to us the fatal arrow, but mock us not, ye cruel race, for you must often take our place. The work of half the human brothers is making arms against the others. Aesop. Romans 7, The Bitch and Her Friend. A bitch that felt her time approaching and had no place for parturition went to a female friend and, broaching her delicate condition, got leave herself to shut within the other's hut. At proper time the lender came her little premises to claim. The bitch crawled meekly to the door and humbly begged a fortnight more. Her little pups, she said, could hardly walk. In short, the lender yielded to her talk. The second term expired. The friend had come to take possession of her house and home. The bitch, this time, as if she would have bit her, replied, "I'm ready, madam, with my litter, to go when you can turn me out." Her pups, you see, were fierce and stout. The creditor, from whom a villain borrows, will fewer shillings get again than sorrows. If you have trusted people of this sort, you'll have to plead and dun and fight. In short, if in your house you let one step a foot, he'll surely step the other in to boot. Phaedrus I-19. See the translator's preface. Roman 8, The Eagle and the Beetle. John Rabbit, by Dame Eagle chased, was making for his hole in haste, when on his way he met a beetle's burrow. I leave you all to think if such a little chink could to a rabbit give protection thorough. But since no better could be got, John Rabbit there was fain to squat. Of course, in an asylum so absurd, John felt ere long the talons of the bird. But first the beetle, interceding, cried, "Great queen of birds, it cannot be denied that, maugre my protection, you can bear my trembling guest, John Rabbit, through the air. But do not give me such affront, I pray, and since he craves your grace, in pity of his case, grant him his life or take us both away, for he's my gossip, friend, and neighbor." In vain the beetle's friendly labor, the eagle clutched her prey without reply, and as she flapped her vasty wings to fly, struck down our orator and stilled him. The wonder is she hadn't killed him. The beetle soon, of sweet revenge in quest, flew to the old, gnarled mountain oak which proudly bore that haughty eagle's nest. And while the bird was gone, her eggs, her cherished eggs, he broke, not sparing one. Returning from her flight, the eagle's cry of rage and bitter anguish filled the sky. But by excessive passion blind, her enemy she failed to find. Her wrath in vain, that year it was her fate to live a mourning mother desolate. The next she built a loftier nest. 'Twas vain, the beetle found and dashed her eggs again. John Rabbit's death was thus revenged anew. The second mourning for her murdered brood was such, that through the giant mountain wood, for 6 long months, the sleepless echo flew. The bird, once Ganymede, now made her prayer to Jupiter for aid and, laying them within his godship's lap, she thought her eggs now safe from all mishap. The god his own could not but make them no wretch would venture there to break them. And no one did. Their enemy, this time upsoaring to a place sublime, let fall upon his royal robes some dirt, which Jove just shaking, with a sudden flirt, threw out the eggs, no one knows whither. When Jupiter informed her how th event occurred by purest accident, the eagle raved. There was no reasoning with her. She gave out threats of leaving court, to make the desert her resort, and other braveries of this sort. Poor Jupiter in silence heard the uproar of his favorite bird. Before his throne the beetle now appeared, and by a clear complaint the mystery cleared. The god pronounced the eagle in the wrong. But still, their hatred was so old and strong, these enemies could not be reconciled and, that the general peace might not be spoiled, the best that he could do the god arranged. That thence the eagle's pairing should be changed, to come when beetle folks are only found concealed and dormant underground. Aesop. Roman 9, the lion and the gnat. Go, paltry insect, nature's meanest brat. Thus said the royal lion to the gnat. The gnat declared immediate war. Think you, said he, your royal name to me worth caring for? Think you I tremble at your power or fame? The ox is bigger far than you, yet him I drive and all his crew. This said, as one that did no fear owe, himself he blew the battle charge, himself both trumpeter and hero. At first he played about at large, then on the lion's neck at leisure settled, and there the royal beast full sorely nettled. With foaming mouth and flashing eye he roars. All creatures hide or fly, such mortal terror at the work of one poor gnat, with constant change of his attack, the snout now stinging, now the back, and now the chambers of the nose, the pygmy fly no mercy shows. The lion's rage was at its height, his viewless foe now laughed outright. When on his battleground he saw that every savage tooth and claw had got its proper beauty by doing bloody duty, himself, the hapless lion, tore his hide and lashed with sounding tail from side to side. Ah! Bootless blow and bite and curse, he beat the harmless air, and worse, for though so fierce and stout, by effort wearied out, he fainted, fell, gave up the quarrel. The gnat retires with verdant laurel. Now rings his trumpet clang, as at the charge it rang. But while his triumph note he blows, straight on our valiant conqueror goes a spider's ambuscade to meet, and make its web his winding sheet. We often have the most to fear from those we most despise. Again, great risks a man may clear, who by the smallest dies. Aesop. X the ass loaded with sponges, and the ass loaded with salt. A man, whom I shall call an assateer, his scepter like some Roman emperor bearing, drove on 2 coursers of protracted ear. The one, with sponges laden, briskly faring, the other lifting legs as if he trod on eggs with constant need of goading, and bags of salt for loading. O'er hill and dale our merry pilgrims passed, till, coming to a river's ford at last, they stopped quite puzzled on the shore. Our assateer had crossed the stream before, so, on the lighter beast astride, he drives the other, spite of dread, which, loath indeed to go ahead, into a deep hole turns aside, and facing right about, where he went in, comes out, for duckings 2 or 3 had power the salt to melt, so that the creature felt his burdened shoulders free. The sponger, like a sequent sheep pursuing through the water deep into the same hole, plunges himself, his rider, and the sponges. All 3 drank deeply. Assateer and ass for boon companions of their load might pass, which last became so sore a weight. The ass fell down, belike to drown, his rider risking equal fate. A helper came, no matter who, the moral needs no more ado that all can't act alike, the point I wish to strike. Aesop. Say the lion and the rat. To show to all your kindness it behoves, there's none so small but you his aid may need. I quote 2 fables for this weighty creed, which either of them fully proves. From underneath the sward a rat, quite off his guard, popped out between a lion's paws. The beast of royal bearing showed what a lion was the creature's life by sparing a kindness well repaid. For, little as you would have thought his majesty would ever need his aid, it proved full soon a precious boon. Forth issuing from his forest glen explore the haunts of men, in lion net his majesty was caught, from which his strength and rage served not to disengage. The rat ran up, with grateful glee, gnawed off a rope, and set him free. By time and toil, we sever what strength and rage could never. Aesop, in the original editions of La Fontaine's Fables, Zi and Roman 12, are printed together and headed Fables Zi et Roman 12. Roman 12, the dove and the ant. The same instruction we may get from another couple, smaller yet. A dove came to a brook to drink, when, leaning o'er its crumbling brink, an ant fell in and vainly tried, in this, to her, an ocean tide, to reach the land. Whereat the dove, with every living thing in love, was prompt a spire of grass to throw her, by which the ant regained the shore. A barefoot scamp, both mean and sly, soon after chanced this dove to spy, and, being armed with bow and arrow, the hungry codger doubted not the bird of Venus in his pot would make a soup before the morrow. Just as his deadly bow he drew, our ant just bit his heel. Roused by the villain's squeal, the dove took timely hint and flew far from the rascal's coop, and with her flew his soup. Aesop. Roman 13, the astrologer who stumbled into a well. To an astrologer who fell plump to the bottom of a well, poor blockhead, cried a passerby, not see your feet and read the sky. This upshot of a story will suffice to give a useful hint to most, for few there are in this our world so wise as not to trust in star or ghost, or cherish secretly the creed that men the book of destiny may read. This book, by Homer and his pupils sung, what is it in plain common sense, but what was chance those ancient folks among, and with ourselves, God's providence. Now chance doth bid defiance to everything like science. 'Twere wrong, if not, to call it hazard, fortune, lot things palpably uncertain. But from the purposes divine, the deep of infinite design, who boasts to lift the curtain, whom but himself doth God allow to read his bosom thoughts? And how would he imprint upon the stars sublime the shrouded secrets of the night of time, and all for what? To exercise the wit of those who on astrology have writ, to help us shun inevitable ills, to poison for us even pleasure's rills, the choicest blessings to destroy, exhausting, ere they come, their joy. Such faith is worse than error tease a crime. The sky host moves and marks the course of time. The sun sheds on our nicely measured days the glory of his night-dispelling rays, and all from this we can divine is, that they need to rise and shine, to roll the seasons, ripen fruits, and cheer the hearts of men and brutes. How tallies this revolving universe with human things, eternally diverse? Ye horoscopers, waning quacks, please turn on Europe's courts your backs, and taking on your traveling lists the bellows-blowing alchemists, budge off together to the land of mists. But I've digressed. Return we now, bethinking of our poor starman, whom we left a-drinking. Besides the folly of his lying trade, this man the type may well be made of those who at chimeras stare when they should mind the things that are. Aesop, Diogenes Laertius tells the story of this fable of Thales of Miletus. It is said that once Thales was led out of his house by an old woman for the purpose of observing the stars, and he fell into a ditch and bewailed himself. On which the old woman said to him, "Do you, O Thales, who cannot see what is under your feet, think that thou shalt understand what is in heaven?" Diogenes Laertius, Bones edition. Roman 14, the hare and the frogs. Once in his bed deep mused the hare, what else but muse could he do there? And soon by gloom was much afflicted, to gloom the creatures much addicted. Alas, these constitutions nervous, he cried, how wretchedly they serve us, we timid people, by their action, can't eat nor sleep with satisfaction, we can't enjoy a pleasure single, but with some misery it must mingle. Myself, for one, am forced by cursed fear to sleep with open eye as well as ear. Correct yourself, says some adviser. Grows fear by such advice the wiser? Indeed, I well enough discray that men have fear, as well as I, with such revolving thoughts our hair kept watch in soul-consuming care. A passing shade, or leaflet's quiver would give his blood a boiling fever. Full soon, his melancholy soul aroused from dreaming doze by noise too slight for foes, he scuds in haste to reach his hole. He passed a pond, and from its border bogs, plunge after plunge, in leaped the timid frogs. Aha! I do to them, I see, he cried. What others do to me, the sight of even me, a hare, sufficeth some, I find, to scare. And here the terror of my tramp hath put to rout, it seems, a camp, the trembling fools. They take me for the very thunderbolt of war. I see, the coward never skulked a foe that might not scare a coward still below. Aesop. Roman 15, the cock and the fox. Upon a tree there mounted guard a veteran cock, adroit and cunning, when to the roots a fox up running spoke thus in tones of kind regard. Our quarrel, brother, set an end, henceforth I hope to live your friend, for peace now reigns throughout the animal domains. I bear the news, come down, I pray, and give me the embrace fraternal, and please, my brother, don't delay. So much the tidings do concern all, that I must spread them far today. Now you and yours can take your walks without a fear or thought of hawks. And should you clash with them or others, in us you'll find the best of brothers, for which you may, this joyful night, your merry bonfires light. But first, let's seal the bliss with one fraternal kiss. Good friend, the cock replied, upon my word, a better thing I never heard, and doubly I rejoice to hear it from your voice, and really there must be something in it, for yonder come two greyhounds, which I flatter myself are couriers on this very matter. They come so fast, they'll be here in a minute. I'll down, and all of us will seal the blessing with general kissing and caressing. Adieu, said Fox. My errand's pressing, I'll hurry on my way and will rejoice some other day. So off the fellow scampered, quick and light, to gain the foxholes of a neighboring height, less happy in his stratagem than flight. The cock laughed sweetly in his sleeve, 'tis doubly sweet deceiver to deceive. Aesop. Romans 16, the raven wishing to imitate the eagle. The bird of Jove bore off a mutton, a raven being witness. That weaker bird, but equal glutton, not doubting of his fitness to do the same with ease, and bent his taste to please, took round the flock his sweep, and marked among the sheep, the one of fairest flesh and size, a real sheep of sacrifice, a dainty titbit bestial, reserved for mouth celestial. Our gourmand gloating round cried, "Sheep, I wonder much who could have made you such. You're far the fattest I have found, I'll take you for my eating." And on the creature bleeding he settled down. Now, sooth to say, this sheep would weigh more than a cheese, and had a fleece much like that matting famous which graced the chin of Polyphemus, so fast it clung to every claw it was not easy to withdraw. The shepherd came, caught, caged, and to their joy gave Croaker to his children for a toy. Ill plays the pilferer the bigger thief, oneself one ought to know, in brief. Example is a dangerous lure, death strikes the gnat, where flies the wasp secure. Aesop and Carazit, Polyphemus the Cyclop king, vide Homer's Odyssey, Book 9. Romans 17, the peacock complaining to Juno. The peacock to the queen of heaven complained in some such words. "Great goddess, you have given to me, the laughing stock of birds, a voice which fills, by taste quite just, all nature with disgust. Whereas that little paltry thing, the nightingale, pours from her throat so sweet and ravishing a note she bears alone the honors of the spring." In anger Juno heard, and cried, "Shame on you, jealous bird! Grudge you the nightingale her voice, who in the rainbow neck rejoice, than costliest silks more richly tinted, in charms of grace and form unstinted, who strut in kingly pride, your glorious tail spread wide with brilliants which in sheen do outshine the jeweller's bow window. Is there a bird beneath the blue that has more charms than you? No animal in everything can shine. By just partition of our gifts divine, each has its full and proper share. Among the birds that cleave the air, the hawk's a swift, the eagle is a brave one, for omens serves the hoarse old raven. The rooks of coming ills the prophet, and if there's any discontent, I've heard not of it. Cease then your envious complaint, or I, instead of making up your lack, will take your boasted plumage from your back. Phaedrus, Roman 3, 17. The peacock was consecrated to Juno, the queen of heaven, and was under her protection. Roman 18, the cat metamorphosed into a woman. A bachelor caressed his cat, a darling, fair, and delicate. So deep in love, he thought her mew the sweetest voice he ever knew. By prayers and tears and magic art, the man got fate to take his part. And lo, one morning at his side his cat, transformed, became his bride. In wedded state our man was seen the fool in courtship he had been. No lover e'er was so bewitched by any maiden's charms as was this husband, so enriched by hers within his arms. He praised her beauties, this and that, and saw there nothing of the cat. In short, by passion's aid, he thought her a perfect lady. 'Twas night. Some carpet-gnawing mice disturbed the nuptial joys. Excited by the noise, the bride sprang at them in a trice. The mice were scared and fled. The bride, scarce in her bed, the gnawing heard and sprang again, and this time not in vain, for, in this novel form arrayed of her, the mice were less afraid. Through life she loved this mousing course, so great is stubborn nature's force. In mockery of change, the old will keep their youthful bent. When once the cloth has got its fold, the smelling pot its scent, in vain your efforts and your care to make them other than they are. To work reform, do what you will, old habit will be habit still. Nor fork nor strap can mend its manners, nor cudgel blows beat down its banners. Secure the doors against the renter, and through the windows it will enter. Aesop naturam expellas furca, tamen usque recurrit hor. Epist, BK, I, translator. Roman 19, the lion and the ass hunting. The king of animals, with royal grace, would celebrate his birthday in the chase. 'Twas not with bow and arrows to slay some wretched sparrows. The lion hunts the wild boar of the wood, the antlered deer and stags, the fat and good. This time the king, in sure success, took for his aide-de-camp an ass, a creature of stentorian voice, that felt much honored by the choice. The lion hid him in a proper station, and ordered him to bray for his vocation, assured that his tempestuous cry the boldest beasts would terrify, and cause them from their lairs to fly. And, sooth, the horrid noise the creature made did strike the tenants of the wood with dread, and, as they headlong fled, all fell within the lion's ambuscade. Has not my service glorious made both of us victorious? Cried out the much-elated ass. Yes, said the lion, bravely brayed. Had I not known yourself in race, I should have been myself afraid. If he had dared, the donkey had shown himself right spunky at this retort, though justly made, for who could suffer boasts to pass so ill-befitting to an ass? Phaedrus I11, Aesop. Roman 20, the will explained by Aesop. If what old story says of Aesop's true, the oracle of Greece he was, and more than Areopagus he knew, with all its wisdom and the laws. The following tale gives but a sample of what has made his fame so ample. 3 daughters shared a father's purse, of habits totally diverse. The first, bewitched with drinks delicious, the next, coquettish and capricious, the third, supremely avaricious. The sire, expectant of his fate, bequeathed his whole estate in equal shares to them, and to their mother just the same, to her then payable, and not before each daughter should possess her part no more. The father died. The females 3 were much in haste the will to see. They read and read, but still saw not the willer's will. For could it well be understood that each of this sweet sisterhood, when she possessed her part no more, should to her mother pay it o'er? 'Twas surely not so easy saying how lack of means would help the paying. What meant their honored father then? Affair was brought to legal men, who, after turning o'er the case some 100,000 different ways, threw down the learned bonnet, unable to decide upon it, and then advised the heirs, without more thought, adjust affairs. As to the widow's share, the council say, we hold it just the daughters each should pay 1/3 to her upon demand, should she not choose to have it stand commuted as a life annuity, paid from her husband's death, with due congruity. The thing thus ordered, the estate is duly cut in portions 3. And in the first they all agree to put the feasting lodges, plate, luxurious cooling mugs, enormous liquor jugs, rich cupboards built beneath the trellised vine, the stores of ancient, sweet Malvoisin wine, the slaves to serve it at a sign, in short, whatever in a great house there is of feasting apparatus. The second part is made of what might help the jilting trade the city house and furniture, exquisite and genteel, be sure, the eunuchs, milliners, and laces, the jewels, shawls, and costly dresses. The third is made of household stuff, more vulgar, rude, and rough farms, fences, flocks, and fodder, and men and beasts to turn the sod o'er. This done, since it was thought to give the parts by lot might suit, or it might not, each paid her share of fees dear, and took the part that pleased her. 'Twas in great Athens town, such judgment gave the gown, and there the public voice applauded both the judgment and the choice. But Aesop well was satisfied the learned men had set aside, in judging thus the testament, the very gist of its intent. The dead, quoth he, could he but know of it would heap reproaches on such Attic wit. What? Men who proudly take their place as sages of the human race, lack they the simple skill to settle such a will? This said, he undertook himself the task of portioning the pelf, and straightway gave each maid the part the least according to her heart, the prim coquette, the drinking stuff. The drinker, then, the farms and cattle, and on the miser, rude and rough, the robes and lace did Aesop settle, for thus, he said, an early date would see the sisters alienate their several shares of the estate. No motive now in maidenhood to tarry, they all would seek, post-haste, to marry and, having each a splendid bait, each soon would find a well-bred mate, and, leaving thus their father's goods intact, would to their mother pay them all, in fact, which of the testament was plainly the intent. The people, who had thought a slave an ass, much wondered how it came to pass that one alone should have more sense than all their men of most pretense. Phaedrus, Roman 4. 5. Areopagus. This was the Athenian court of justice at Mars Hill. It is said to have been called Areopagos, the Hill of Mars, because, according to tradition, the first trial there was that of Mars for the murder of Halorodius. Book 3. I the Miller, his son, and the Ass. To M. de Montespan. Because the arts are plainly birthright matters, for fables we to ancient Greece are debtors. But still, this field could not be reaped so clean as not to let us, later comers, glean. The fiction world hath deserts yet to dare, and daily authors make discoveries there. I'd fain repeat one which our man of song, old Malherbe, told one day to young Racan. Of Horace they the rivals and the heirs, Apollo's pets my masters, I should say, sole by themselves were met, I'm told, one day, confiding each to each their thoughts and cares. Racan begins, pray end my inward strife, for well you know, my friend, what's what in life? Who through its varied course from stage to stage, have stored the full experience of age, what shall I do? 'Tis time I chose profession. You know my fortune, birth, and disposition. Ought I to make the country my resort, or seek the army, or to rise at court? There's naught but mixeth bitterness with charms, war hath its pleasures, Hymen its alarms. 'Twere nothing hard to take my natural bent, but I've a world of people to content. Content a world, old Malherbe cries, who can, sir? Why, let me tell a story ere I answer. A miller and his son, I've somewhere read, the first in years, the other but a lad, a fine, smart boy, however, I should say, to sell their ass went to a fair one day. In order there to get the highest price, they needs must keep their donkey fresh and nice. So, tying fast his feet, they swung him clear and bore him hanging like a chandelier. Alas! Poor, simple-minded country fellows, the first that seize their load, loud laughing bellows, what farce is this to split good people's sides? The most an ass is not the one that rides. The miller, much enlightened by this talk, untied his precious beast and made him walk. The ass, who liked the other mode of travel, brayed some complaint at trudging on the gravel whereat, not understanding well the beast, the miller caused his hopeful son to ride and walked behind without a spark of pride. 3 merchants passed, and mightily displeased, the eldest of these gentlemen cried out, Ho there! Dismount, for shame, you lubber-lout. Nor make a footboy of your grey-beard sire, change places, as the rights of age require. To please you, sirs, the miller said, I ought. So down the young and up the old man got, 3 girls next passing. What a shame, says one, that boy should be obliged on foot to run, while that old chap, upon his ass astride, should play the calf and like a bishop ride. Please save your wit, the miller made reply. Tough veal, my girls, the calf as old as I, but joke on joke repeated changed his mind, so up he took at last his son behind. Not 30 yards ahead another set found fault. The biggest fools I ever met, says one of them, such burdens to impose. The ass is faint and dying with their blows. Is this, indeed, the mercy which these rustics show to their honest, faithful, old domestics? If to the fair these lazy fellows ride, 'twill be to sell thereat the donkey's hide. Zounds, cried the miller, precious little brains hath he who takes to please the world such pains, but since we're in, we'll try what can be done. So off the ass they jumped, himself and son, and like a prelate donkey marched alone. Another man they met. These folks, said he, enslave themselves to let their ass go free the darling brute. If I might be so bold, I'd counsel them to have him set in gold. Not so went Nicholas his Jane to woo, who rode, we sing, his ass to save his shoe. Ass, ass, our man replied, we're asses 3, I do avow myself an ass to be, but since my sage advisers can agree, their words henceforth shall not be heeded, I'll suit myself. And he succeeded. For you, choose army, love, or court. In town or country make resort, take wife or cowl, ride you or walk, doubt not but tongues will have their talk. The story of this fable has been used by most of the fabulists, from Aesop downwards. In the original editions, this fable is dedicated A.M.D.M., which initials stand for to M. de Montespan, canon of rhymes, an early and late friend and patron of the poet. See translator's preface, Old Malherbe and Young Racan, French poets. Malherbe was born in 1556 and died in 1628. La Fontaine owed to Malherbe's works the happy inspiration which led him to write poetry. See translator's preface. Honorat de Buil, Marquis de Racan, was born at La Roche-Racan in 1589. As a poet, he was a pupil of Malherbe. His works were praised by Boileau, and he was one of the earliest members of the French Academy. Nicholas and his Jane, an allusion to an old French song. Roman 2, the members and the belly. Perhaps had I but shown due loyalty, this book would have begun with royalty, of which, in certain points of view, boss belly is the image true in whose bereavements all the members share, of whom the latter once so weary were as all due service to forbear, on what they called his idle plan, resolved to play the gentleman, and let his lordship live on air, like burden beasts, said they. We sweat from day to day, and all for whom and what, ourselves we profit not. Our labor has no object but one, that is, to feed this lazy glutton. We'll learn the resting trade by his example's aid. So said, so done. All labor ceased, the hands refused to grasp, the arms to strike, all other members did the like. Their boss might labor if he pleased, it was an error which they soon repented, with pain of languid poverty acquainted. The heart no more the blood renewed, and hence repair no more accrued to ever-wasting strength, whereby the mutineers, at length, saw that the idle belly, in its way did more for common benefit than they. For royalty our fable makes a thing that gives as well as takes its power all labor to sustain, nor for themselves turns out their labor vain. It gives the artist bread, the merchant riches, maintains the diggers in their ditches, pays man of war and magistrate, supports the swarms in place that live on sovereign grace, in short, is caterer for the state. Menenius told the story well, when Rome of old in pieces fell, the commons parting from the Senate. The ills, said they, that we complain at are that the honors, treasures, power, and dignity belong to them alone, while we get not our labor for but tributes, taxes, and fatigues of war. Without the walls, the people had their stand prepared to march in search of other land, when by this noted fable Menenius was able to draw them, hungry, home to duty and to Rome. Aesop, Rabelais also has a version, Book 3, ch. 3, boss, a word probably more familiar to hod-carriers than to lexicographers. Derived from the French bosseman or the English bosun, pronounced bosson, it denotes a master of some practical art. Master Belly, says Rabelais, was the first master of arts in the world translator. The name used by La Fontaine is Messer Gaster, to which he puts a footnote stating that he meant El Estimac. He took the name from Rabelais, Book 4 ch. 57, where it occurs thus: Messer Gaster est le premier maître ès arts de ce monde, son manment est nom, faire la faute, sans delay, au mourir. Menenius, see translator's preface. Rome according to our republican notions of government, these people were somewhat imposed upon. Perhaps the fable finds a more appropriate application in the relation of employer to employed. I leave the fabulists and the political economists to settle the question between them translator. Roman 3, the wolf turned shepherd. A wolf, whose gettings from the flocks began to be but few, bethought himself to play the fox in character quite new. A shepherd's hat and coat he took, a cudgel for a crook nor e'en the pipe forgot, and more to seem what he was not, himself upon his hat he wrote, I'm Willie, shepherd of these sheep. His person thus complete, his crook in upraised feet, the impostor Willie stole upon the keep. The real Willie on the grass asleep slept there indeed profoundly. His dog and pipe slept also soundly, his drowsy sheep around lay. As for the greatest number, much blessed the hypocrite their slumber, and hoped to drive away the flock, could he the shepherd's voice but mock. He thought undoubtedly he could, he tried. The tone in which he spoke, loud echoing from the wood, the plot and slumber broke, sheep, dog, and man awoke. The wolf, in sorry plight, in hampering coat bedight, could neither run nor fight. There's always leakage of deceit which makes it never safe to cheat. Whoever is a wolf had better keep clear of hypocritic fetter. The story of this fable is traced to Verdezati, an Italian poet who lived about 1535–1600. Roman 4, the frogs asking a king. A certain commonwealth aquatic, grown tired of order democratic, by clamoring in the ears of Jove, effected its being to a monarch's power subjected. Jove flung it down, at first, a king pacific, who nathless fell with such a splash terrific, the marshy folks, a foolish race and timid, made breathless haste to get from him hid, they dived into the mud beneath the water, or found among the reeds and rushes quarter. And long it was they dared not see the dreadful face of majesty, supposing that some monstrous frog had been sent down to rule the bog. The king was really a log, whose gravity inspired with awe the first that, from his hiding place forth venturing, astonished, saw the royal blockhead's face. With trembling and with fear, at last he drew quite near. Another followed, and another yet, till quite a crowd at last were met, who, growing fast and strangely bolder, perched soon upon the royal shoulder. His gracious majesty kept still, and let his people work their will. Clack, clack, what din beset the ears of Jove? We want a king, the people said, to move. The god straight sent them down a crane, who caught and slew them without measure, and gulped their carcasses at pleasure, whereat the frogs more waffully complain. What? Great Jupiter replied, by your desires must I be tied? Think you such government is bad? You should have kept what first you had, which having blindly failed to do, it had been prudent still for you to let that former king suffice, more meek and mild, if not so wise. With this now make yourselves content, lest for your sins a worse be sent. Aesop, Phaedrus I2. V. The Fox and the Goat. A fox once journeyed, and for company a certain bearded, horned goat had he, which goat no further than his nose could see. The fox was deeply versed in trickery. These travelers did thirst compel to seek the bottom of a well there, having drunk enough for two, says Fox. My friend, what shall we do? 'Tis time that we were thinking of something else than drinking. Raise your feet upon the wall, and stick your horns up straight and tall, then up your back I'll climb with ease, and draw you after, if you please. Yes, by my beard, the other said, 'tis just the thing. I like a head well stocked with sense like thine. Had it been left to mine, I do confess I never should have thought of this. So Renard clambered out, and leaving there the goat, discharged his obligations by preaching thus on patience. Had heaven put sense thy head within to match the beard upon thy chin, thou wouldst have thought a bit, before descending such a pit. I'm out of it. Goodbye, with prudent effort try yourself to extricate. For me, affairs of state permit me not to wait. Whatever way you wend, consider well the end. Aesop also in Phaedrus Roman 4, 9. Roman 6, the eagle, the wild sow, and the cat. A certain hollow tree was tenanted by three. An eagle held a lofty bough, the hollow root a wild wood sow, a female cat between the two. All busy with maternal labors, they lived a while obliging neighbors. At last the cat's deceitful tongue broke up the peace of old and young. Up climbing to the eagle's nest, she said, with whiskered lips compressed, our death, or what is much we mothers fear, that of our helpless offspring dear, is surely drawing near. Beneath our feet, see you not how destruction's plotted by the sow? Her constant digging, soon or late our proud old castle will uproot, and then oh, sad and shocking fate, she'll eat our young ones as the fruit. Were there but hope of saving one, 'twould soothe somewhat my bitter moan. Thus leaving apprehensions hideous, down went the puss perfidious to where the sow, no longer digging, was in the very act of pigging. Good friend and neighbor, whispered she, I warn you on your guard to be. Your pigs, should you but leave a minute, this eagle here will seize them in it. Speak not of this, I beg, at all, lest on my head her wrath should fall. Another breast with fear inspired, with fiendish joy the cat retired. The eagle ventured no egress to feed her young, the sow still less. Fools they, to think that any curse than ghastly famine could be worse. Both stayed at home, resolved and obstinate, to save their young ones from impending fate. The royal bird for fear of mine, for fear of royal claws the swine. All died at length with hunger. The older and the younger there stayed, of eagle race or boar, not one this side of death's dread door, a sad misfortune, which the wicked cats made rich. Oh, what is there of hellish plot the treacherous tongue dares not? Of all the ills Pandora's box outpoured, deceit, I think, is most to be abhorred. Phaedrus, Roman 2. 4. Pandora's box. Pandora, the Eve of the Grecian mythology, was sent to earth with all the human ills and hope in a box, whence all but hope escaped. Vd. Elton's Hesiod, Works and Days I. 114, Bones edition and c. Romans 7, the drunkard and his wife. Each has his fault, to which he clings in spite of shame or fear. This apophthegm a story brings to make its truth more clear. A sot had lost health, mind, and purse, and truly, for that matter, sots mostly lose the latter ere running half their course. When wine, one day, of wit had filled the room, his wife enclosed him in a spacious tomb. There did the fumes evaporate at leisure from his drowsy pate. When he awoke, he found his body wrapped around with grave clothes, chill and damp, beneath a dim sepulchral lamp. "How's this? My wife a widow sad?" he cried, "and I a ghost? Dead, dead." Thereat his spouse, with snaky hair and robes like those the Furies wear, with voice to fit the realms below, brought boiling caudle to his bier for Lucifer the proper cheer, by which her husband came to know, for he had heard of those three ladies himself a citizen of Hades. "What may your office be?" the phantom questioned he. "I'm server up of Pluto's meat, and bring his guests the same to eat." "Well," says the sot, not taking time to think, "and don't you bring us anything to drink." Aesop. Roman 8, the gout and the spider. "When nature angrily turned out those plagues, the spider and the gout see you," said she, "those huts so meanly built, these palaces so grand and richly gilt. By mutual agreement fix your choice of dwellings, or if not to NTH affair by lot, draw out these little sticks." "The huts are not for me," the spider cried, "and not for me the palace," cried the gout, for they're a sort of men she spied called doctors, going in and out from whom she could not hope for ease. So hied her to the huts the fell disease, and fastening on a poor man's toe, hoped there to fatten on his woe and torture him, fit after fit, without a summons ere to quit from old Hippocrates. The spider on the lofty ceiling as if she had a life-lease feeling. Wove wide her cunning toils, soon rich with insect spoils. A maid destroyed them as she swept the room, repaired, again they felt the fatal broom. The wretched creature, every day from house and home must pack away. At last, her courage giving out, she went to seek her sister Gout, and in the field descried her, quite starved. More evils did betide her than e'er befell the poorest spider. Her toiling host enslaved her so, and made her chop and dig and hoe. Says one, "Kept brisk and busy, the gout is made half easy." "Oh, when," exclaimed the sad disease, "will this my misery stop? Oh, sister spider, if you please, our places let us swap." The spider gladly heard, and took her at her word, and flourished in the cabin lodge, not forced the tidy broom to dodge the gout, selecting her abode with an ecclesiastic judge, turned judge herself, and by her code he from his couch no more could budge. The salves and cataplasms heaven knows, that mocked the misery of his toes, while I, without a blush, the curse, kept driving onward worse and worse. Needless to say, the sisterhood thought their exchange both wise and good. The story of this fable is told in Petrarch, Epistles Roman 3, 13, and by others. Roman 9, the wolf and the stork. The wolves are prone to play the glutton. One, at a certain feast, tease said, so stuffed himself with lamb and mutton, he seemed but little short of dead. Deep in his throat a bone stuck fast. Well for this wolf, who could not speak, that soon a stork quite near him passed. By signs invited, with her beak the bone she drew with slight ado, and for this skillful surgery demanded, modestly, her fee. Your fee, replied the wolf, in accents rather gruff, and is it not enough your neck is safe from such a gulf? Go, for a wretch great, nor tempt again your fate. Phaedrus I8 and Aesop. X the lion beaten by the man. A picture once was shown, in which one man, alone upon the ground, had thrown a lion fully grown. Much gloried at the sight the rabble. A lion thus rebuked their babble. That you have got the victory there is no contradiction. But gentles, possibly you are the dupes of easy fiction. Had we the art of making pictures, perhaps our champion had beat yours. Aesop. Say the fox and the grapes. A fox, almost with hunger dying, some grapes upon a trellis spying, to all appearance ripe, clad in their tempting russet skin, most gladly would have eat them. But since he could not get them, so far above his reach the vine, they're sour, he said. Such grapes as these, the dogs may eat them if they please. Did he not better than to whine? Aesop, Phaedrus, Roman 4, 3. Roman 12, the swan and the cook. The pleasures of a poultry yard were by a swan and gosling shared. The swan was kept there for his looks, the thrifty gosling for the cooks, the first the garden's pride, the latter a greater favorite on the platter. They swam the ditches, side by side, and oft in sports aquatic vied, plunging, splashing far and wide, with rivalry ne'er satisfied. One day the cook, named Thirsty John, sent for the gosling, took the swan, in haste his throat to cut, and put him in the pot. The bird's complaint resounded in glorious melody, whereat the cook, astounded his sad mistake to see, cried, "What? Make soup of a musician? Please God, I'll never set such dish on. No, no, I'll never cut a throat that sings so sweet a note." 'Tis thus, whatever peril may alarm us, sweet words will never harm us. Aesop. Roman 13, the wolves and the sheep. Bygone 1,000 years of war, the wearers of the fleece and wolves at last made peace, which both appeared the better for if the wolves had now and then eat up a straggling ewe or wether, as often had the shepherd men turned wolfskins into leather. Fear always spoiled the verdant herbage, and so it did the bloody carnage. Hence peace was sweet, and lest it should be riven, on both sides hostages were given. The sheep, as by the terms arranged, for pups of wolves their dogs exchanged, which being done above suspicion, confirmed and sealed by high commission. What time the pups were fully grown, and felt an appetite for prey, and saw the sheepfold left alone, the shepherds all away they seized the fattest lambs they could, and choking dragged them to the wood of which, by secret means apprised, their sires, as is surmised, fell on the hostage guardians of the sheep, and slew them all asleep. So quick the deed of perfidy was done, there fled to tell the tale not one. From which we may conclude that peace with villains will be rude, peace in itself. Tease true may be a good for you, but tease an evil, nathless, when enemies are faithless. Aesop. Roman 14, the lion grown old. A lion, mourning in his age, the wane of might once dreaded through his wild domain, was mocked at last upon his throne, by subjects of his own, strong through his weakness grown. The horse his head saluted with a kick, the wolf snapped at his royal hide, the ox, too, gored him in the side, the unhappy lion, sad and sick, could hardly growl, he was so weak. In uncomplaining, stoic pride, he waited for the hour of fate until the ass approached his gate, whereat, "This is too much," he saith, "I willingly would yield my breath, but ah, thy kick is double death." Phaedrus I 21. Roman 15, Philomel and Progny. From home and city spires, one day the swallow Progny flew away and sought the bosky dell where sang poor Philomel. "My sister," Progny said, "how do you do? 'Tis now 1,000 years since you have been concealed from human view. I'm sure I have not seen your face once since the times of Thrace. Pray, will you never quit this dull retreat?" "Where could I find," said Philomel, "so sweet?" "What, sweet?" cried Progny, "sweet to waste such tones on beasts devoid of taste, or on some rustic at the most? Should you by deserts be engrossed? Come, be the city's pride and boast. Besides, the woods remind of harms that tarrious in them did your charms." "Alas," replied the bird of song, "the thought of that so cruel wrong makes me, from age to age, prefer this hermitage, for nothing like the sight of men can call up what I suffered then." Aesop, Progny and Philomel. Progny and Philomela, sisters in mythology. Progny was queen of Thrace and was changed into a swallow. Her sister was changed into a nightingale, vidi Ovid Metamorphoses. Romans 16, the woman drowned. I hate that saying, old and savage. "'Tis nothing but a woman drowning." That's much, I say. What grief more keen should have edged than loss of her, of all our joys the crowning? Thus much suggests the fable I am borrowing. A woman perished in the water where, anxiously and sorrowing, her husband sought her, to ease the grief he could not cure, by honored rites of sepulture. It chanced that near the fatal spot, along the stream which had produced a death so sad, there walked some men that knew it not. The husband asked if they had seen his wife, or aught that hers had been, when promptly answered, "No, but search the stream below, it must nave borne her in its flow." "No," said another, "search above, in that direction she would have floated by the love of contradiction." This joke was truly out of season. I don't propose to weigh its reason. But whether such propensity the sex's fault may be, or not, one thing is very sure, its own propensities endure. Up to the end they'll have their will, and, if it could be, further still. Verdizati. Romans 17, the weasel in the granary. A weasel through a hole contrived to squeeze, she was recovering from disease, which led her to a farmer's hoard. There lodged, her wasted form she cherished. Heaven knows the lard and victuals stored that by her gnawing perished, of which the consequence was sudden corpulence. A week or so was past, when having fully broken fast, a noise she heard, and hurried to find the hole by which she came, and seemed to find it not the same. So round she ran, most sadly flurried, and coming back, thrust out her head, which, sticking there, she said, "This is the hole, there can't be blunder. What makes it now so small, I wonder? Where, but the other day, I passed with ease. A rat her trouble sees and cries, but with an emptier belly, you entered lean, and lean must sally. What I have said to you has eke been said to not a few, who, in a vast variety of cases, have ventured into such like places." Aesop, also in Horace Epistles, Book 1:7, a vast variety of cases. Chamfort says of this passage, La Fontaine, with his usual delicacy, here alludes to the king's farmers and other officers in place, and abruptly quits the subject as if he felt himself on ticklish ground. Roman 18, The Cat and the Old Rat. A story writer of our sort historifies, in short, of one that may be reckoned a Rodilard II, the Alexander of the cats, the Attila, the scourge of rats, whose fierce and whiskered head among the latter spread a league around its dread, who seemed indeed determined the world should be unvermined. The planks with props more false than slim, the tempting heaps of poison meal, the traps of wire and traps of steel were only play compared with him. At length, so sadly were they scared, the rats and mice no longer dared to show their thievish faces outside their hiding places, thus shunning all pursuit. Whereat our crafty general cat contrived to hang himself, as dead, beside the wall with downward head, resisting gravitation's laws by clinging with his hinder claws to some small bit of string. The rats esteemed the thing a judgment for some naughty deed, some thievish snatch, or ugly scratch, and thought their foe had got his meed by being hung indeed. With hope elated all of laughing at his funeral, they thrust their noses out in air, and now to show their heads they dare, now dodging back, now venturing more. At last upon the larder's store they fall to filching, as of yore. A scanty feast enjoyed these shallows, down dropped the hung one from his gallows, and of the hindmost caught. Some other tricks to me are known, said he, while tearing bone from bone, by long experience taught, the point is settled, free from doubt, that from your holes you shall come out. His threat, as good as prophecy, was proved by Mr. Mildensly, for putting on a mealy robe he squatted in an open tub, and held his purring and his breath out came the vermin to their death. On this occasion, one old stager, a rat as grey as any badger, who had in battle lost his tail, abstained from smelling at the meal, and cried far off, "Ah! General Cat, I much suspect a heap like that. Your meal is not the thing, perhaps, for one who knows somewhat of traps should you a sack of meal become. It let you be, and stay at home." Well said, I think, and prudently, by one who knew distrust to be the parent of security. Phaedrus, Book 4-2, also in Aesop and Fairno, Rodilard the second, another allusion to Rabelais's cat Rodilardus. See Fable Roman 2, Book 2, Attila the king of the Huns, who, for overrunning half Europe, was termed the scourge of God. Book 4. I the Lion in Love. To Mademoiselle de Sévigné. Sévigné, type of every grace in female form and face, in your regardlessness of men, can you show favor when the sportive fable craves your ear, and see, unmoved by fear, a lion's haughty heart thrust through by love's audacious dart, strange conqueror, love, and happy he, and strangely privileged and free, who only knows by story him and his feats of glory. If on this subject you are wont to think the simple truth too blunt, the fabulous may less affront, which now, inspired with gratitude, yea, kindled into zeal most fervent, doth venture to intrude within your maiden solitude, and kneel, your humble servant. In times when animals were speakers, among the quadrupedal seekers of our alliance there came the lions. And wherefore not? For then they yielded not to men in point of courage or of sense, nor were in looks without pretense. A high-born lion, on his way across a meadow, met one day a shepherdess, who charmed him so, that, as such matters ought to go, he sought the maiden for his bride. Her sire, it cannot be denied, had much preferred a son-in-law of less terrific mouth and paw. It was not easy to decide the lion might the gift abuse, 'twas not quite prudent to refuse, and if refusal there should be, perhaps a marriage one would see some morning, made clandestinely. For over and above the fact that she could bear with none but males of martial air, the lady was in love with him of shaggy hair. Her sire, much wanting cover to send away the lover, thus spoke, "My daughter, sir, is delicate. I fear to her your fond caressings will prove rough blessings. To banish all alarm about such sort of harm, permit us to remove the cause by filing off your teeth and claws. In such a case, your royal kiss will be to her a safer bliss, and to yourself a sweeter, since she will more respond to those endearments fond with which you greet her." The lion gave consent at once, by love so great a dunce, Without a tooth or claw now view him a fort with cannons spiked. The dogs, let loose upon him, slew him, all biting safely where they liked. O tyrant love, when held by you, we made a prudence bid adieu. Aesop also ver Desati, Mademoiselle de Sévigné, Frances Marguerite de Sévigné, afterwards Madame de Grignan, the daughter of the celebrated Madame de Sévigné. The famous Sévigné letters were for the most part addressed to Madame de Grignan. For some account of Madame de Sévigné and La Fontaine, see the translator's preface. Also note to Fable Roman 11. Book 7. Roman 2, the shepherd and the sea. A shepherd, neighbor to the sea, lived with his flock contentedly. His fortune, though but small, was safe within his call. At last some stranded kegs of gold him tempted, and his flock he sold, turned merchant, and the ocean's waves bore all his treasure to its caves. Brought back to keeping sheep once more, but not chief shepherd as before, when sheep were his that grazed the shore, he who, as Corydon or Theseus, might once have shone in pastoral verses, bedecked with rhyme and meter, was nothing now but Peter. But time and toil redeemed in full those harmless creatures rich in wool, and as the lulling winds, one day, the vessels wafted with a gentle motion. Want you? He cried. More money, Madam Ocean, address yourself to someone else, I pray, you shall not get it out of me. I know too well your treachery. This tale's no fiction, but a fact which, by experience backed, proves that a single penny, at present held and certain, is worth 5 times as many of hopes, beyond the curtain, that one should be content with his condition, and shut his ears to counsels of ambition, more faithless than the wreck-strown sea, and which doth thousands beggar where it makes one rich inspires the hope of wealth, in glorious forms, and blasts the same with piracy and storms. Aesop. Roman 3, the fly and the ant. A fly and ant upon a sunny bank discussed the question of their rank. O Jupiter, the former said, can love of self so turn the head that one so mean and crawling, and of so low a calling, to boast equality shall dare with me, the daughter of the air, in palaces I am a guest, and even at thy glorious feast. When are the people that adore thee may immolate for the bullock? I'm sure to taste the meat before thee. Meanwhile this starveling, in her hillock, is living on some bit of straw which she has labored home to draw. But tell me now, my little thing, do you camp ever on a king, an emperor, or lady? I do, and have full many a play day on fairest bosom of the fair, and sport myself upon her hair. Come now, my hearty, rack your brain to make a case about your grain. Well, have you done? Replied the ant. You enter palaces, I grant, and for it get right soundly cursed. Of sacrifices, rich and fat, your taste, quite likely, is the first, are they the better off for that? You enter with the holy train, so enters many a wretch profane. On heads of kings and asses you may squat, deny your vaunting I will not. But well such impudence, I know, provokes a sometimes fatal blow. The name in which your vanity delights is owned as well by parasites, and spies that die by rope says you soon will by famine or by ague chill, when Phoebus goes to cheer the other hemisphere, the very time to me most dear. Not forced abroad to go through wind, and rain, and snow, my summer's work I then enjoy, and happily my mind employ, from care by care exempted. By which this truth I leave to you, that by two sorts of glory we are tempted, the false one and the true. Work waits, time flies. Adieu, this gabble does not fill my granary or till. Phaedrus, Roman 4:23. Roman 4, the gardener and his lord. A lover of gardens, half cit and half clown, possessed a nice garden beside a small town, and with it a field by a live hedge enclosed, where sorrel and lettuce at random disposed. A little of jasmine and much of wild thyme grew gaily, and all in their prime to make up Miss Peggy's bouquet, the grace of her bright wedding day. For poaching in such a nice field 'twas a shame, a foraging, cud-chewing hare was to blame. Whereof the good owner bore down this tale to the lord of the town. Some mischievous animal, morning and night, in spite of my caution, comes in for his bite. He laughs at my cunning set deadfalls and snares, for clubbing and stoning as little he cares. I think him a wizard. A wizard? The coot, I'd catch him if he were a devil to boot. The lord said, in haste to have sport for his hounds, I'll clear him, I warrant you, out of your grounds, tomorrow I'll do it without any fail. The thing thus agreed on, all hearty and hale, the lord and his party at crack of the dawn, with hounds at their heels, cantered over the lawn. Arrived, said the lord in his jovial mood, we'll breakfast with you if your chickens are good. That lass, my good man, I suppose is your daughter, no news of a son-in-law? Anyone sought her, no doubt, by the score. Keep an eye on the docket, dost understand me? I speak of the pocket. So saying, the daughter he graciously greeted, and close by his lordship he bade her be seated, avowed himself pleased with so handsome a maid, and then with her kerchief familiarly played. Impertinent freedoms the virtuous fair repelled with a modest and ladylike air, so much that her father a little suspected the girl had already a lover elected. Meanwhile in the kitchen what bustling and cooking! For what are your hams? They are very good looking. They're kept for your lordship. I take them, said he, such elegant flitches are welcome to me. He breakfasted finely his troop, with delight dogs, horses, and grooms of the best appetite. Thus he governed his host in the shape of a guest, unbottled his wine, and his daughter caressed. To breakfast the huddle of hunters succeeds, the yelping of dogs and the neighing of steeds, all cheering and fixing for wonderful deeds, the horns and the bugles make thundering din, much wonders our gardener what it can mean. The worst is, his garden most waffully fares adieu to its arbors, and borders and squares adieu to its chicory, onions, and leeks. Adieu to whatever good cookery seeks. Beneath a great cabbage the hare was in bed, was started, and shot at, and hastily fled. Off went the wild chase, with a terrible screech, and not through a hole, but a horrible breach, which someone had made, at the beck of the lord, wide through the poor hedge. 'Twould have been quite absurd should lordship not freely from garden go out, on horseback, attended by rabble and rout. Scarce suffered the gardener his patience to wince, consoling himself 'twas the sport of a prince, while bipeds and quadrupeds served to devour and trample, and waste, in the space of an hour, far more than a nation of foraging hares could possibly do in 100 of years. Small princes, this story is true, when told in relation to you. In settling your quarrels with kings for your tools, you prove yourselves losers and eminent fools. V. The Ass and the Little Dog. One's native talent from its course cannot be turned aside by force, but poorly apes the country clown the polished manners of the town. Their maker chooses, but a few with power of pleasing to imbue, where wisely leave it we, the mass unlike a certain fabled ass, that thought to gain his master's blessing by jumping on him and caressing. What? Said the donkey in his heart. Ought it to be that puppy's part to lead his useless life in full companionship with master and his wife, while I must bear the whip? What doth the cur a kiss to draw, forsooth? He only gives his paw if that is all there needs to please. I'll do the thing myself with ease. Possessed with this bright notion, his master sitting on his chair at leisure in the open air, he ambled up with awkward motion, and put his talents to the proof, upraised his bruised and battered hoof, and with an amiable mien, his master patted on the chin, the action gracing with a word the fondest bray that e'er was heard. Oh, such caressing was there ever, or melody with such a quaver. Ho, Martin, here, a club bring. Out cried the master, sore offended. So Martin gave the ass a drubbing, and so the comedy was ended. Aesop, Martin La Fontaine has Martin Batten, a name for a groom or ostler armed with his cudgel of office, taken from Rabelais. Roman 6, the Battle of the Rats and the Weasels. The weasels live, no more than cats, on terms of friendship with the rats, and, Were it not that these through doors contrived to squeeze too narrow for their foes, the animals long-snouted would long ago have rooted, and from the planet scouted their race, as I suppose. One year it did betide, when they were multiplied, an army took the field of rats with spear and shield, whose crowded ranks led on a king named Ratapon. The weasels, too, their bannerer unfurled in warlike manner. As fame her trumpet sounds, the victory balanced well, enriched were fallow grounds where slaughtered legions fell. But by said Trollop's tattle, the loss of life in battle thinned most the radish race in almost every place. And finally their rout was total, spite of stout Ardar packs and Siccar packs, and valiant Meridar packs, who, covered o'er with dust, long time sustained their host down sinking on the plain. Their efforts were in vain, fate ruled that final hour, inexorable power. And so the captains fled as well as those they led, the princes perished all. The undistinguished small in certain holes found shelter, in crowding helter-skelter, but the nobility could not go in so free. Who proudly had assumed each one a helmet plumed, we know not truly, whether for honor's sake the feather or foes to strike with terror, but truly 'twas their error. Nor hole, nor crack, nor crevice will let their headgear in, while meaner rats in bevies an easy passage win, so that the shafts of fate do chiefly hit the great. A feather in the cap is oft a great mishap. An equipage too grand comes often to a stand within a narrow place. The small, whate'er the case, with ease slip through a strait, where larger folks must wait. Phaedrus, Book 4-6, Names of Rats, invented by Homer translator. Roman 7, The Monkey and the Dolphin. It was the custom of the Greeks for passengers o'ersea to carry both monkeys full of tricks and funny dogs to make them merry. A ship, that had such things on deck, not far from Athens, went to wreck. But for the dolphins all had drowned, they are a philanthropic fish, which fact in Pliny may be found, a better voucher who could wish, they did their best on this occasion. A monkey even, on their plan well nigh attained his own salvation, a dolphin took him for a man, and on his dorsal gave him place. So grave the silly creature's face, that one might well have set him down that old musician of renown. The fish had almost reached the land when, as it happened, what a pity, he asked, "Are you from Athens grand?" "Yes." "Well, they know me in that city. If ever you have business there, I'll help you do it, for my kin the highest offices are in. My cousin, sir, is now Lord Mayor." The dolphin thanked him with good grace both for himself and all his race, and asked, "You doubtless know Piraeus, where should we come to town you'll see us." "Piraeus? Yes, indeed I know, he was my crony long ago." The dunce knew not the harbor's name, and for a man's mistook the same. The people are by no means few, who never went 10 miles from home, nor know their market town from Rome, yet cackled just as if they knew. The dolphin laughed, and then began his rider's form and face to scan, and found himself about to save from fishy feasts, beneath the wave, a mere resemblance of a man. So, plunging down, he turned to find some drowning wight of humankind. Aesop Arian, translator, according to Herodotus I-24 Bons ed. P9, Arian, the son of Cyclon of Methymna, and famous lyric poet and musician, having won riches at a musical contest in Sicily, was voyaging home, when the sailors of his ship determined to murder him for his treasure. He asked to be allowed to play a tune, and as soon as he had finished he threw himself into the sea. It was then found that the music had attracted a number of dolphins round the ship, and one of these took the bard on its back and conveyed him safely to Taenarus. Roman 8. The Man and the Wooden God. A pagan kept a god of wood, a sort that never hears, though furnished well with ears from which he hoped for wondrous good. The idol cost the board of 3, so much enriched was he with vows and offerings vain, with bullocks garlanded and slain. No idol ever had, as that, a kitchen quite so full and fat. But all this worship at his shrine brought not from the same block divine inheritance, or hidden mine, or luck at play, or any favor. Nay more, if any storm whatever brewed trouble here or there, the man was sure to have his share and suffer in his purse, although the god fared none the worse. At last, by sheer impatience bold, the man a crowbar seizes, his idol breaks in pieces, and finds it richly stuffed with gold. "How's this? Have I devoutly treated," says he, "your godship to be cheated? Now leave my house and go your way and search for altars where you may. You're like those natures, dull and gross, from which comes nothing but by blows. The more I gave, the less I got. I'll now be rich and you may rot." Aesop. Roman 9. The Jay and the Feathers of the Peacock. A peacock molted. Soon a jay was seen bedecked with Argus tail of gold and green, high strutting with a laded crest, as much a peacock as the rest. His trick was recognized and bruited, his person jeered at, hissed, and hooted. The peacock gentry flocked together, and plucked the fool of every feather. Nay more, when back he sneaked to join his race, they shut their portals in his face. There is another sort of jay, the number of its legs the same, which makes of borrowed plumes display, and plagiary is its name. But hush! The tribe I'll not offend, 'tis not my work their ways to mend. Aesop, Phaedrus, I 3, Argus tail of gold and green. According to mythology, Argus, surnamed Panops, or all-seeing, possessed 100 eyes, some of which were never closed in sleep. At his death Juno either transformed him into the peacock, or transferred his 100 eyes to the tail of that, her favorite bird. Argus tail of gold and green, therefore, means tail endowed with the eyes of Argus. X the camel and the floating sticks. The first who saw the humpbacked camel fled off for life, the next approached with care, the third with tyrant rope did boldly dare the desert wanderer to trammel. Such is the power of use to change the face of objects new and strange, which grow, by looking at, so tame, they do not even seem the same. And since this theme is up for our attention, a certain watchman I will mention, who, seeing something far away upon the ocean, could not but speak his notion that 'twas a ship of war. Some minutes more had passed, a bomb ketch 'twas without a sail, and then a boat, and then a bale, and floating sticks of wood at last. Full many things on earth, I wot, will claim this tale, and well they may, there is something dreadful far away, but near at hand they're not. Aesop. Say the frog and the rat. They to bamboozle are inclined, saith Merlin, who bamboozled are, the word, though rather unrefined, has yet an energy we ill can spare, so by its aid I introduce my tale. A well-fed rat, rotund and hale, not knowing either fast or lent, disporting round a frog pond went. A frog approached, and with a friendly greeting invited him to see her at her home, and pledged a dinner worth his eating, to which the rat was nothing loath to come. Of words persuasive there was little need she spoke, however, of a grateful bath, of sports and curious wonders on their path, of rarities of flower and rush and reed. One day he would recount with glee to his assembled progeny the various beauties of these places, the customs of the various races, and laws that sway the realms aquatic. She did not mean the hydrostatic. One thing alone the rat perplexed, he was but moderate as a swimmer. The frog this matter nicely fixed by kindly lending him her long paw, which with a rush she tied to his, and off they started, side by side. Arrived upon the lakelet's brink, there was but little time to think. The frog leaped in, and almost brought her bound guest to land beneath the water. Perfidious breach of law and right. She meant to have a supper warm out of his sleek and dainty form. Already did her appetite dwell on the morsel with delight. The gods in anguish he invokes, his faithless hostess rudely mocks. He struggles up, she struggles down. A kite that hovers in the air, inspecting everything with care, now spies the rat belike to drown, and with a rapid wing upbears the wretched thing, the frog, too, dangling by the string. The joy of such a double haul was to the hungry kite not small. It gave him all that he could wish, a double meal of flesh and fish. The best contrived deceit can hurt its own contriver, and perfidy doth often cheat its author's purse of every stiver. Aesop, Merlin, this is Merlin, the wizard of the old French novels. Roman 12, the animals sending tribute to Alexander. A fable flourished with antiquity, whose meaning I could never clearly see. Kind reader, draw the moral if you're able. I give you here the naked fable. Fame having brooded that a great commander, a son of Jove, a certain Alexander, resolved to leave not free on this our ball, had to his footstool gravely summoned all men, quadrupeds, and nullipes, together with all the bird republics, every feather, the goddess of the 100 mouths. I say, thus having spread dismay, by widely publishing abroad this mandate of the demigod, the animals, and all that do obey their appetite alone, mistrusted now that to another scepter they must bow. Far in the desert met their various races, all gathering from their hiding places. Discussed was many a notion. At last it was resolved on motion to pacify the conquering banner by sending homage in and tribute. With both the homage and its manner they charged the monkey as a glib brute, and lest the chap should too much chatter, in black on white they wrote the matter. Not but the tribute served to fash, as that must needs be paid in cash. A prince, who chanced a mind to own at last, obliged them with a loan. The mule and ass to bear the treasure their service tendered, full of pleasure, and then the caravan was none the worse, assisted by the camel and the horse. Forthwith proceeded all the four behind the new ambassador, and saw, ere long, within a narrow place, Monseigneur Lion's quite unwelcome face. "Well met, and all in time," said he. "Myself your fellow traveller will be. I wend my tribute by itself to bear, and though 'tis light, I well might spare the unaccustomed load. Take each a quarter, if you please, and I will guard you on the road, more free and at my ease in better plight, you understand, to fight with any robber band." A lion to refuse, the fact is not a very usual practice. So when he comes, for better and for worse, whatever he demands is done, and spite of Jove's heroic son, he fattens freely from the public purse. While wending on their way, they found a spot one day with waters hemmed of crystal sheen, its carpet, flower-besprinkled green, where pastured at their ease both flocks of sheep and dainty heifers, and played the cooling breeze, the native land of all the zephyrs. No sooner is the lion there than of some sickness he complains. Says he, "You on your mission fare. A fever, with its thirst and pains, dries up my blood and bakes my brains, and I must search some herb, its fatal power to curb. For you there is no time to waste, pay me my money and make haste." The treasures were unbound and placed upon the ground. Then, with a look which testified his royal joy, the lion cried, "My coins, good heavens, have multiplied, and see the young ones of the gold as big already as the old. The increase belongs to me, no doubt," and eagerly he took it out. 'Twas little stayed beneath the lid, the wonder was that any did. Confounded were the monkey and his suite, and dumb with fear, betook them to their way, and bore complaint to Jove's great son. They say complaint without a reason meet, for what could he? Though a celestial scion he could but fight, as lion versus lion. When corsairs battle, Turk with Turk, they're not about their proper work. The story of this fable has been traced to Gilbert Cousin, in whose works it figures with the title De Jovis Aminis Oraculo. Gilbert Cousin was canon of Nosrit, and wrote between 1506 and 1569. Roman 13, the horse wishing to be revenged upon the stag. The horses have not always been the humble slaves of men. When, in the far-off past, the fare of gentlemen was massed, and even hats were never felt, horse, ass, and mule in forests dwelt. Nor saw one then, as in these ages, so many saddles, housings, pillions, such splendid equipages with golden lace postilions, such harnesses for cattle, to be consumed in battle, as one saw not so many feasts, and people married by the priests. The horse fell out within that space, with the antlered stag so fleetly made, he could not catch him in a race, and so he came to man for aid. Man first his suppliant bitted, then, on his back well seated, gave chase with spear, and rested not till to the ground the foe he brought. This done, the honest horse, quite blindly, thus thanked his benefactor kindly. Dear sir, I'm much obliged to you, I'll back to savage life. Adieu. Oh no, the man replied, you'd better here abide, I know too well your use. Here, free from all abuse, remain a liege to me, and large your provender shall be. Alas! Good housing or good cheer that costs one's liberty is dear. The horse his folly now perceived, but quite too late he grieved. No grief his fate could alter, his stall was built, and there he lived and died there in his halter. Ah! Wise had he one small offense forgot, revenge, however sweet, is dearly bought by that one good which gone, all else is not. Phaedrus, Roman 4. 4, Horace Epistles, Book 110, and others. Roman 14, the fox and the bust. The great are like the maskers of the stage, their show deceives the simple of the age. For all that they appear to be they pass with only those whose type's the ass. The fox, more wary, looks beneath the skin and looks on every side, and when he sees that all their glory is a semblance thin, he turns and saves the hinges of his knees with such a speech as once Tease said, he uttered to a hero's head. A bust, somewhat colossal in its size, attracted crowds of wondering eyes. The fox admired the sculptor's pains. "Fine head," said he, "but void of brains." The same remark to many a lord applies. Aesop, Phaedrus, I7, The Fox and the Tragic Mask. Roman 15, The Wolf, the Goat, and the Kid. As went the goat her pendant dugs to fill and browse the herbage of a distant hill, she latched her door and bid with matron care her kid, "My daughter, as you live, this portal don't undo to any creature who this watchword does not give. Deuce take the wolf and all his race." The wolf was passing near the place by chance, and heard the words with pleasure, and laid them up as useful treasure, and hardly need we mention, escaped the goat's attention. No sooner did he see the matron off, than he with hypocritic tone and face cried out before the place, "Deuce take the wolf and all his race," not doubting thus to gain admission. The kid, not void of all suspicion, peered through a crack and cried, "Show me white paw before you ask me to undo the door." The wolf could not if he had died, for wolves have no connection with paws of that complexion. So, much surprised, our gormandizer retired to fast till he was wiser. How would the kid have been undone, had she but trusted to the word the wolf by chance had overheard? Two sureties better are than one, and caution's worth its cost, though sometimes seeming lost. Carazit and others. Roman 16, The Wolf, the Mother, and her Child. This wolf another brings to mind, who found Dame Fortune more unkind, in that the greedy pirate sinner was balked of life as well as dinner. As saith our tale, a villager dwelt in a by unguarded place. There, hungry, watched our pillager for luck and chance to mend his case. For there his thievish eyes had seen all sorts of game go out, and in nice sucking calves, and lambs and sheep, and turkeys by the regiment, with steps so proud, and necks so bent, they'd make a daintier glutton weep. The thief at length began to tire of being gnawed by vain desire. Just then a child set up a cry. "Be still," the mother said, "or I will throw you to the wolf, you brat." "Ha ha," thought he, "what talk is that? The gods be thanked for luck so good." And ready at the door he stood, when soothingly the mother said, "Now cry no more, my little dear, that naughty wolf, if he comes here, your dear papa shall kill him dead." "Humph," cried the veteran mutton-eater. "Now this, now that, now hot, now cool. Is this the way they change their meter, and do they take me for a fool? Some day, a nutting in the wood, that young one yet shall be my food. But little time has he to dote on such a feast. The dogs rush out and seize the caitiff by the throat, and country ditchers, thick and stout, with rustic spears and forks of iron, the hapless animal environ. What brought you here, old head? Cried one. He told it all, as I have done. Why, bless my soul, the frantic mother said, you villain, eat my little son. And did I nurse the darling boy, your fiendish appetite to cloy? With that they knocked him on the head. His feet and scalp they bore to town, to grace the seigneur's hall, where, pinned against the wall, this verse completed his renown. Ye honest wolves, believe not all that mothers say, when children squall. Aesop and others. Romans 17, the words of Socrates. A house was built by Socrates that failed the public taste to please. Some blamed the inside, some the out, and all agreed that the apartments were too small. Such rooms for him, the greatest sage of Greece. I ask, said he, no greater bliss than real friends to filling this. And reason had good Socrates to think his house too large for these. A crowd to be your friends will claim, till some unhandsome test you bring. There's nothing plentier than the name, there's nothing rarer than the thing. Phaedrus Roman 3, 9. Roman 18, the old man and his sons. All power is feeble with dissension. For this I quote the Phrygian slave. If aught I add to his invention, it is our manners to engrave, and not from any envious wishes. I'm not so foolishly ambitious. Phaedrus enriches oft his story, in quest I doubt it not of glory. Such thoughts were idle in my breast. An aged man, near going to his rest, his gathered sons thus solemnly addressed. To break this bunch of arrows you may try, and, first, the string that binds them I untie. The eldest, having tried with might and main, exclaimed, this bundle I resign to muscles sturdier than mine. The second tried, and bowed himself in vain. The youngest took them with the like success. All were obliged their weakness to confess. Unharmed the arrows passed from son to son, of all they did not break a single one. Weak fellows, said their sire, I now must show what in the case my feeble strength can do. They laughed, and thought their father but in joke, till, one by one they saw the arrows broke. "See, Concord's power," replied the sire. "As long as you in love agree, you will be strong. I go, my sons, to join our father's good. Now promise me to live as brothers should, and soothe by this your dying father's fears." Each strictly promised with a flood of tears. Their father took them by the hand, and died, and soon the virtue of their vows was tried. Their sire had left a large estate involved in lawsuits intricate, here seized a creditor, and their neighbor levied for a share. At first the trio nobly bore the brunt of all this legal war. But short their friendship as 'twas rare. Whom blood had joined in, small the wonder. The force of interest drove asunder, and, as is wont in such affairs, ambition, envy were co-heirs. In parceling their sire's estate, they quarrel, quibble, litigate, each aiming to supplant the other. The judge, by turns, condemns each brother. Their creditors make new assault, some pleading error, some default. The sundered brothers disagree, for counsel one, have counsels three. All lose their wealth, and now their sorrows bring fresh to mind those broken arrows. Aesop, Avianus, and others. Frigen Slavisop, see translator's preface. Roman 19, the oracle and the atheist. That man his maker can deceive is monstrous folly to believe. The labyrinthine mazes of the heart are open to his eyes in every part. Whatever one may do, or think, or feel, from him no darkness can the thing conceal. A pagan once, of graceless heart and hollow, whose faith in gods, I'm apprehensive, was quite as real as expensive, consulted, at his shrine, the god Apollo. Is what I hold alive or not? Said he, a sparrow having brought, prepared to wring its neck, or let it fly as need might be, to give the god the lie. Apollo saw the trick, and answered, "Quick, dead or alive, show me your sparrow, and cease to set for me a trap which can but cause yourself mishap. I see afar, and far I shoot my arrow." Aesop. Roman 20, the miser who had lost his treasure. 'Tis use that constitutes possession. I ask that sort of men, whose passion it is to get and never spend of all their toil what is the end, what they enjoy of all their labors which do not equally their neighbors. Throughout this upper mortal strife, the miser leads a beggar's life. Old Aesop's man of hidden treasure may serve the case to demonstrate. He had a great estate, but chose a second life to wait ere he began to taste his pleasure. This man, whom gold so little blessed, was not possessor, but possessed. His cash he buried underground, where only might his heart be found, it being then his sole delight to ponder of it day and night, and consecrate his rusty pelf a sacred offering to himself. In all his eating, drinking, travel, most wondrous short of funds he seemed, one would have thought he little dreamed where lay such sums beneath the gravel. A ditcher marked his coming to the spot, so frequent was it, and thus at last some little inkling got of the deposit. He took it all, and babbled not. One morning, ere the dawn, forth had our miser gone to worship what he loved the best, when lo, he found an empty nest, alas! What groaning, wailing, crying, what deep and bitter sighing, his torment makes him tear out by the roots his hair. A passenger demandeth why such marvelous outcry. They've got my gold, it's gone, it's gone. Your gold, pray where beneath this stone? Why, man, is this a time of war, that you should bring your gold so far? You'd better keep it in your drawer, and I'll be bound, if once but in it, you could have got it any minute. At any minute. Ah, heaven knows that cash comes harder than it goes. I touched it not. Then have the grace to explain to me that rueful face, replied the man. For, if 'tis true you touched it not, how plain the case that, put the stone back in its place, and all will be as well for you. Aesop and others. Roman 21, the eye of the master. A stag took refuge from the chase among the oxen of a stable, who counseled him, as saith the fable, to seek at once some safer place. My brothers, said the fugitive, betray me not, and as I live, the richest pasture I will show that e'er was grazed on, high or low, your kindness you will not regret, for well some day I'll pay the debt. The oxen promised secrecy, down crouched the stag and breathed more free. At eventide they brought fresh hay, as was their custom day by day, and often came the servants near, as did indeed the overseer, but with so little thought or care that neither horns, nor hide, nor hair revealed to them the stag was there. Already thanked the wildwood stranger the oxen for their treatment kind, and there to wait made up his mind, till he might issue free from danger. Replied an ox that chewed the cud, your case looks fairly in the bud, but then I fear the reason why is that the man of sharpest eye hath not yet come his look to take. I dread his coming, for your sake, your boasting may be premature, till then, poor stag, you're not secure. 'Twas but a little while before the careful master oped the door. How's this, my boys? Said he. These empty racks will never do. Go, change this dirty litter too. More care than this I want to see of oxen that belong to me. Well, Jim, my boy, you're young and stout. What would it cost to clear these cobwebs out, and put these yokes and hames and traces, all as they should be in their places? Thus looking round, he came to see one head he did not usually. The stag is found, his foes deal heavily their blows. Down sinks he in the strife, no tears can save his life. They slay and dress and salt the beast, and cook his flesh in many a feast, and many a neighbor gets a taste. As Phaedrus says it pithily, the master's is the eye to see, I add the lovers, as for me. Phaedrus, Roman 2, 8 The stag and the oxen, and others. Roman 22. The lark and her young ones with the owner of a field. Depend upon yourself alone, has to a common proverb grown. 'Tis thus confirmed in Aesop's way, the larks to build their nests are seen among the wheat crops young and green, that is to say, what time all things, Dame Nature heeding, betake themselves to love and breeding the monstrous whales and sharks, beneath the briny flood, the tigers in the wood, and in the fields the larks. One she, however, of these last, found more than half the springtime passed without the taste of springtime pleasures, when firmly she set up her will that she would be a mother still, and resolutely took her measures. First, got herself by hymen matched, then built her nest, laid, sat, and hatched. All went as well as such things could. The wheat crop ripening ere the brood were strong enough to take their flight, aware how perilous their plight, the lark went out to search for food and told her young to listen well and keep a constant sentinel. The owner of this field, said she, will come, I know, his grain to see, hear all he says, we little birds must shape our conduct by his words. No sooner was the lark away than came the owner with his son. This wheat is ripe, said he. Now run and give our friends a call to bring their sickles all, and help us, great and small, tomorrow at the break of day. The lark, returning, found no harm, except her nest in wild alarm, says one. We heard the owner say, go, give our friends a call to help tomorrow break of day. Replied the lark, if that is all, we need not be in any fear, but only keep an open ear, as gay as larks, now eat your victuals, they ate and slept the great and littles. The dawn arrives, but not the friends, the lark soars up, the owner wends his usual round to view his land. This grain, says he, ought not to stand, our friends do wrong, and so does he who trusts that friends will friendly be. My son, go call our kith and kin to help us get our harvest in. This second order made the little lark still more afraid. He sent for kindred, mother, by his son, the work will now indeed be done. No, darlings, go to sleep, our lowly nest will keep. With reason said, for kindred there came none. Thus, tired of expectation vain, once more the owner viewed his grain. My son, said he, we're surely fools to wait for other people's tools as if one might for love or pelf. Have friends more faithful than himself, engrave this lesson deep, my son, and know you now what must be done. We must ourselves our sickles bring, and while the larks their matins sing begin the work, and on this plan get in our harvest as we can. This plan the lark no sooner knew than, now's the time, she said, my chicks, and taking little time to fix, away they flew, all fluttering, soaring, often grounding, decamped without a trumpet sounding. Aesop Allus Jealous, Avianus. Book 5. I the Woodman and Mercury. To M. the Chevalier de Bouillon. Your taste has served my work to guide, to gain its suffrage I have tried. You'd have me shun a care too nice, or beauty at too dear a price, or too much effort as a vice. My taste with yours agrees, such effort cannot please, and too much pains about the polish is apt the substance to abolish, not that it would be right or wise the graces all to ostracize. You love them much when delicate, nor is it left for me to hate. As to the scope of Aesop's plan, I fail as little as I can. If this my rhymed and measured speech availeth not to please or teach, I own it not a fault of mine. Some unknown reason I assign. With little strength endued for battles rough and rude, or with Herculean arm to smite, I show to vice its foolish plight. In this my talent wholly lies, not that it does it all suffice. My fable sometimes brings to view the face of vanity purblind with that of restless envy joined, and life now turns upon these pivots too. Such is the silly little frog that aped the ox upon her bog. A double image sometimes shows how vice and folly do oppose the ways of virtue and good sense, as lambs with wolves so grim and gaunt, the silly fly and frugal ant. Thus swells my work a comedy immense its acts unnumbered and diverse. It's seen the boundless universe. Gods, men, and brutes all play their part in fields of nature or of art, and Jupiter among the rest. Here comes the god who's wont to bear Jove's frequent errands to the fair, with winged heels and haste, but other works in hand today. A man that labored in the wood had lost his honest livelihood, that is to say, his axe was gone astray. He had no tools to spare, this wholly earned his fare. Without a hope beside, he sat him down and cried, "Alas, my axe, where can it be, O Jove? But send it back to me, and it shall strike good blows for thee." His prayer in high Olympus heard, swift Mercury started at the word. "Your axe must not be lost," said he. "Now will you know it when you see an axe I found upon the road?" With that an axe of gold he showed. "Is this?" The woodman answered, "Nay." An axe of silver, bright and gay, refused the honest woodman too. At last the finder brought to view an axe of iron, steel, and wood. "That's mine," he said in joyful mood. "With that I'll quite contented be." The god replied, "I give the three as due reward of honesty." This luck when neighboring choppers knew, they lost their axes, not a few, and sent their prayers to Jupiter so fast, he knew not which to hear. His winged son, however, sent with gold and silver axes, went. Each would have thought himself a fool not to have owned the richest tool, but Mercury promptly gave, instead of it, a blow upon the head. With simple truth to be contented is surest not to be repented, but still there are who would with evil trap the good, whose cunning is but stupid, for Jove is never duped. Aesop. There is also a version of the story in Rabelais, Book 4, Prologue. La Fontaine's dedication is in initials thus: A. M. L. C. D. B, which are interpreted by some as meaning, to M. the Chevalier de Bouillon, as above, and by others as meaning, to Monseigneur le Cardinal de Bouillon. Aesop's plan here, as in the dedication of Book 7, Fable Roman 2, Book 1, Fable I, Book 3, Fable I, Book 6, Fable Roman 4. Book 8 and Fable I, Book 9, the poet treats of the nature and uses of fable. Roman 2, the earthen pot and the iron pot. An iron pot proposed to an earthen pot a journey. The latter was opposed, expressing the concern he had felt about the danger of going out a ranger. He thought the kitchen hearth the safest place on earth for one so very brittle. "For thee, who art a kettle, and hast a tougher skin, there's naught to keep thee in." "I'll be thy bodyguard," replied the iron pot. "If anything that's hard should threaten thee a jot, between you I will go, and save thee from the blow." This offer him persuaded. The iron pot paraded himself as guard and guide close at his cousin's side. Now, in their tripod way, they hobble as they may and eke together bolt at every little jolt, which gives the crockery pain. But presently his comrade hits so hard, he dashes him to bits before he can complain. Take care that you associate with equals only, lest your fate between these pots should find its mate. Aesop. Roman 3, the little fish and the fisher. A little fish will grow, if life be spared a great, but yet to let him go, and for his growing weight, may not be very wise, as 'tis not sure your bait will catch him when of size. Upon a river bank a fisher took a tiny troutling from his hook. Said he, "'Twill serve to count, at least, as the beginning of my feast, and so I'll put it with the rest." This little fish, thus caught, his clemency besought. "What will your honor do with me? I'm not a mouthful, as you see. Pray let me grow to be a trout, and then come here and fish me out. Some alderman who likes things nice will buy me then at any price. But now 100 such you'll have to fish to make a single good-for-nothing dish." "Well, well, be it so," replied the fisher, "my little fish, who play the preacher. The frying pan must be your lot, although no doubt you like it not. I fry the fry that can be got." In some things, men of sense prefer the present to the future tense. Aesop. Roman 4, the ears of the hare. Some beast with horns did gore the lion, and that sovereign dread resolved to suffer so no more, straight banished from his realm. 'Tis said, all sorts of beasts with horns, rams, bulls, goats, stags, and unicorns. Such brutes all promptly fled. A hare, the shadow of his ears perceiving, could hardly help believing that some vile spy for horns would take them, and food for accusation make them. "Adieu," said he, "my neighbor cricket, I take my foreign ticket. My ears, should I stay here, will turn to horns, I fear, and were they shorter than a bird's, I fear the effect of words." "These horns," the cricket answered, "why God made them ears, who can deny?" "Yes," said the coward, "still they'll make them horns, and horns, perhaps of unicorns. In vain shall I protest, with all the learning of the schools, my reasons they will send to rest in hospital of fools. Ferno, hospital of fools, i.e. madhouse. The fox with his tail cut off. A cunning old fox of plundering habits, great cruncher of fowls, great catcher of rabbits, whom none of his sort had caught in a nap, was finally caught in somebody's trap. By luck he escaped, not wholly and hale, for the price of his luck was the loss of his tail. Escaped in this way to save his disgrace, he thought to get others in similar case. One day that the foxes in council were met, "Why wear we," said he, "this cumbering weight which sweeps in the dirt wherever it goes? Pray tell me its use, if anyone knows. If the council will take my advice, we shall dock off our tails in a trice." "Your advice may be good," said one on the ground, "but ere I reply, pray turn yourself round." Whereat such a shout from the council was heard, poor Bobtail, confounded, could say not a word. To urge the reform would have wasted his breath. Long tails were the mode till the day of his death. Aesop, Fairno. Roman 6, the old woman and her two servants. A beldam kept two spinning maids, who plied so handily their trades, those spinning sisters down below were bunglers when compared with these. No care did this old woman know but giving tasks as she might please. No sooner did the god of day his glorious locks enkindle, than both the wheels began to play, and from each whirling spindle forth danced the thread right merrily, and back was coiled unceasingly. Soon as the dawn, I say, its tresses showed, a graceless cock most punctual crowed. The beldam roused, more graceless yet, in greasy petticoat bedight, struck up her farthing light and then forthwith the bed beset, where deeply, blessedly did snore those two maidservants tired and poor, one oped an eye and arm one stretched, and both their breath most sadly fetched, this threat concealing in the sigh that cursed cock shall surely die. And so he did, they cut his throat, and put to sleep his rousing note. And yet this murder mended not the cruel hardship of their lot, for now the twain were scarce in bed before they heard the summons dread. The beldam, full of apprehension lest oversleep should cause detention, ran like a goblin through her mansion. Thus often, when one thinks to clear himself from ill, his effort only sinks him in the deeper still. The beldam, acting for the cock, was Scylla for Charybdis rock. Aesop. Roman 7, the Satyr and the Traveler. Within a savage forest grot a satyr, and his chips were taking down their porridge hot. Their cups were at their lips. You might have seen in mossy den, himself, his wife, and brood. They had not tailor clothes like men, but appetites as good. In came a traveler, benighted, all hungry, cold, and wet. who heard himself to eat invited with nothing like regret. He did not give his host the pain his asking to repeat, but first he blew with might and main to give his fingers heat. Then in his steaming porridge dish he delicately blew. The wondering satyr said, I wish the use of both I knew. Why first my blowing warms my hand, and then it cools my porridge. Ah, said his host, then understand I cannot give you storage. To sleep beneath one roof with you, I may not be so bold, far be from me that mouth untrue which blows both hot and cold. Aesop. Roman 8, the horse and the wolf. A wolf, what time the thawing breeze renews the life of plants and trees, and beasts go forth from winter lair to seek abroad their various fare, a wolf, I say, about those days, in sharp lookout for means and ways, espied a horse turned out to graze. His joy the reader may opine. Once got, said he, this game were fine, but if a sheep, twere sooner mine. I can't proceed my usual way, some trick must now be put in play. This said, he came with measured tread, as if a healer of disease, some pupil of Hippocrates, and told the horse, with learned verbs, he knew the power of roots and herbs, whatever grew about those borders, and not at all to flatter himself in such a matter could cure of all disorders. If he, Sir Horse, would not conceal the symptoms of his case, he, Dr. Wolf, would gratis heal, for that to feed in such a place, and run about untied, was proof itself of some disease, as all the books decide. I have, good doctor, if you please, replied the horse, as I presume beneath my foot an aposthume. My son, replied the learned leech, that part, as all our authors teach, is strikingly susceptible of ills which make acceptable what you may also have from me the aid of skillful surgery, which noble art, the fact is, for horses of the blood I practice. The fellow, with this talk sublime, watched for a snap the fitting time. Meanwhile, suspicious of some trick, the wary patient nearer draws, and gives his doctor such a kick, as makes a chowder of his jaws, exclaimed the wolf in sorry plight, I own those heels have served me right. I erred to quit my trade, as I will not in future. Me nature surely made for nothing but a butcher. Aesop also Inferno. Roman 9, the plowman and his sons. The farmer's patient care and toil are oftener wanting than the soil. A wealthy plowman drawing near his end called in his sons apart from every friend and said, "When of your sire bereft, the heritage our fathers left guard well, nor sell a single field. A treasure in it is concealed, the place precisely I don't know, but industry will serve to show. The harvest past, time's forelock take, and search with plow and spade and rake, turn over every inch of sod, nor leave unsearched a single clod." The father died. The son's end not in vain turned o'er the soil, and o'er again. That year their acres bore more grain than e'er before. Though hidden money found they none, yet had their father wisely done to show by such a measure that toil itself is treasure. Aesop. X the mountain in labor. A mountain was in travail pang, the country with her clamor rang, outran the people all to see, supposing that the birth would be a city or at least a house. It was a mouse. In thinking of this fable, of story feigned and false, but meaning veritable, my mind the image calls of one who writes, "The war I sing which Titans waged against the Thunder King. As on the sounding verses ring, what will be brought to birth? Why, dearth." Phaedrus Roman 4, 22, the war and see the war of the gods and Titans, sons of heaven and earth. Vidi Hesiod, Theogony, I 1083, Bones ed. Thy fortune and the boy. Beside a well, uncurbed and deep, a schoolboy laid him down to sleep. Such rogues can do so anywhere. If some kind man had seen him there, he would have leaped as if distracted. But fortune much more wisely acted, for passing by she softly waked the child, thus whispering in accents mild, "I save your life, my little dear, and beg you not to venture here again, for had you fallen in I should have had to bear the sin, but I demand, in reason's name, if for your rashness I'm to blame." With this the goddess went her way. I like her logic, I must say. There takes place nothing on this planet, but fortune ends whoe'er began it. In all adventures good or ill, we look to her to foot the bill. Has one a stupid, empty pate, that serves him never till too late. He clears himself by blaming fate. Aesop. Roman 12, the doctors. The self-same patient put to test two doctors, fear the worst and hope the best. The latter hoped. The former did maintain the man would take all medicine in vain. By different cures the patient was beset, but ere long cancelled nature's debt, while nursed as was prescribed by fear the worst. But over the disease both triumphed still, said one. I well foresaw his death. Yes, said the other, but my pill would certainly have saved his breath. Aesop and others. Roman 13, the hen with the golden eggs. How avarice loseth all, by striving all to gain, I need no witness call but him whose thrifty hen, as by the fable we are told, laid every day an egg of gold. She hath a treasure in her body, bethinks the avaricious naughty. He kills and opens vexed to find all things like hens of common kind. Thus spoiled the source of all his riches, to misers he a lesson teaches. In these last changes of the moon, how often doth one see men made as poor as he by force of getting rich too soon. Aesop. Roman 14, the ass carrying relics. An ass with relics for his load supposed the worship on the road meant for himself alone, and took on lofty airs, receiving as his own the incense and the prayers. Someone, who saw his great mistake, cried, "Master Donkey, do not make yourself so big a fool. Not you they worship, but your pack. They praise the idols on your back, and count yourself a paltry tool." 'Tis thus a brainless magistrate is honored for his robe of state. Aesop also Fairno. Roman 15, the stag and the vine. A stag by favor of a vine, which grew where sun's most genial shine, and formed a thick and matted bower which might have turned a summer shower, was saved from ruinous assault. The hunters thought their dogs at fault, and called them off. In danger now no more the stag, a thankless wretch and vile, began to browse his benefactress o'er. The hunters, listening the while the rustling heard, came back with all their yelping pack, and seized him in that very place. "This is," said he, "but justice in my case. Let every black ingrate henceforward profit by my fate." The dogs fell to tweer wasting breath to pray those hunters at the death. They left, and we will not revile 'em, a warning for profaners of asylum. Aesop. Roman 16, the serpent and the file. A serpent, neighbor to a smith, a neighbor bad to meddle with, went through his shop in search of food, but nothing found. Tease understood to eat except a file of steel, of which he tried to make a meal. The file, without a spark of passion, addressed him in the following fashion: "Poor simpleton, you surely bite with less of sense than appetite, for ere from me you gain 1/4 of a grain you'll break your teeth from ear to ear. Times are the only teeth I fear." This tale concerns those men of letters, who, good for nothing, bite their betters, their biting so is quite unwise. Think you, ye literary sharks, your teeth will leave their marks upon the deathless works you criticize? Fie, 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 men, to you their brass their steel their diamond. Phaedrus, Book 4:8, also Aesop. Romans 17, the hare and the partridge. Beware how you deride the exiles from life's sunny side, to you is little known how soon their case may be your own. On this, sage Aesop gives a tale or two, as in my verses I propose to do. A field in common share a partridge and a hare, and live in peaceful state, till, woeful to relate, the hunter's mingled cry compels the hare to fly. He hurries to his fort, and spoils almost the sport by faulting every hound that yelps upon the ground. At last, his reeking heat betrays his snug retreat. Old Tray, with philosophically nose, snuffs carefully and grows so cert that he cries, "The hare is here, bow wow," and veteran ranger now, the dog that never lies, "The hare is gone," replies, "Alas." Poor wretched hare, back comes he to his lair to meet destruction there. The partridge, void of fear, begins her friend to jeer, "You bragged of being fleet, how serve you now your feet?" Scarce has she ceased to speak, the laugh yet in her beak, when comes her turn to die from which she could not fly. She thought her wings, indeed, enough for every need, but in her laugh and talk forgot the cruel hawk. Roman 18, the eagle and the owl. The eagle and the owl, resolved to cease their war, embraced in pledge of peace. On faith of king, on faith of owl, they swore that they would eat each other's chicks no more. "But know you mine?" said wisdom's bird. "Not I indeed," the eagle cried. "The worse for that," the owl replied. "I fear your oath's a useless word. I fear that you, as king, will not consider duly who or what you kings and gods of what's before ye are apt to make one category. Adieu, my young, if you should meet them. Describe them then, or let me greet them, and on my life I will not eat them," the eagle said. The owl replied, "My little ones, I say with pride, for grace of form cannot be matched, the prettiest birds that e'er were hatched, by this you cannot fail to know them. 'Tis needless, therefore, that I show them. Pray don't forget, but keep this mark in view, lest fate should curse my happy nest by you." At length God gives the owl a set of airs, and while at early eve abroad he fares, in quest of birds and mice for food, our eagle haply spies the brood, as on some craggy rock they sprawl, or nestle in some ruined wall, but which it matters not at all, and thinks them ugly little frights, grim, sad, with voice like shrieking sprites. "These chicks," says he, with looks almost infernal, "can't be the darlings of our friend Nocturnal, I'll sup of them." And so he did, not slightly. He never sups, if he can help it, lightly. The owl returned, and sad he found naught left but claws upon the ground. He prayed the gods above and gods below to smite the brigand who had caused his woe. Quoth one, "On you alone the blame must fall, or rather on the law of nature, which wills that every earthly creature shall think it's like the loveliest of all. You told the eagle of your young ones' graces, you gave the picture of their faces, had it of likeness any traces. Avianus, also verdizati. Wisdom's bird the owl was the bird of Minerva, as the eagle was that of Jupiter." Roman 19, the lion going to war. The lion had an enterprise in hand, held a war council, sent his provost marshal, and gave the animals a call impartial each in his way to serve his high command. The elephant should carry on his back the tools of war, the mighty public pack, and fight in elephantine way and form. The bear should hold himself prepared to storm, the fox all secret stratagems should fix, the monkey should amuse the foe by tricks. Dismiss, said one, the blockhead asses and hares, too cowardly and fleet. No, said the king, I use all classes, without their aid my force were incomplete. The ass shall be our trumpeter, to scare our enemy, and then the nimble hare our royal bulletins shall homeward bear. A monarch provident and wise will hold his subjects all of consequence, and know in each what talent lies. There's nothing useless to a man of sense. Abstemious. Roman 20, the bear and the two companions. Two fellows needing funds and bold a bearskin to a furrier sold, of which the bear was living still, but which they presently would kill, at least they said they would. And if their word was good, it was a king of bears in Ursa Major, the biggest bear beneath the sun. Its skin, the chaps would wager, was cheap at double cost. 'Twould make one laugh at frost, and make two robes as well as one. Old Dindonot in sheep who dealt, less prized his sheep than they their pelt, in their account 'twas theirs, but in his own the bear's. By bargain struck upon the skin, 2 days at most must bring it in, forth went the two. More easy found than got, the bear came growling at them on the trot. Behold our dealers both confounded, as if by thunderbolt astounded, their bargain vanished suddenly in air, for who could plead his interest with a bear? One of the friends sprung up a tree, the other, cold as ice could be, fell on his face, feigned death, and closely held his breath, he having somewhere heard it said the bear ne'er preys upon the dead. Sir Bear, sad blockhead, was deceived, the prostrate man a corpse believed, but half suspecting some deceit, he feels and snuffs from head to feet, and in the nostrils blows, the body's surely dead, he thinks. I'll leave it, says he, for it stinks, and off into the woods he goes, the other dealer from his tree descending cautiously to see his comrade lying in the dirt, consoling, says, it is a wonder that, by the monster forced asunder, we're after all more scared than hurt. But, addeth he, what of the creature's skin? He held his muzzle very near. What did he whisper in your ear? He gave this caution, never dare again to sell the skin of bear its owner has not ceased to wear. Versions will be found in Aesop, Avianus, and Abstemious, Old Dindonot, Vide Rabelais, Pantagruel, Book 4, Chapter Roman 8, Translator. The character in Rabelais is a sheep stealer as well as a sheep dealer. According to Philip de Comines, the Emperor Frederick Roman III of Germany used a story conveying the substance of this fable, with its moral of never sell your bear skin till the beast is dead, as his sole reply to the ambassadors of the French king when that monarch sent him proposals for dividing between them the provinces of the Duke of Burgundy. The meaning of which was, says de Comines, that if the king came according to his promise, they would take the duke if they could, and when he was taken, they would talk of dividing his dominions. Vide Bone's edition of the Memoirs of de Comines, Volume I, p. 246. Roman 21, the ass dressed in the lion's skin. Clad in a lion's shaggy hide, an ass spread terror far and wide, and though himself a coward brute, put all the world to scampering rout. But by a piece of evil luck, a portion of an ear out stuck, which soon revealed the error of all the panic terror. Old Martin did his office quick. Surprised were all who did not know the trick, to see that Martin, at his will, was driving lions to the mill. In France, the men are not a few of whom this fable proves too true, whose valor chiefly doth reside in coat they wear and horse they ride. Aesop and Avianus, Martin Batten, again as in Fable v. Book 4. Book 6. I the Shepherd and the Lion. Of fables judge not by their face, they give the simplest brute a teacher's place. Bare precepts were inert and tedious things, the story gives them life and wings. But story for the story's sake were sorry business for the wise, as if, for pill that one should take, you gave the sugary disguise. For reasons such as these, full many writers great and good have written in this frolic mood, and made their wisdom please. But tinselled style they all have shunned with care, with them one never sees a word to spare. Of Phaedrus some have blamed the brevity, while Aesop uses fewer words than he. A certain Greek, however, beats them both in his laconic feats. Each tale he locks in verses 4, the well or ill I leave to critic lore. At Aesop's side to see him let us aim, upon a theme substantially the same. The one selects a lover of the chase, a shepherd comes, the other's tale to grace. Their tracks I keep, though either tale may grow a little in its features as I go. The one which Aesop tells is nearly this. A shepherd from his flock began to miss, and longed to catch the stealer of his sheep. Before a cavern, dark and deep, where wolves retired by day to sleep, which he suspected as the thieves, he set his trap among the leaves, and ere he left the place, he thus invoked celestial grace. O King of all the powers divine against the rogue, but grant me this delight, that this my trap may catch him in my sight, and I, from 20 calves of mine, will make the fattest thine. But while the words were on his tongue, forth came a lion great and strong. Down crouched the man of sheep, and said, with shivering fright half dead, Alas, that man should never be aware of what may be the meaning of his prayer. To catch the robber of my flocks, O King of gods, I pledged a calf to thee. If from his clutches thou wilt rescue me, I'll raise my offering to an ox. 'Tis thus the master author tells the story. Now hear the rival of his glory. Aesop, a certain Greek, Gabrias, La Fontaine. This is Babrias, the Greek fabulist, to whom La Fontaine gives the older form of his name. La Fontaine's strictures on this rival of Aesop proceed from the fact that he read the author in the corrupted form of the edition by Ignatius Magister, 9th century. It was not till a century after La Fontaine wrote that the fame of Babrias was cleared by Bentley and Tyrwhitt, who brought his fables to light in their original form. Master author, and see the master author is Aesop, the rival Gabrias or Babrias. The last line refers the reader to the following fable for comparison. In the original editions of La Fontaine, the two fables appear together with the heading Fables I et Roman 2. Roman 2, The Lion and the Hunter. A braggart, lover of the chase, had lost a dog of valued race, and thought him in a lion's maw. He asked a shepherd whom he saw, "Pray show me, man, the robber's place, and I'll have justice in the case." "'Tis on this mountainside," the shepherd man replied. "The tribute of a sheep I pay each month, and where I please I stray." Out leaped the lion as he spake, and came that way with agile feet. The braggart, prompt his flight to take, cried, "Jove, oh grant a safe retreat." A danger close at hand of courage is the test. It shows us who will stand, whose legs will run their best. Gabrias or Babrias, and Aesop. See note to preceding fable. Roman 3, Phobos and Boreas. Old Boreas and the sun one day espied a traveler on his way, whose dress did happily provide against whatever might betide. The time was autumn, when, indeed, all prudent travelers take heed. The rains that then the sunshine dash, and Iris with her splendid sash, warn one who does not like to soak to wear abroad a good thick cloak. Our man was therefore well bedight with double mantle, strong and tight. "This fellow," said the wind, "has meant to guard from every ill event, but little does he wot that I can blow him such a blast that, not a button fast, his cloak shall cleave the sky. Come, here's a pleasant game, sir son. Wilt play?" said Phoebus. "Done, we'll bet between us here which first will take the gear from off this cavalier. Begin and shut away the brightness of my ray." Enough. Our blower on the bet swelled out his pursy form with all the stuff for storm, the thunder, hail, and drenching wet, and all the fury he could muster. Then, with a very demon's bluster, he whistled, whirled, and splashed, and down the torrents dashed, full many a roof updeering he never did before, full many a vessel bearing to wreck upon the shore, and all to doff a single cloak. But vain the furious stroke. The traveler was stout, and kept the tempest out, defied the hurricane, defied the pelting rain, and as the fiercer roared the blast, his cloak the tighter held he fast. The sun broke out. To win the bet, he caused the clouds to disappear, refreshed and warmed the cavalier, and through his mantle made him sweat, till off it came, of course, in less than half an hour, and yet the sun saved half his power. So much doth mildness more than force. Aesop and Lockman, also P. Hegemon. Roman 4, Jupiter and the farmer. Of yore a farm had Jupiter to rent, to advertise it Mercury was sent. The farmers, far and near, flocked round, the terms to hear, and, calling to their aid the various tricks of trade, one said 'twas rash a farm to hire which would so much expense require. Another, that, do what you would, the farm would still be far from good. While thus, in market style, its faults were told, one of the crowd, less wise than bold, would give so much, on this condition, that Jove would yield him altogether the choice and making of his weather, that, instantly on his decision, his various crops should feel the power of heat or cold, of sun or shower. Jove yields. The bargain closed, our man reigns, blows, and takes the care of all the changes of the air on his peculiar private plan. His nearest neighbors felt it not, and all the better was their lot. Their year was good, by grace divine, the grain was rich and full the vine. The renter, failing altogether, the next year made quite different weather, and yet the fruit of all his labors was far inferior to his neighbors. What better could he do? To heaven he owns at last his want of sense, and so is graciously forgiven. Hence we conclude that Providence knows better what we need than we ourselves, indeed. Aesop and Ferno. V. The cockerel, the cat, and the young mouse. A youthful mouse, not up to trap, had almost met a sad mishap. The story hear him thus relate, with great importance to his mother. I passed the mountain bounds of this estate, and off was trotting on another, like some young rat with naught to do but see things wonderful and new, when two strange creatures came in view. The one was mild, benign, and gracious. The other, turbulent, rapacious, with voice terrific, shrill, and rough, and on his head a bit of stuff that looked like raw and bloody meat, raised up a sort of arms and beat the air, as if he meant to fly, and bore his plumy tail on high. A cock that just began to crow, as if some nondescript from far New Holland shipped, was what our mouseling pictured so. He beat his arms, said he, and raised his voice, and made so terrible a noise that I, who, thanks to heaven, may justly boast myself as bold as any mouse, scud off. His voice would even scare a ghost, and cursed himself and all his house, for, but for him, I should have stayed, and doubtless an acquaintance made with her who seemed so mild and good. Like us in velvet cloak and hood, she wears a tail that's full of grace, a very sweet and humble face, no mouse more kindness could desire, and yet her eye is full of fire. I do believe the lovely creature a friend of rats and mice by nature. Her ears, though like herself they're bigger, are just like ours in form and figure. To her I was approaching, when aloft on what appeared his den, the other screamed, and off I fled. My son, his cautious mother said, that sweet one was the cat, the mortal foe of mouse and rat, who seeks by smooth deceit her appetite to treat. So far the other is from that we yet may eat his dainty meat, whereas the cruel cat, whene'er she can, devours no other meat than ours. Remember while you live, it is by looks that men deceive. Abstemious. Roman 6. The fox, the monkey, and the animals. Left kingless by the lion's death, the beasts once met, our story saith, some fit successor to install. Forth from a dragon-guarded, moated place, the crown was brought, and taken from its case, and being tried by turns on all. The heads of most were found too small, some horned were, and some too big, not one would fit the regal gear. Forever ripe for such a rig, the monkey, looking very queer, approached with antics and grimaces, and after scores of monkey faces, with what would seem a gracious stoop, passed through the crown as through a hoop. The beasts, diverted with the thing, did homage to him as their king. The fox alone the vote regretted, but yet in public never fretted. When he his compliments had paid to royalty, thus newly made, "Great sire, I know a place," said he, "where lies concealed a treasure which, by the right of royalty, should bide your royal pleasure." The king lacked not an appetite for such financial pelf, and not to lose his royal right, ran straight to see it for himself. It was a trap, and he was caught. Said Renard, "Would you have it thought, you ape, that you can fill a throne, and guard the rights of all alone, not knowing how to guard your own?" The beasts all gathered from the farce, that stuff for kings is very scarce. Aesop also Fairno. Roman 7. The mule boasting of his genealogy. A prelate's mule of noble birth was proud, and talked, incessantly and loud, of nothing but his dam, the mare, whose mighty deeds by him recounted were. This had she done, and had been present there, by which her son made out his claim to notice on the scroll of fame. Too proud, when young, to bear a doctor's pill, when old, he had to turn a mill, as there they used his limbs to bind. His sire, the ass, was brought to mind. Misfortune, where its only use the claims of folly to reduce, and bring men down to sober reason, would be a blessing in its season. Aesop. Roman 8. The old man and the ass. An old man, riding on his ass, had found a spot of thrifty grass, and there turned loose his weary beast. Old Grizzle, pleased with such a feast, flung up his heels and capered round, then rolled and rubbed upon the ground, and frisked and browsed and brayed, and many a clean spot made. Armed men came on them as he fed. "Let's fly," in haste the old man said, "And wherefore so?" the ass replied. "With heavier burdens will they ride?" "No," said the man, already started. "Then," cried the ass as he departed, "I'll stay and be no matter whose, save yourself and leave me loose. But let me tell you, ere you go, I speak plain French, you know. My master is my only foe." Phaedrus, I-15. Roman 9, the stag seeing himself in the water. Beside a placid, crystal flood, a stag admired the branching wood that high upon his forehead stood, but gave his maker little thanks for what he called his spindle shanks. "What limbs are these for such a head, so mean and slim?" with grief he said. "My glorious heads o'ertops the branches of the copse, my legs are my disgrace." As thus he talked, a bloodhound gave him chase. To save his life he flew where forests thickest grew. His horns pernicious ornament arresting him where'er he went, did unavailing render what else, in such a strife, had saved his precious life his legs, as fleet as slender. Obliged to yield, he cursed the gear which nature gave him every year. Too much the beautiful we prize, the useful often we despise, yet oft, as happened to the stag, the former doth to ruin drag. Aesop, also Phaedrus, I-12. X the hare and the tortoise. To win a race, the swiftness of a dart availeth not without a timely start. The hare and tortoise are my witnesses, said tortoise to the swiftest thing that is. I'll bet that you'll not reach, so soon as I the tree on yonder hill we spy. So soon? Why, madam, are you frantic? Replied the creature with an antic. Pray take your senses to restore a grain or two of hellebore. Say, said the tortoise, what you will, I dare you to the wager still. 'Twas done, the stakes were paid, and near the gold tree laid of what is not a question for this place, nor who it was that judged the race. Our hare had scarce 5 jumps to make, of such as he is wont to take, when starting just before their beaks he leaves the hounds at leisure thence till the calends of the Greeks, the sterile heath to measure. Thus having time to browse and doze, and list which way the zephyr blows, he makes himself content to wait, and let the tortoise go her gait in solemn, senatorial state. She starts, she moils on, modestly and lowly, and with a prudent wisdom hastens slowly. But he, meanwhile, the victory despises, thinks lightly of such prizes, believes it for his honor to take late start and gain upon her. So, feeding, sitting at his ease, he meditates of what you please, till his antagonist he sees approach the goal. Then starts away like lightning darts. But vainly does he run, the race is by the tortoise won, cries she. My senses do I lack? What boots your boasted swiftness now, your beat? And yet, you must allow, I bore my house upon my back. Aesop, also Lockman, hellebore the ancient remedy for insanity. Kalends of the Greeks, unlike the Romans, had no kalends in their computation of time, hence the frequent use of this expression to convey the idea of an indefinite period of time. Zai the ass and his masters. A gardener's ass complained to destiny of being made to rise before the dawn. The cocks their matins have not sung, said he, ere I am up and gone, and all for what? To market herbs, it seems, fine cause indeed to interrupt my dreams. Fate, moved by such a prayer, sent him a courier's load to bear, whose hides so heavy and ill-scented were, they almost choked the foolish beast. I wish me with my former lord, he said, for then, whene'er he turned his head, if on the watch, I caught a cabbage leaf which cost me naught. But in this horrid place, I find no chance or windfall of the kind, or if indeed I do, the cruel blows I rue. Anon it came to pass he was a collier's ass, still more complaint. What now? Said fate, quite out of patience. If on this jackass I must wait, what will become of kings and nations? Has none but he ought here to tease him. Have I no business but to please him? And fated cause, for all are so, unsatisfied while here below our present lot is I the worst. Our foolish prayers the skies infest. Were Jove to grant all we request, the din renewed, his head would burst. Aesop. Roman 12, the Sun and the Frogs. Rejoicing on their tyrant's wedding day, the people drowned their care in drink, while from the general joy did Aesop shrink, and showed its folly in this way. The Sun, said he, once took it in his head to have a partner for his bed. From swamps and ponds and marshy bogs, up rose the wailings of the frogs. What shall we do, should he have progeny? Said they to destiny. one son we scarcely can endure, and half a dozen, we are sure, will dry the very sea. Adieu to marsh and fen. Our race will perish then, or be obliged to fix their dwelling in the sticks. For such an humble animal, the frog, I take it, reasoned well. There is another fable with this title, viz., Fable Roman 24, Book 12. This fable in its earlier form will be found in Phaedrus I6. Roman 13, The Countryman and the Serpent. A countryman, as Aesop certifies, a charitable man, but not so wise, one day in winter found, stretched on the snowy ground, a chilled or frozen snake, as torpid as a stake, and if alive, devoid of sense. He took him up and bore him home, and thinking not what recompense for such a charity would come, before the fire stretched him, and back to being fetched him. The snake scarce felt the genial heat before his heart with native malice beat. He raised his head, thrust out his forked tongue, coiled up, and at his benefactor sprung. "Ungrateful wretch," said he, "is this the way my care and kindness you repay? Now you shall die." With that his axe he takes, and with 2 blows 3 serpents makes. Trunk, head, and tail were separate snakes, and, leaping up with all their might, they vainly sought to reunite. 'Tis good and lovely to be kind, but charity should not be blind, for as to wretchedness ingrate, you cannot raise it from its wretched state. Aesop, also Phaedrus, Roman 4:18. Roman 14, The Sick Lion and the Fox. Sick in his den, we understand. The king of beasts sent out command that of his vassals every sort should send some deputies to court with promise well to treat each deputy and suite, on faith of lion, duly written, none should be scratched, much less be bitten. The royal will was executed, and some from every tribe deputed, the foxes only would not come. One thus explained their choice of home. Of those who seek the court, we learn, the tracks upon the sand have one direction, and not one betokens a return. This fact begetting some distrust, His Majesty at present must excuse us from his great levy. His plighted word is good, no doubt, but while how beasts get in we do not see how they get out. Aesop, Roman 15, the fowler, the hawk, and the lark. From wrongs of wicked men we draw excuses for our own. Such is the universal law. Would you have mercy shown? Let yours be clearly known. A fowler's mirror served to snare the little tenants of the air. A lark there saw her pretty face, and was approaching to the place. A hawk that sailed on high like vapor in the sky came down, as still as infant's breath, on her who sang so near her death. She thus escaped the fowler's steel, the hawk's malignant claws to feel, while in his cruel way, the pirate plucked his prey upon himself, the net was sprung. O fowler, prayed he in the hawkish tongue, release me in thy clemency, I never did a wrong to thee. The man replied, 'Tis true, and did the lark to you. Abstemious 3. Romans 16, the horse and the ass. In such a world, all men of every grade should each the other kindly aid. For, if beneath misfortune's goad a neighbor falls, on you will fall his load. There jogged in company an ass and horse, naught but his harness did the last endorse. The other bore a load that crushed him down, and begged the horse a little help to give, or otherwise he could not reach the town. This prayer, said he, is civil, I believe, when half this burden you would scarcely feel. The horse refused, flung up a scornful heel, and saw his comrade die beneath the weight, and saw his wrong too late, for on his own proud back they put the ass's pack, and over that beside they put the ass's hide. Aesop. Romans 17, the dog that dropped the substance for the shadow. This world is full of shadow chasers, most easily deceived. Should I enumerate these racers, I should not be believed. I send them all to Aesop's dog, which, crossing water on a log, espied the meat he bore below, to seize its image, let it go, plunged in. To reach the shore was glad, with neither what he hoped nor what he'd had. Aesop, also Phaedrus, I4. Roman 18, the carter in the mire. The fatten who drove a load of hay once found his cart bemired. Poor man. The spot was far away from human help retired, in some rude country place, in Brittany, as near as I can trace, near Quimper Corentin, a town that poet never sang, which fate, they say, puts in the traveller's path, when she would rouse the man to special wrath. May heaven preserve us from that route. But to our carter, hale and stout, fast stuck his cart. He swore his worst, and filled with rage extreme, the mud holes now he cursed, and now he cursed his team, and now his cart and load, anon the like upon himself bestowed. Upon the god he called at length, most famous through the world for strength. "Oh, help me, Hercules," cried he, "for if thy back of yore this burly planet bore, thy arm can set me free." This prayer gone up, from out a cloud there broke a voice which thus in godlike accents spoke. The suppliant must himself bestir, ere Hercules will aid confer. Look wisely in the proper quarter, to see what hindrance can be found, remove the execrable mud and mortar which, axle deep, beset thy wheels around, thy sledge and crowbar take, and pry me up that stone or break, now fill that rut upon the other side. Haste done it? Yes, the man replied. Well, said the voice, I'll aid thee now, take up thy whip. I have, but how my cart glides on with ease, I thank thee, Hercules. Thy team, rejoined the voice, has light ado, so help thyself, and heaven will help thee too. Avianus, also Ferno, also Rabelais, Book 4 ch. 23, Bones edition. Roman 19, the charlatan. The world has never lacked its charlatans, more than themselves have lacked their plans. One sees them on the stage at tricks, which mock the claims of sullen sticks. What talents in the streets they post. One of them used to boast such mastership of eloquence that he could make the greatest dunce another Tully Cicero in all the arts that lawyers know. I, sirs, a dunce, a country clown, the greatest blockhead of your town, nay more, an animal, an ass, the stupidest that nibbles grass, needs only through my course to pass, and he shall wear the gown with credit, honor, and renown. The prince heard of it, called the man, thus spake. My stable holds a steed of the Arcadian breed, of which an orator I wish to make. Well, sire, you can, replied our man. At once his majesty paid the tuition fee. 10 years must roll, and then the learned ass should his examination pass, according to the rules adopted in the schools. If not, his teacher was to tread the air with haltered neck, above the public square, his rhetoric bound on his back, and on his head the ears of Jack. A courtier told the rhetorician, with bows and terms polite, he would not miss the sight of that last pendant exhibition, for that his grace and dignity would well become such high degree and, on the point of being hung, he would bethink him of his tongue, and show the glory of his art, the power to melt the hardest heart, and wage a war with time by periods sublime, a pattern speech for orators thus leaving, whose work is vulgarly called thieving. Was the charlatan's reply, ere that, the king, the ass, or I shall, one or other of us, die. And reason good had he we count on life most foolishly, though hale and hearty we may be, in each 10 years death cuts down 1 in 3. Abstemious, steed of the Arcadian breed an ass, as in Fable Roman 17, Book 8. Roman 20, Discord. The goddess Discord having made on high among the gods a general grapple, and thence a lawsuit for an apple, was turned out bag and baggage from the sky. The animal called man, with open arms, received the goddess of such naughty charms, herself and whether or no, her brother with thine and mine, her stingy mother. In this, the lower universe, our hemisphere she chose to curse. For reasons good she did not please to visit our antipodes, folks rude and savage like the beasts, who, wedding free from forms and priests, in simple tent or leafy bower, make little work for such a power. That she might know exactly where her direful aid was in demand, renown flew courier through the land, reporting each dispute with care. Then she, outrunning peace, was quickly there, and if she found a spark of ire, was sure to blow it to fire. At length renown got out of patience at random hurrying o'er the nations, and not without good reason thought a goddess, like her mistress, ought to have some fixed and certain home to which her customers might come, for now they often searched in vain. With due location, it was plain she might accomplish vastly more, and more in season than before. To find, howe'er, the right facilities was harder then than now it is, for then there were no nunneries. So Hymen's in at last assigned, thence lodged the goddess to her mind. La Fontaine, gentle reader, does not mean to say that discord lodges with all married people, but that the foul fiend is never better satisfied than when she can find such accommodation translator. Roman 21, the young widow. A husband's death brings always sighs, the widow sobs, sheds tears then dries. Of time the sadness borrows wings, and time returning pleasure brings. Between the widow of a year and of a day, the difference is so immense that very few who see her would think the laughing dame and weeping one the same. The one puts on repulsive action, the other shows a strong attraction. The one gives up to sighs, or true or false. The same sad note is heard, whoever calls. Her grief is inconsolable, they say. Not so our fable, or rather, not so says the truth. To other worlds a husband went and left his wife in prime of youth. Above his dying couch she bent, and cried, "My love, oh wait for me, my soul would gladly go with thee." But yet it did not go. The fair one's sire, a prudent man, checked not the current of her woe. At last he kindly thus began, "My child, your grief should have its bound. What boots it him beneath the ground that you should drown your charms? Live for the living, not the dead. I don't propose that you be led at once to Hymen's arms, but give me leave, in proper time, to rearrange the broken chime with one who is as good, at least in all respects, as the deceased." "Alas," she sighed, "the cloister vows befit me better than a spouse." The father left the matter there. About 1 month thus mourned the fair, another month, her weeds arranged, each day some robe or lace she changed, till mourning dresses served to grace, and took of ornament the place. The frolic band of loves came flocking back like doves. Jokes, laughter, and the dance, the native growth of France, had finally their turn, and thus by night and morn she plunged, to tell the truth, deep in the fount of youth. Her sire no longer feared the dead so much endeared, but as he never spoke, herself the silence broke. "Where is that youthful spouse," said she, "whom, sir, you lately promised me?" "Abstemious." Epilogue. Here check we our career, long books I greatly fear. I would not quite exhaust my stuff, the flower of subjects is enough. To me, the time is come, it seems, to draw my breath for other themes. Love, tyrant of my life, commands that other work be on my hands. I dare not disobey, once more shall Psyche be my lay. Called by Damon to portray her sorrows and her joys. I yield, perhaps, while she employs, my muse will catch a richer glow. And well if this my labored strain shall be the last, and only pain her spouse shall cause me here below. Her spouse Cupid, the spouse of Psyche. The other work on my hands, mentioned in this epilogue, the end of the poet's first collection of fables, was no doubt the writing of his Psyche, which was addressed to his patron the Duchess de Bouillon, and published in 1659, the year following the publication of the first 6 books of the Fables. See also translator's preface. Book 7. To Madame De Montespan. The Epilogue is from the immortal gods, or, if the gift of man it is, its author merits apotheosis. Whoever magic genius lauds will do what in him lies to raise this art's inventor to the skies. It hath the potence of a charm, on dullness lays a conquering arm, subjects the mind to its control, and works its will upon the soul. O lady, armed with equal power, if e'er within celestial bower, with messmate gods reclined, my muse ambrosially hath dined, lend me the favor of a smile on this her playful toil. If you support, the tooth of time will shun, and let my work the envious years outrun. If authors would themselves survive, to gain your suffrage they should strive. On you my verses wait to get their worth. To you my beauties all will owe their birth, for beauties you will recognize invisible to other eyes. Ah! Who can boast a taste so true, of beauty or of grace, in either thought or face, for words and looks are equal charms in you. Upon a theme so sweet, the truth to tell, my muse would gladly dwell. But this employ to others I must yield. A greater master claims the field for me, fair lady. 'Twere enough your name should be my wall and roof. Protect henceforth the favored book through which for second life I look. In your auspicious light, these lines, in envy's spite, will gain the glorious meed that all the world shall read. 'Tis not that I deserve such fame, I only ask in Fable's name, you know what credit that should claim. And, if successfully I sue, a fain will be to Fable do a thing I would not build except for you. Here commences the second collection of La Fontaine's fables, comprising books Roman 7. To Zai, this collection was published in 1678-9, 10 years after the publication of the foregoing 6 books. See translator's preface. Madame de Montespan, Francois Athénais de Rochechouart de Mortemart, Marquise de Montespan, born 1641, died 1707. She became one of the mistresses of the Grand Monarch, Louis Roman XIV. In the Epilogue here, as in the opening fable of Books V and Roman 6. And elsewhere, La Fontaine defines fable and defends the art of the fabulist. I the animals sick of the plague. The sourced ill that heaven hath sent on this lower world in wrath, the plague, to call it by its name. One single day of which would Pluto's ferrymen enrich, waged war on beasts both wild and tame. They died not all, but all were sick, no hunting now, by force or trick, to save what might so soon expire. No food excited their desire, nor wolf nor fox now watched to slay the innocent and tender prey. The turtles fled, so love and therefore joy were dead. The lion council held and said, My friends, I do believe this awful scourge, for which we grieve, is for our sins a punishment most righteously by heaven sent. Let us our guiltiest beast resign, a sacrifice to wrath divine. Perhaps this offering, truly small, may gain the life and health of all. By history we find it noted that lives have been just so devoted. Then let us all turn eyes within, and ferret out the hidden sin. Himself let no one spare nor flatter, but make clean conscience in the matter. For me, my appetite has played the glutton too much, and often upon mutton. What harm had e'er my victims done, I answer, truly none. Perhaps, sometimes, by hunger pressed, I've eat the shepherd with the rest. I yield myself, if need there be, and yet I think in equity each should confess his sins with me, for laws of right and justice cry, the guiltiest alone should die. Sire, said the fox, your majesty is humbler than a king should be, and over-squeamish in the case. What? Eating stupid sheep a crime? No, never, sire, at any time. It rather was an act of grace, a mark of honor to their race. And as to shepherds, one may swear, the fate your majesty describes, is recompense less full than fair for such usurpers o'er our tribes. Thus Renard glibly spoke, and loud applause from flatterers broke. Of neither tiger, boar, nor bear, did any keen inquirer dare to ask for crimes of high degree. The fighters, biters, scratchers, all from every mortal sin were free. The very dogs, both great and small, were saints as far as dogs could be. The ass, confessing in his turn, thus spoke in tones of deep concern. I happened through a mead to pass. The monks, its owners, were at mass. Keen hunger, leisure, tender grass, and add to these the devil too, all tempted me the deed to do. I browsed the bigness of my tongue, since truth must out, I own it wrong. On this a hue and cry arose, as if the beasts were all his foes. A wolf, haranguing lawyer-wise, denounced the ass for sacrifice, the bald pate, scabby, ragged lout, by whom the plague had come, no doubt. His fault was judged a hanging crime. What? Eat another's grass? Oh shame, the noose of rope and death sublime, for that offense, were all too tame, and soon poor Grizzle felt the same. Thus human courts acquit the strong, and doom the weak as therefore wrong. One of the most original as well as one of the most beautiful of the poet's fables, yet much of the groundwork of its story may be traced in the Fables of Bidpai and other collections. See also note to Fable Roman 22, Book 1. Roman 2, the ill-married. If worth were not a thing more rare than beauty in this planet fair, there would be then less need of care about the contracts Hymen closes. But beauty often is the bait to love that only ends in hate, and many hence repent too late of wedding thorns from wooing roses. My tale makes one of these poor fellows, who sought relief from marriage vows, send back again his tedious spouse. Contentious, covetous, and jealous, with nothing pleased or satisfied, this restless, comfort-killing bride some fault in everyone disgrayed. Her good man went to bed too soon, or lay in bed till almost noon. Too cold, too hot, too black, too white were on her tongue from morn till night. The servants mad and madder grew, the husband knew not what to do. "'Twas, dear, you never think or care. And, dear, that price we cannot bear. And, dear, you never stay at home. And, dear, I wish you would just come." Till finally such ceaseless deering upon her husband's patience wearing back to her sires he sent his wife to taste the sweets of country life, to dance at will the country jigs, and feed the turkeys, geese, and pigs. In course of time, he hoped his bride might have her temper mollified, which hope he duly put to test. His wife recalled, said he, "How went with you your rural rest from vexing cares and fashions free? Its peace and quiet did you gain, its innocence without a stain?" "Enough of all," said she. "But then to see those idle, worthless men neglect the flocks, it gave me pain. I told them plainly what I thought, and thus their hatred quickly bought, for which I do not care, not I." "Ah, madam," did her spouse reply, "if still your temper's so morose and tongue so virulent that those who only see you morn and night are quite grown weary of the sight, what then must be your servant's case, who needs must see you face to face throughout the day, and what must be the harder lot of him, I pray, whose days and nights with you must be by marriage rights, return you to your father's cot. If I recall you in my life, or even wish for such a wife, let heaven in my hereafter send two such, to tease me without end." The badinage of La Fontaine having been misunderstood, the translator has altered the introduction to this fable. The intention of the fable is to recommend prudence and good nature, not celibacy. So the peerless Granville understands it, for his pencil tells us that the hero of the fable did finally recall his wife, notwithstanding his fearful imprecation. It seems that even she was better than none translator. In his 6th edition. Roman 3. The rat retired from the world. The sage Levantins have a tale about a rat that weary grew of all the cares which life assail, and to a Holland cheese withdrew. His solitude was there profound, extending through his world so round. Our hermit lived on that within, and soon his industry had been with claws and teeth so good that in his novel hermitage he had in store, for wants of age, both house and livelihood. What more could any rat desire? He grew fair, fat, and round. God's blessings thus redound to those who in his vows retire. One day this personage devout, whose kindness none might doubt, was asked, by certain delegates that came from Rat United States for some small aid, for they to foreign parts were on their way for succor in the great cat war, Ratopolis beleaguered sore, their whole republic drained and poor, no morsel in their scrips they bore. Slight boon they craved, of succor sure in days at utmost 3 or 4. "My friends," the hermit said, "to worldly things I'm dead. How can a poor recluse to such a mission be of use? What can he do but pray that God will aid it on its way? And so, my friends, it is my prayer that God will have you in his care." His well-fed saintship said no more, but in their faces shut the door. What think you, reader, is the service for which I use this niggard rat, to paint a monk? No, but a dervise. A monk, I think, however fat, must be more bountiful than that. God's blessing, and see so the rat himself professed to consider the matter. Translator. Roman 4. The heron. One day, no matter when or where, a long-legged heron chanced to fare by a certain river's brink, with his long, sharp beak helved on his slender neck. 'Twas a fish spear, you might think. The water was clear and still. The carp and the pike thereat will pursued their silent fun, turning up, ever and anon, a golden side to the sun. With ease might the heron have made great profits in his fishing trade. So near came the scaly fry, they might be caught by the passer-by. But he thought he better might wait for a better appetite, for he lived by rule, and could not eat, except at his hours, the best of meat. Anon his appetite returned once more, so, approaching again the shore, he saw some tench taking their leaps now and then from their lowest deeps. With as dainty a taste as Horace's rat, he turned away from such food as that. What tench for a heron? Poh, I scorn the thought, and let them go. The tench refused, there came a gudgeon. For all that, said the bird, I budge on. I'll ne'er open my beak, if the gods please, for such mean little fishes as these. He did it for less, for it came to pass that not another fish could he see, and at last so hungry was he that he thought it of some avail to find on the bank a single snail. Such is the sure result of being too difficult. Would you be strong and great, learn to accommodate. Get what you can, and trust for the rest. The whole is oft lost by seeking the best. Above all things beware of disdain, where at most you have little to gain. The people are many that make every day this sad mistake. 'Tis not for the heron's eye put this case, ye featherless people, of human race. List to another tale as true, and you'll hear the lesson brought home to you. Abstemious, the lesson brought home to you. The two last lines refer the reader to the next fable. Vie the maid. A certain maid, as proud as fair, a husband thought to find exactly to her mind, well-formed and young, genteel in air, not cold nor jealous, mark this well. Whoe'er would wed this dainty belle must have, besides rank, wealth, and wit, and all good qualities to fit a man, 'twere difficult to get. Kind fate, however, took great care to grant, if possible, her prayer. There came a wooing men of note, the maiden thought them all by half too mean and small. They marry me. The creatures dote, alas, poor souls. Their case I pity. Here mark the bearing of the beauty. Some were less delicate than witty, some had the nose too short or long, in others something else was wrong, which made each in the maiden's eyes an altogether worthless prize. Profound contempt is aye the vice which springs from being overnice, thus were the great dismissed. And then came offers from inferior men. The maid, more scornful than before, took credit to her tender heart for giving then an open door. They think me much in haste to part with independence. God be thanked, my lonely nights bring no regret, nor shall I pine or greatly fret, should I with ancient maids be ranked. Such were the thoughts that pleased the fair. Age made them only thoughts that were adieu to lovers. Passing years awaken doubts and chilling fears. Regret at last brings up the train. Day after day she sees, with pain, some smile or charm take final flight and leave the features of a fright. Then came 100 sorts of paint, but still no trick nor ruse nor feint avail to hide the cause of grief or bar out time, that graceless thief. A house, when gone to wreck and ruin, may be repaired and made a new one, alas! For ruins of the face no such rebuilding e'er takes place. Her daintiness now changed its tune, her mirror told her, marry soon? So did a certain wish within, with more of secrecy than sin, a wish that dwells with even prudes, annihilating solitudes. This maiden's choice was past belief, she soothing down her restless grief, and smoothing it of every ripple, by marrying a cripple. This fable should be read in conjunction with the foregoing one. Roman 6. The wishes. Within the great mogul's domains there are familiar sprites of much domestic use. They sweep the house and take a tidy care of equipage, nor garden work refuse. But if you meddle with their toil, the whole at once you're sure to spoil. One near the mighty Ganges flood, the garden of a burgher good worked noiselessly and well. To master, mistress, garden bore a love that time and toil outwore and bound him like a spell. Did friendly zephyrs blow, the demons pains to aid? For so they do, Tease said. I own I do not know. But for himself he rested not, and richly blessed his master's lot. What marked his strength of love, he lived a fixture on the place, in spite of tendency to rove so natural to his race. But brother sprites conspiring with importunity untiring, so teased their goblin chief, that he, of his caprice or policy, our sprite commanded to attend a house in Norway's farther end, whose roof was snow-clad through the year, and sheltered humankind with deer. Before departing to his hosts, thus spake this best of busy ghosts. To foreign parts I'm forced to go, for what sad fault I do not know, but go I must. A month's delay, or weeks perhaps, and I'm away. Seize time. 3 wishes make it will, for 3 I'm able to fulfill no more. Quick at their easy task. Abundance first these wishers ask abundance, with her stores unlocked barns, coffers, cellars, larder, stocked corn, cattle, wine, and money, the overflow of milk and honey. But what to do with all this wealth? What inventories, cares, and worry, what wear of temper and of health, both lived in constant slavish hurry. Thieves took by plot, and lords by loan, the king by tax, the poor by tone. Thus felt the curses which arise from being rich, remove this affluence. They pray the poor are happier than they whose riches make them slaves. Go, treasures, to the winds and waves, come, goddess of the quiet breast, whose sweetness toil with rest, dear mediocrity, return. The prayer was granted as we learn, 2 wishes thus expended had simply ended in bringing them exactly where when they set out they were. So, usually, it fares with those who waste in such vain prayers the time required by their affairs. The goblin laughed, and so did they, however, ere he went away to profit by his offer kind. They asked for wisdom, wealth of mind, a treasure void of care and sorrow, a treasure fearless of the morrow. Let who will steal or beg or borrow. Roman 7, the Lion's Court. His lion majesty would know, one day, what bestial tribes were subject to his sway. He therefore gave his vassals all, by deputies a call, dispatching everywhere a written circular which bore his seal, and did import his majesty would hold his court a month most splendidly. A feast would open his levee, which done, Sir Jocko's sleight would give the court delight. By such sublime magnificence, the king would show his power immense. Now were they gathered all within the royal hall, and such a hall! The charnel scent would make the strongest nerves relent. The bear put up his paw to close the double access of his nose. The act had better been omitted, his throne at once the monarch quitted, and sent to Pluto's court the bear to show his delicacy there. The ape approved the cruel deed, a thorough flatterer by breed. He praised the prince's wrath and claws, he praised the odor and its cause. Judged by the fragrance of that cave, the amber of the Baltic wave, the rose, the pink, the hawthorn bank might with the vulgar garlic rank. The mark his flattery overshot, and made him share poor Bruin's lot. This lion playing in his way the part of Don Caligula, the fox approached. Now, said the king, apply your nostrils to this thing, and let me hear, without disguise, the judgment of a beast so wise. The fox replied, Your majesty will please excuse, and here he took good care to sneeze. Afflicted with a dreadful cold, your majesty need not be told. My sense of smell is mostly gone. From danger thus withdrawn, he teaches us the while, that one, to gain the smile of kings, must hold the middle place, twixt blunt rebuke and fulsome praise, and sometimes use with easy grace the language of the Norman race. Phaedrus, Roman 4, 13. The Normans are proverbial among the French for the oracular noncommittal of their responses. Un-Normand, says the proverb, a son dit et son ditit, translator. Roman 8, the vultures and the pigeons. Mars once made havoc in the air. Some cause aroused a quarrel there among the birds, not those that sing, the courtiers of the merry spring, and by their talk in leafy bowers of loves they feel enkindle hours, nor those which Cupid's mother yokes to whirl on high her golden spokes, but naughty hawk and vulture folks, of hooked beak and talons keen. The carcass of a dog, 'tis said, had to this civil carnage led. Blood rained upon the swarded green, and valiant deeds were done, I ween. But time and breath would surely fail to give the fight in full detail. Suffice to say, that chiefs were slain, and heroes strode the sanguine plain, till old Prometheus, in his chains, began a hope an end of pains. 'Twas sport to see the battle rage, and valiant hawk with hawk engage. 'Twas pitiful to see them fall, torn, bleeding, weltering, gasping, all force, courage, cunning, all were plied. Intrepid troops on either side, no effort spared to populate the dusky realms of hungry fate. This woeful strife awoke compassion within another feathered nation of iris neck and tender heart. They tried their hand at mediation to reconcile the foes or part. The pigeon people duly chose ambassadors, who worked so well as soon the murderous rage to quell, and staunch the source of countless woes. A truce took place, and peace ensued. Alas! The people dearly paid who such pacification made. Those cursed hawks at once pursued the harmless pigeons, slew and ate, till towns and fields were desolate. Small prudence had the friends of peace to pacify such foes as these. The safety of the rest requires the bad should flesh each other's spears. Whoever peace with them desires had better set them by the ears. Abstemious. Roman 9, The Coach and the Fly. Upon a sandy, uphill road, which naked in the sunshine glowed, 6 lusty horses drew a coach, dames, monks, and invalids its load on foot outside at leisure trode. The team, all weary, stopped and blowed, whereon there did a fly approach, and with a vastly business air, cheered up the horses with his buzz, now prick them here, now prick them there, as neatly as a jockey does, and thought the while he knew 'twas so he made the team and carriage go, on carriage pole sometimes alighting, or driver's nose and biting. And when the whole did get in motion, confirmed and settled in the notion, he took, himself, the total glory, flew back and forth in wondrous hurry, and, as he buzzed about the cattle, seemed like a sergeant in a battle, the files and squadrons leading on to where the victory is won. Thus charged with all the commonweal, this single fly began to feel responsibility too great, and cares, a grievous crushing weight, and made complaint that none would aid the horses up the tedious hill. The monk his prayers at leisure said fine time to pray. The dames, at will, were singing songs not greatly needed. Thus in their ears he sharply sang, and notes of indignation ran, notes, after all, not greatly heeded. Ere long the coach was on the top. Now, said the fly, my hearties, stop and breathe, I've got you up the hill, and messers, horses, let me say, I need not ask you if you will a proper compensation pay. Thus certain ever-bustling naughties are seen in every great affair, important, swelling, busybodies, and bores 'tis easier to bear than chase them from their needless care. Aesop also Phaedrus Roman 3, 6. X the dairywoman and the pot of milk. A pot of milk upon her cushioned crown, good Peggy hastened to the market town. Short clad and light, with speed she went, not fearing any accident, indeed, to be the nimbler tripper. Her dress that day, the truth to say, was simple petticoat and slipper. And thus bedight, good Peggy light, her gains already counted, laid out the cash at single dash, which to 100 eggs amounted. 3 nests she made, which, by the aid of diligence and care were hatched. To raise the chicks I'll easy fix, said she, beside our cottage thatched. The fox must get more cunning yet, or leave enough to buy a pig. With little care and any fare he'll grow quite fat and big, and then the price will be so nice for which the pork will sell. 'Twill go quite hard, but in our yard I'll bring a cow and calf to dwell, a calf to frisk among the flock. The thought made Peggy do the same, and down at once the milk pot came, and perished with the shock. Calf, cow, and pig, and chicks, adieu. Your mistress' face is sad to view. She gives a tear to fortune spilt. Then, with the downcast look of guilt, home to her husband empty goes, somewhat in danger of his blows. Who buildeth not sometimes in air his cots or seats or castles fair? From kings to dairy women, all the wise, the foolish, great and small, each thinks his waking dream the best. Some flattering error fills the breast. The world with all its wealth is ours, its honors, dames, and loveliest bowers. Instinct with valor, when alone, I hurl the monarch from his throne, the people, glad to see him dead, elect me monarch in his stead, and diadems reign on my head. Some accident then calls me back, and I'm no more than simple Jack. This and the following fable should be read together. See note to next fable. Zai the curate and the corpse. A dead man going slowly, sadly, to occupy his last abode, a curate by him, rather gladly, did holy service on the road. Within a coach the dead was borne, a robe around him duly worn, of which I wot he was not proud, that ghostly garment called a shroud. In summer's blaze and winter's blast, that robe is changelessties the last. The curate with his priestly dress on recited all the church's prayers, the psalm, the verse, response, and lesson, in fullest style of such affairs. Sir Corpse, we beg you, do not fear a lack of such things on your bier. They'll give abundance every way, provided only that you pay. The Reverend John Cabbagepate watched o'er the corpse as if it were a treasure needing guardian care, and all the while, his looks elate, this language seemed to hold. The dead will pay so much in gold, so much in lights of molten wax, so much in other sorts of tax. With all he hoped to buy a cask of wine, the best which thereabouts produced the vine. A pretty niece, on whom he doted, and eke his chambermaid should be promoted, by being newly petticoated. The coach upset, and dashed to pieces, cut short these thoughts of wine and nieces. There lay poor John with broken head, beneath the coffin of the dead. His rich parishioner in lead drew on the priest the doom of riding with him to the tomb. The pot of milk and fate of curate Cabbagepate, as emblems, do but give the history of most that live. This fable is founded upon a fact, which is related by Madame de Montespan in her letters under date Feb. 26, 1672, as follows. Boufflers has killed a man since his death. The circumstance was this: they were carrying him about a league from Boufflers to inter him. The corpse was on a bier in a coach. His own curate attended it. The coach overset, and the bier falling upon the curate's neck choked him. De Boufflers had fallen down dead a few days before. He was the eldest brother of the Duc de Boufflers. In another letter, March 3, 1672, Madame de Montespan says, "Here is Fontaine's Fable 2, on the adventure of de Boufflers' curate, who was killed in the coach by his dead patron. There was something very extraordinary in the affair itself. The fable is pretty, but not to be compared to the one that follows it. I do not understand the milk pot." This allusion to the preceding fable must be the milk pot which Madame de Montespan did not understand. Vidi last note. Madame can hardly have meant the milk pot fable, which is easily understood. She often saw La Fontaine's work before it was published, and the date of her letter quoted at p. 161 shows that she must so have seen the curate and the corpse, and that perhaps without so seeing the dairywoman and the pot of milk. Roman 12, the man who ran after fortune, and the man who waited for her in his bed. Who joins not with his restless race to give Dame Fortune eager chase? Oh, had I but some lofty perch, from which to view the panting crowd of careworn dreamers, poor and proud, as on they hurry in the search from realm to realm, o'er land and water, of fate's fantastic fickle daughter, ah! Slaves sincere of flying phantom, just as their goddess they would clasp, the jilt divine eludes their grasp and flits away to bantam, poor fellows, I bewail their lot. And here's the comfort of my ditty, for fools the mark of wrath are not so much, I'm sure, as pity. That man, say they, and feed their hope, raised cabbages and now he's pope. Don't we deserve as rich a prize? I richer? But hath fortune eyes and then the popedom, is it worth the price that must be given, repose, the sweetest bliss of earth, and ages since, of gods in heaven? Tease rarely fortune's favorites enjoy this cream of all delights. Seek not the dame, and she will you a truth which of her sex is true. Snug in a country town, a pair of friends were settled down. One sighed unceasingly to find a fortune better to his mind, and as he chanced his friend to meet, proposed to quit their dull retreat. No profit can to honor come, said he, unless he quits his home. Let's seek our fortune far and wide. Seek, if you please, his friend replied. For one, I do not wish to see a better clime or destiny. I leave the search and prize to you your restless humor. Please pursue, you'll soon come back again. I vow to nap it here till then. The enterprising or ambitious, or, if you please, the avaricious, betook him to the road. The morrow brought him to a place the flaunting goddess ought to grace as her particular abode, I mean the court whereat he stayed, and plans for seizing fortune laid. He rose and dressed and dined and went to bed, exactly as the fashion led. In short, he did whate'er he could, but never found the promised good. Said he, now somewhere else I'll try, and yet I failed I know not why, for fortune here is much at home to this, and that I see her come, astonishingly kind to some. And truly, it is hard to see the reason why she slips from me. 'Tis true, perhaps, as I've been told, that spirits here may be too bold. To courts and courtiers all I bid adieu, deceitful shadows they pursue. The dame has temples in Surat, I'll go and see them, that is flat. To say so was to embark at once. Oh, human hearts are made of bronze. His must have been of adamant, beyond the power of death to daunt. Who ventured first this route to try, and all its frightful risks defy? 'Twas more than once our venturous wight did homeward turn his aching sight, when pirates, rocks, and calms and storms presented death in frightful forms. Death sought with pains on distant shores, which soon as wished for would have come, had he not left the peaceful doors of his despised but blessed home. Arrived at length in Hindustan, the people told our wayward man that fortune, ever void of plan, dispensed her favors in Japan. And on he went, the weary sea his vessel bearing lazily. This lesson, taught by savage men, was after all his only gain. Contented in thy country stay, and seek thy wealth in nature's way. Japan refused to him, no less than Hindustan, success, and hence his judgment came to make his quitting home a great mistake. Renouncing his ungrateful course, he hastened back with all his force, and when his village came in sight, his tears were proof of his delight. Ah, happy he, exclaimed the wight, who, dwelling there with mind sedate, employs himself to regulate his ever-hatching wild desires, who checks his heart when it aspires to know of courts, and sees, and glory, more than he can by simple story, who seeks not o'er the treacherous wave more treacherous fortunes, willing slave the bait of wealth and honors fleeting, held by that goddess, I retreating. Henceforth from home I budge no more. Pop on his sleeping friends he came, thus purposing against the dame, and found her sitting at his door. See note to preceding fable, for Madame de Sévigne's opinion. Roman 13, the two cocks. Two cocks in peace were living, when a war was kindled by a hen. O love, thou bane of Troy! 'Twas than the blood of men and gods to shed enough to turn the Xanthus red as old port wine, and long the battle doubtful stood. I mean the battle of the cocks. They gave each other fearful shocks, the fame spread o'er the neighborhood, and gathered all the crested brood. And Helen's more than one, of plumage bright, led off the victor of that bloody fight. The vanquished, drooping, fled, concealed his battered head, and in a dark retreat bewailed his sad defeat. His loss of glory and the prize his rival now enjoyed before his eyes. While this he every day beheld, his hatred kindled, courage swelled, he wet his beak and flapped his wings and meditated dreadful things, waste rage. His rival flew upon a roof and crowed to give his victory proof. A hawk this boasting heard, now perished all his pride, as suddenly he died beneath that savage bird. In consequence of this reverse, the vanquished sallied from his hole, and took the harem, master soul, for moderate penance not the worse. Imagine the congratulation. The proud and stately leading, gallanting, coaxing, feeding of wives almost a nation, 'tis thus that fortune loves to flee the insolent by victory. We should mistrust her when we beat, lest triumph lead us to defeat. Aesop. Roman 14, the ingratitude and injustice of men towards fortune. A trader on the sea to riches grew, freight after freight the winds in favor blew, fate steered him clear. Gulf, rock, nor shoal of all his bales exacted toll. Of other men the powers of chance and storm their dues collected in substantial form, while smiling fortune in her kindest sport took care to waft his vessels to their port. His partners, factors, agents, faithful proved, his goods tobacco, sugar, spice were sure to fetch the highest price. By fashion and by folly loved, his rich brocades and laces, and splendid porcelain vases enkindling strong desires most readily found buyers. In short, gold reigned where'er he went abundance, more than could be spent dogs, horses, coaches, downy bedding, his very fasts were like a wedding. A bosom friend, a look his table giving, inquired whence came such sumptuous living. Whence should it come, said he, superb of brow, but from the fountain of my knowing how. I owe it simply to my skill and care in risking only where the marts will bear. And now, so sweet his swelling profits were, he risked anew his former gains. Success rewarded not his pains, his own imprudence was the cause. One ship, ill-freighted, went Oric, another felt of arms the lack, when pirates, trampling on the laws, o'ercame and bore it off a prize. A third, arriving at its port, had failed to sell its merchandise, the style and folly of the court not now requiring such a sort. His agents, factors, failed in short. The man himself, from pomp and princely cheer, and palaces and parks and dogs and deer, fell down to poverty most sad and drear. His friend, now meeting him in shabby plight, exclaimed, "And whence comes this to pass?" "From fortune," said the man, "alas." "Console yourself," replied the friendly wight, "for, if to make you rich the dame denies, she can't forbid you to be wise." What faith he gained, I do not wise. I know, in every case like this, each claims the credit of his bliss, and with a heart ingrate imputes his misery to fate. Abstemious. On this favorite subject, with the easy-going La Fontaine man's ungracious treatment of fortune see, also the 2 preceding fables, and some neighboring ones. Roman 15, the fortune tellers. 'Tis oft from chance opinion takes its rise, and into reputation multiplies. This prologue finds pat applications in men of all this world's vocations, for fashion, prejudice, and party strife conspire to crowd poor justice out of life. What can you do to counteract this reckless, rushing cataract? 'Twill have its course for good or bad, as it, indeed, has always had. A dame in Paris played the Pythoness with much of custom, and of course success. Was any trifle lost, or did some maid a husband wish, or wife of husband to be rid, or either sex for fortune fish, resort was had to her with gold to get the hidden future told. Her art was made of various tricks, wherein the dame contrived to mix with much assurance learned terms. Now chance, of course, sometimes confirms, and just as often as it did, the news was anything but hid. In short, though, as to 99%. The lady knew not what her answers meant, borne up by ever-babbling fame, an oracle she soon became. A garret was this woman's home, till she had gained of gold a sum that raised the station of her spouse, bought him an office and a house. As she could then no longer bear it, another tenanted the garret. To her came up the city crowd, wives, maidens, servants, gentry proud to ask their fortunes as before. A Sibyl's cave was on her garret floor. Such custom had its former mistress drawn, it lasted even when herself was gone. It sorely taxed the present mistress, wits to satisfy the throngs of teasing cits. I tell your fortunes. Joke indeed, why, gentlemen, I cannot read. What can you, ladies, learn from me, who never learned my ABC? Avant with reasons. Tell she must, predict as if she understood, and lay aside more precious dust than 2 the ablest lawyers could. The stuff that garnished out her room 4 crippled chairs, a broken broom helped mightily to raise her merits, full proof of intercourse with spirits. Had she predicted ere so truly, on floor with carpet covered duly, her word had been a mockery made, the fashion set upon the garret. Doubt that, none bold enough to dare it, the other woman lost her trade. All shopmen know the force of signs, and so, indeed, do some divines. In palaces, a robe awry has sometimes set the wearer high, and crowds his teaching will pursue who draws the greatest listening crew. Ask, if you please, the reason why. Pythoness the Pythoness was the priestess who gave out the oracles at Delphi.